that he does not anticipate, the whole shifting, and they say that he runs into a crowd often. Okay, I'm just throwing stuff out here about Najee Harris because I'm pretty sure most of us aren't scouting the Steelers regularly. But Brian, you took a look at him on film this year, I assume. As the Cowboys were getting ready for him. You tell me, offensive line dependent.
Yeah.
That's not what we need. Like, the best way to solve running back is to bring back Rico or somebody comparative at the price point, $4 to $5 million, and then draft a guy in the third round who's got burners. Mm-hmm. And that's how we're going to do this, Brian. What do you think?
No, I totally agree with you. Like I said earlier, I would definitely, if you're going to spend, and I was talking about it yesterday. I was on a couple of platforms this morning talking about, if you're going to play day 3, day 4 of free agency, I'm taking money and I'm not going in a direction of Najee Harris or guys like that. Not especially when I know how deep the running back draft room is. Any money, any dollars that I could spend on another position besides a running back, I'm interested in draft capital for the running back, not interested in spending money for them. So, yeah, I think that Najee Harris, I don't see that as being something very productive or positive for the Dallas Cowboys if that's the route they're going to go.
I'd rather spend the money in a place that I couldn't fix easily in the draft. Call me crazy.
Linebacker.
We got 56 of it. Let's give 18% to a running back of our available cap dollars. Tom Pelissero did NFL free agents who could make more money than you think, because they might not be household names. And he's got 6 names in here. I just carved 3 of them out. Drew Dahlman, Pro Football Focus, 5th best graded center at age 26, projected at $14 million, or put Cooper Beebe at right guard. That's a better use of the $10 million. You have the safety, Trevon Moehrig. Remember him from the 2021 draft out of TCU?
And the Cowboys liked him a lot.
Already has 64 career starts, 25 years old, career highs last season, and 104 tackles, 10 passes defended, and a Pro Football Focus grade in run defense of 87.5. And the projected salary is $12 million per year for him. Would you rather have that or Najee Harris?
I'd rather have that. I think he'd be an upgrade over Malik Hooker. And I know they love Malik Hooker. He does a lot of the cerebral stuff behind the scenes that we don't know about. He's one of the highest IQ safeties, apparently, in the NFL. But you don't really always see that translate on the field. I think Moehrig has certainly been a more impact player than what we've seen from Malik Hooker.
Yeah, and I like the idea of starting a conversation about the safeties, because I think you can save like $10 million against the cap if you end up moving on from a Donovan Wilson and a Malik Hooker. And so do you want to ride with them? You do have bodies there under contract, and you can't say that about some other positions, so how do you prioritize it? But I think if they wanted to be sneaky about a safety move, I'd be totally down for it. That entire defense needs a revamp.
It does, and I think teams that have good linebacker and safety play, that can be like the finishing touch on a great defense, and the Cowboys have always tried to skimp at it a little bit. I wouldn't mind a more premium investment there, although $12 million, you're still not breaking the bank, and I'd rather do that than a running back. And if you do want to look at linebacker, Jamie Sherwood is a free agent, part of that Jets defense, 158 tackles, 11th best grade in run defense among all linebackers in the NFL, just turned 25 years old, projected salary $12 million.
Dude, I'm sure Aaron Glenn is trying to keep this dude in New York. This is an athletic player. And from what I understand, he's definitely a 3-down type linebacker. He would be a guy that I would be extremely interested in. I wonder what type of dollars he's going to command. I guess Pelissero saying he's going to make more than what we think because he's not a household name. But again, with the linebacker class in the draft being a little bit so-so when it comes to the depth of it, that would be added to the list. There is 5, 6, 7 linebackers in free agency, this guy included, that the Cowboys should be in on. And they won't break the bank, but, the Cowboys aren't going to be able to just bargain bin clearance rack this thing.
Yeah, that's an in-your-prime linebacker, and you should have a guy that has some perspective on him in Aaron Whitecotton, who is your defensive line coach that was just there in New York.
Great point.
So you should be able to ask him, hey, what do you think about this guy?
I like what you're doing there, Wolchuk. I like what they're doing here at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless, Texas. Lucius is here. He's traveling with us this afternoon. We want to see you come say hi. Happy hour is on every afternoon, 3 to 6. And you can get the Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers app and be entered to win a burger a week for the entire year. Burgers for a year.
And we got a lot of Tolos that are buying us drinks, and I appreciate you. We love you dearly. In fact, we just got
Shout out
drinks.
to Pappy.
Oh, from Pappy.
Salute.
Our guy, Tim Ratcliffe in Carthage. We absolutely love you.
Live from his garage.
But if you're going to get Lucius a drink,
Tim is here?
he called in.
Oh, okay.
Ordered us some drinks.
Phoned
But
it in.
what is it?
Wow.
What is the tequila that you are requesting, sir?
I just like premium tequilas. I mean, I'm a Coralejo guy, which is not really a premium. I mean, but it is at the same time. But it's like, it's only $40-something bucks. You know what I mean?
Only for the bottle, right?
For the bottle.
And if you'd like to kick in maybe a $25 cigar with that, he'd appreciate that too.
Shoot, I would.
But when you go to bars and you get premium tequila,
Yeah.
that shot is going to be about $15, $20.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I don't want to hit anybody in the pockets for that, so I'll definitely have mine probably around LA Live time.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, LA Live.
I've been accused of being drunk already on the darn fan text. Dawson, can you tell them I have not been drinking?
He's not been
He's
drinking.
not been drinking.
Not but couple.
You're just
3,
having a
4
good time.
beers.
Yeah.
Just that naturally entertaining.
Did you get that couple of beers prescription? You got that prescription.
Couple of beers. Yeah, I love it, man. We're having a great time here today. Again, cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless. We're coming back with Brian Broaddus' Krusty's Corner, buddy. Where are you taking us today?
Yeah, since we're all together, I got some good questions for my guys. We'll do that next.
Yeah, we'll be the judge of that.
Well, let's talk about D&M Leasing first. I am the judge, and I can tell you D&M's the best way to get a brand new
a lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean,
Tricks or, really destitute poor by robot overlords. It's a gamble.
It's a big gamble. How about you there, Wolchuk? What if you had a time machine? Where would you like to travel to?
I
What
immediately
period?
thought, there were two things that came to mind. One is pretty morbid and dark. I'm not going to say that one.
Please, Wolchuk, share it.
I'd probably go back to like when Hitler was born.
Oh, I see what you're doing here.
Oh, and
Pillow
there you
over
go.
the face.
Okay.
So you're going to Austria.
Yeah.
that where that
Otherwise, I'd probably go with like the 70s. I think there was a lot of foolery going on there that I'd like to
Oh,
experience.
70s were good.
A lot of fun that was going on. Was it like Woodstock? Was that in the 70s?
60s.
60s?
Yeah,
Yeah,
60s.
60s, 70s.
Yeah.
That's probably where I'd like to go.
I thought the football guy in you was going to say, take me back to the 90s Cowboys. Let me live in that moment right there. Soak that in.
I grew up watching that the second Super Bowl year, the 93 team.
Yeah.
Apparently, like, the only way to shut me up as a baby was my parents would put in that VHS tape that you can buy from Sports Illustrated, the whole we're remembering the season.
Yeah.
So I know that thing like the back of my hand, but I feel like I lived it almost.
That's
Lucius,
beautiful.
if you could time travel.
Well, the thing is,
You are a time traveler.
I'm going to take that thing forward.
I got to be real particular about where I land in time. Because they be rubbing their hands like Birdman. It's true. We got a spot for you, brother.
Welcome to the team.
Yeah, it's going to be like the 1200s or something like that.
I got you.
That's phenomenal.
Okay, Wooly Bully.
Hey, wait, you didn't ask me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief. I'm sorry.
I want to go see what Jesus was doing, man.
Okay.
I'm reading
There
a
you
lot
go.
about it, and
Okay.
I want to see that firsthand. I want to
Okay.
watch that dude walk on water.
That'd be badass.
I want to watch that dude raise Lazarus from the dead. That's
I want
what
to be.
I want to
be out there with those guys throwing those nets in the fishing boat.
Yes.
That's what I want to be. I want to be on
Yeah.
the fishing boat.
Heck yeah.
There you go.
You want to go on tour with Jesus.
Yeah.
Drink wine, hit different cities, man.
that'd be pretty awesome.
He's spitting that hot fire gospel at him, you know what I mean?
Give me that number
Rocks to
13.
bread. Here we go.
Maybe see Moses part the Red Sea.
Well, I wouldn't be with Jesus at that point, but yes, let's go back
Jesus
that far.
afterward.
Let's
you
go
know,
see that.
Now you're celebrating it all.
I love that.
All right, Wooly.
What up?
What's the food you usually refuse to share?
Most food. I don't know if I can really narrow it down. I'd say egg rolls would probably be number one. if I order some egg rolls, it's
You're not sharing them, are you?
especially if they're good.
Yeah.
I'm probably not sharing that.
Well, you
with
were sharing with me the other night when we were here. I
was sharing with you, but I didn't want to share with you.
Okay.
You know, I wanted to. I was being a gentleman.
Yeah.
Because I had to be.
Right.
But in my mind, I'm thinking, gosh, I'd like to just hoard these for myself.
Gotcha. Lucius, food you usually refuse to share.
I would probably say the crab wontons.
Oh,
that's a good one.
If you wanted one, you should have ordered yours.
Yeah,
because they don't give us too many.
They don't give you
And
enough.
they're amazing every time.
They don't give you
And
enough.
they're always different depending on where you order from, like the way they look.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're bigger, sometimes they're more filled than others.
Yeah.
You sure you're talking about wontons?
Yeah. Variety, spice of life, man.
I am.
How about you there, Chieftain?
There's two things that come to mind. The chicken wings, because it's like there's a select number of them. I ordered 20 for a reason. And all of a sudden I'm going to have 19. Come on.
Yeah.
And oftentimes I give somebody a wing and then they don't finish the job on the wing, and I feel like they've disrespected the wing.
Ooh.
Now it's like I gave up a full wing and they only ate about half of it.
That's wing abuse.
And then the other thing too is like if I'm having a steak and my wife decided to get something else and all of a sudden she wants a bite of the steak.
Ooh.
And it's like that's a no. It's kind of a minimal. It's 16
finite
ounces.
amount of that.
It's only
Gotcha.
16 ounces of this thing.
Yeah.
How about you there, Dawson?
I think you already know the answer, Brian.
Metamucil fiber.
Abby's brown butter chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, you keep teasing us with these.
Abby, if you're listening, we need some cookies from you. All right, Lucius, the final one here. Here we go. Has anyone ever given you a strange gift?
How many dildos?
Whoa, can we say that?
No, I don't know. Maybe I can't.
I don't
I'm
think
sorry.
so.
I'm so sorry. Dump
He
that
said,
rock.
he said Bill Bros. He was
Bill
talking
Bros,
about
Bill
the
Bros.
Bill's Mafia guys you
Yes,
mentioned.
they throw that onto the field.
Yeah, now, I don't think I've got any strange gifts that come, straight to my mind that I could talk about on the radio.
Gotcha.
I got some gifts from some people, and I don't think they knew they gave it to me, but I had to let them know, hey, man. just to let you know before you get back out here.
That's to let you know. How about you, Chief? Any strange gifts?
Oh, man, that's a good question. It's hard to say strange. I've had surprises. Like I wasn't expecting Rodeo Ron to just show up to the radio station and hand me West Virginia moonshine.
Yeah,
It just kind of caught me
That was
off
good.
guard.
Moonshine,
It was an incredible gift. I just wasn't expecting it.
Bro, Rodeo Ron brought me some liquor one time in a mouthwash bottle.
That's how you know our guys.
That's my guy.
You got your initial engagement party, the one that we don't talk about, but I'm talking about now.
I do remember that.
You got the double-sided.
That's a good call. Well, I think she did, and
You enjoyed
right,
it.
and then yeah.
I don't know who it
that's-
went
that's
to.
a good
It might have
point.
been.
That
both.
was a yardstick. That was
That was insane. I think I still have that video.
Unbelievable. And you have the gift.
Well,
I'm taking that with me.
that's probably the weirdest gift I ever got, Brian.
Dawson, you
After
got one?
use.
I don't. Not that I can think of. I know that, when we were kids, you'd have the gift exchanges, and I always knew the family that was going to get me something that there's no way I would ever want.
Yeah.
But I can't remember any of those. All I can think about is that I ordered this topographical framed picture of a lake for you for Christmas, and it never came.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, spent a good amount of money on it. I was always wondering if you would like it or if you would consider it one of those gifts. But I guess we'll never know now.
Oh.
Gonna have to try to order it again.
Jeffrey
next year.
Kavanaugh gave me a shotgun.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
That is pretty cool.
It's a good
Chuck,
gift.
you got something real quick before we get out of here?
I mentioned it. It was the
Nothing.
regifting from Eric. The
Gotcha.
double-sided.
the double-sided.
Gotcha. All right, that's it, boys.
Thank you, Brian.
Appreciate you guys.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. We are live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers here in Euless,
should've got that
Texas.
to
Some of the
myself.
best burgers around. It's the home of my current favorite burger in the world. And
PBJ.
I've been tracking this for 15 years, the best burgers in DFW. There's a new king. It's at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, and it's their PB&J burger. When you hear it, you might be like, what? But
No.
when you have it, you'll be like, oh.
The pepper jelly, right?
Yeah,
It's damn
the jelly.
good. It's damn good.
They put it together really well. And Jabbar Muhammad, Oregon cornerback out of DeSoto High School, getting ready for the draft. He's going to join us next, talk about his draft prep coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
But first, let's get you to advancedhair.com. Advanced Hair Restoration, changing the lives of many right now. I know it's happening to a lot of us. I can certainly relate. The hair is thinning.
Name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless, Texas. Their grand opening is underway here, and we're having ourselves a party. You're invited, where you can buy one, get one free burger all day long. You got to love the delicious burgers they have here, award-winning half-pound burgers. And we'll be here all the way until 7 o'clock. Invite you to come by and fellowship with us and enjoy some fine food and beverage. Brian, you enjoying yourself over there, I can tell.
Yeah, I'm having a good time. I'm so every time I look up, I see these shots with Post-it notes on it. I think it's so funny, but we're getting through them, so thanks to everybody out there that's sending them. But, yeah, this is a wonderful place. It's nice to have Lucius out with us today and having a lot of fun.
It is indeed a blast, and it's a big day, a big night here in the world of sports. We're still standing by for some Anthony Davis, Derek Lively, Daniel Gafford type of updates. Hopefully we, get some closure on that.
Do I need to ask about that, you think?
I would think so.
Okay, let me give it a go. So I got caught up in other things. I should have asked about that. Should be doing my job.
Stars and Flames tonight over there at the AAC, and joining us now, a cornerback from DeSoto High School and the University of Oregon, posted 40 career pass breakups, including 28 over the last 2 seasons. Jabbar Muhammad joining us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Man, we are doing great. It's great to have you and learn more about your journey here through college and into the pros. Now, what was the combine like for you?
The combine was great. It was a great experience. Obviously being a kid playing football all the time, and, just wanted to go to the extreme heights, and the combine was one of the goals that I always had. And it was good to be able to cross that off. It was a good experience to be around, some of the top guys. We all know only 300 people get invited, man. So just to be a part of that was pretty cool. So the combine experience was great.
Yeah, I watching it from a fan's perspective, I always wonder if, you kind of get sick and tired of the questions and all the demands. But I guess if you look at it as a unique life experience, it's pretty neat, huh?
Yeah, most definitely. Everybody knows the process. The combine process is definitely hectic. But, man, once you just kind of look back and reflect and, notice that you're there for a reason, and only 300 people get invited. Man, it's pretty cool just to, like I said, be in the same room with some of those guys. So we got to look at it. When you look at it at that lens, man, it's definitely a different perspective.
Jabbar, you were playing in the national championship with Washington a couple of years ago, and then you transferred to Oregon. What's Dan Lanning like? Because I absolutely love that dude. We were playing a lot of audio from him throughout the year. Was he a big reason why you wanted to go to Oregon?
Yeah, most definitely. When I entered the portal, after I left Washington, man, Coach Lanning, whenever I got in contact with him, whenever he came to visit me at my house and everything like that, I kind of knew, where I wanted to go after that. He's relatable. He's not too far gone from the new generation or the old generation. He kind of knows what we go through. And as well as, man, just a defensive mind. Obviously, I play cornerback, and just to be around a guy like that who's been around, guys like Saban and all the corners that he's coaching, things like that, just to be able to pick his brain and things like that, I definitely feel like I needed that. So whenever I got around Coach Landon, man, I kind of knew where I needed to be. But, man, Coach Landon is great. He's smart. He's a really good coach. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen the videos, man. He's like that all the time. So he doesn't just get like that when the camera's on. He's like that all the time. But like I said, Coach Landon's great.
He seems like the man. Now, how much do you have to fight and advocate for Texas high school football being the best in all of the country?
Yeah, I actually have to a little bit. Obviously, and then I went to school on the West Coast, so they act like they're not familiar with it, but they know. They don't want to admit it, but they know how good Texas high school football is. I feel like just look at a lot, in the country or with college football, you're gonna see a lot of Texas kids on there. So they know. I've had a few serious arguments with a lot of guys from the West Coast who try to advocate for their ball, but at the end of the day, man, I don't think it's close.
I grew up in Oregon and Washington, and I can testify to that fact. It's not even close. It's like a whole new world. But you guys, you were part of some great teams. They are pretty good at aggregating the talent and figuring out ways to get guys in Seattle there and Eugene and Corvallis and stuff. Now, what was it like, having that journey that you did at playing at 3 different universities? If you could go back and do it all again, would you have stayed at one, or did you enjoy that journey, that tour?
Obviously my journey is unique, but man, I wouldn't trade it for nothing. Every school I've been at, I got a really tight knit, close group of friends at every single school. The coaches, I've learned a lot from every single coach at every single school, man, and I feel like that's just a part of who I am now. West Coast, the South, no matter what it is, man, I feel like I got ties. Non-football related everywhere. So just to be able to be a part of those three teams and be able to win and be able to go through the things, the ups and downs, no matter what it is, just to create a brotherhood with a lot of those guys is pretty cool. So I wouldn't trade it for anything. Obviously, not to mention I got to play with a lot of first-round picks, a lot of highly touted guys. Just on different levels of football, man. It was great. So I wouldn't trade it for nothing.
Hey, Jabari, it's funny because we watch a lot of tape. On our show, we really get into the draft. We've got a couple of guys that really dig into this thing, so we watch a lot of tape. I know one thing. Every time I watch Oregon tape, I'm going to get a different uniform combination. Give me your favorite Oregon uniform that you ever put on.
Oh, man. I'm a basic guy, man, but I love the ones who were against Michigan, the chrome with the white on white, man. That was
sure.
Those are pretty tough right there. Those are pretty cool, and just everything that went about it. There's a lot of details in those jerseys. It might look like it's black numbers, but the numbers are actually like reflective, like greenish black. It's just crazy, man. The things that they're able to do with the jerseys up there. But I'll definitely say the chrome and the white on white was my favorite pair this year.
Yeah, is it one of those things where, like, when you show up for games and you walk into the locker room, do you know what you're going to wear that week, or is it just when you get to the stadium and you take off your headphones and put your stuff in your locker, that's the first time you see it?
Nah, so at Oregon, we actually put out the uniforms like on a Thursday or a Wednesday or a Thursday. They put them out on social media so the fans can see them and the fans can match us or whatever. But we don't see them until game day. We don't see the uniforms until game day. So when you walk in the locker room after the walk and everything like that, you take your headphones off, you're able to see like your helmet, your jersey with your name on it and everything like that. And just to see, I feel like every kid grew up, knowing that Oregon is known for the uniform, obviously known for the football talent, but the uniforms are a plus. Everybody knows they have really good uniforms. So for me to be able to see that and witness that this year was really cool. So I would definitely say, yeah, man, just those jerseys, the white, definitely the white, the chrome with the white on white was pretty cool.
Local legend Jabbar Muhammad getting ready to be drafted into the NFL with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Who was the best player that you played against in college?
Oh, man, that's a great question. But I always – the best player I played against I guess the best player I can say is Caleb. I played against Caleb Williams. He was really good. But the best matchup I've ever had, I'll probably say Quentin Johnson from TCU in 2022. He was pretty good. A good wide-out vertical threat, tall, a really good athlete. Man, we pretty much went at it. So I'll definitely say that was probably one of the toughest matchups I had. But the best player, I'll definitely say Caleb Williams.
Well, how about those practices? You guys must have had some practices at Oregon and Washington where you lined up against some guys that were pretty damn good.
Oh man, yeah, you hit it right on the money. I was obviously, and I say this is one of the best players I've ever played with or ever seen play football, Michael Penix. He ripped the ball different, man. When I got up there, I've never seen anything like it. And then obviously, we had guys like Roma Dunze, Jalen Polk, Jalen McMillan, and those type of guys. So he had a lot of weapons that you had to go out there and try to cover. But it definitely got me better, man. Even at Oregon, I had Dylan Gabriel, one of the best football players I also played with. Dylan Gabriel with, Terrence Johnson, Evan Stewart, Trey Holden, those guys. So I've definitely been into some stops that, definitely got me better. And I always say, iron sharpens iron. So I feel like I got them guys better as well. But, yeah, man, I've seen a lot of football in my day. I've seen a lot of really good talent. So, yeah.
You started at Oklahoma State, then went to Washington, and then Oregon. How have you seen kind of the college landscape change since you've been a part of this with the transfer portal, with NIL and all of that? I mean, you've really kind of lived this whole transition for college football.
Yeah, I actually have. I've seen it change. My freshman year, it's way different than it is now. You got, high school kids coming in making a lot of money. You got transfers coming in making a lot of money. And just like you said, the portal, man, I feel like it's a really good addition. I feel like if you use it right, man, you'll be set. But some guys just, I feel like some guys, abuse it. maybe, they get benched and they want to leave all of a sudden. You know what I'm saying? I feel like sometimes it takes the competitiveness out of it if they don't have a legit reason on why to leave. But at the end of the day, I feel like it does benefit us athletes. So that's pretty cool. But, man, yeah, and as well as NIL, man, kids have been putting blood, sweat, and tears into this game for a long time and not getting a dime. So it's pretty cool to see everybody, reap the benefits of, what they put in. So that's pretty cool as well. So just to see the whole landscape change for the better, I think it's pretty good.
What was the craziest question you got asked at the Combine?
The craziest question I got asked at the Combine. I didn't really get asked nothing super crazy. I mean, I guess I have to say a story of how it was when I was younger, as far as my household, because I got a lot of family and things like that. So they kind of asked me how the battles were and things like that when I was little. But I didn't really get anything too crazy.
Nobody asked you if you would you rather be a cat or a dog, something like that.
I don't have one of those Combine experiences. I don't have one of those stories. So.
We know you got that dog in you.
You got that dog in you. Yeah.
I didn't get that question.
What are your favorite memories of playing at DeSoto?
Oh, man. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say the practices. Those practices definitely molded me for college. Those practices were crazy. I never forget, DeSoto, you have, obviously the parents come and watch their kids, but you had, fans come and watch the spring practices because, it was a good level of competition. You know what I mean? That was like college practices out there. So I'm going to say the practices, man. I went at it with a lot of top-notch guys, and that definitely got me better for college. So you definitely have to be on your P's and Q's at DeSoto, man. So I'm going to definitely say the practices, man. It was crazy just to see that type of atmosphere just at a high school practice, to see the stands being there packed at a high school practice was crazy. So I'm going to definitely say the practices.
So your relative Malik Muhammad's at Texas. He went to South Oak Cliff. So was there a little bit of a family rivalry there?
No, it was all love at the end of the day. They made a decision based off what they wanted to. So no, it wasn't a rivalry there. I always felt like it was best for them. So that's the decision they went with. And at the end of the day, man, I think they won, back-to-back state champs or something like that.
They sure did.
Sure. If it is a rivalry, it's not a rivalry on my end. I never won state, so I wouldn't want to get in that argument.
Oregon corner and DeSoto Eagle Jabbar Muhammad with us here in the G-Bag Nation. When it comes to where you want to go, I know the politically correct answer is whatever team takes me, I'm happy to go there. But what would it mean to you to be able to come back and play for the Cowboys?
Oh, man. I couldn't even imagine. That would be surreal. I live 20 minutes from the stadium. Obviously, I have a lot of family. They can all come to the games and things like a lot. Just to be in my own backyard. I played there. I played in Jerry's World a whole bunch of times. So, man, to come back and potentially get drafted there, man, that'll be, I don't know what type of emotions will be running through my head and my family's head. That'll be crazy. So, I couldn't even imagine, but, man, it'll mean a lot. It'll mean the whole world, honestly.
Well, it was great getting a chance to know you a little bit, Jabbar. Congrats on all your success so far, and hopefully we get a chance to talk to you in Oxnard, California this summer.
Most definitely, man. Thank you so much.
All right, cheers. There he goes, Jabbar Muhammad here out of DeSoto in Oregon, here with you in the G-Bag Nation, getting ready for the draft. I guess he's got a pro day coming up, and then the draft night itself should be exciting.
Absolutely.
Good player right there.
He is a good player.
That'll be a fun story to follow along with and see where he goes. Okay, Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless is our broadcast location today. If you're about ready to get off work, this is an unbelievable spot. Happy hour every day, 3 to 6. The best burgers you're going to find in DFW. And to celebrate their grand opening, it's buy one, get one free. Plus, you can get entered to win a $500 gift card. You can get entered to win 52 free burgers for a year.
What? And
it's buy one entree, get the second entree 50% off all month long. As part of this grand opening. They're doing it right. And I have some gift cards, $20 gift cards, 20% off gift cards. If you can tell me 8 members in the entire history of the G-Bag Nation, there's 5 currently. You just have to be able to add 3 more. And I'll hand you one of these gift cards. Well, Chuck, we have the top 10 at 420 coming up. What's the subject matter?
So it's National Frozen Food Day. I've got the top 10 best frozen food brands. I don't know if Kevin Hagelin will be interested in this list, but what's your favorite frozen food brand? I know a lot of us have been hustling. We don't have a lot of money, and sometimes you got to just dig into the frozen foods and microwaves. That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Our location today, cold beers and cheeseburgers here in Euless, Texas. There's a TV crew on the scene. There's all sorts of swanky things happening.
A lot of swanky things going on.
A grand opening celebration, and this is just a great place for anybody to come and enjoy a cold beer and a cheeseburger, though. 60 different televisions, great place to watch sports, and an unbelievable menu here, and we're enjoying soaking it all in. Okay, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 4:20. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It is the Frankels, and here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
All right, it's National Frozen Food Day. I've been told by some Tolos here. Now, I did miss AM on the FM today. Normally, that's Must Tune In Radio. One of my favorite segments. Alec Medford does it. The guy with the pierced nipples. Yep, it's fantastic. Apparently, he did a similar thing to this, where he finds national days and then does the frozen food thing.
Yeah, he does. He does some of the national day
just
stuff.
direct copy from the top 10.
Yeah,
Alec, be better.
The old copy paste,
but that's okay. That's okay. So.
It's a damn good segment, though. It's tough to argue.
It's an amazing segment. Before we get into your favorite frozen food brands, I do need to put in a call to action. All right, Arlington, are you ready?
Yes.
We've got an all-new Dave & Buster's that is opening tomorrow. It is a relift, if you will. Prepare to step in to a new arena of fun with your entire crew. They've got all-inclusive high-tech darts and shuffle suites to 360-degree fun inside the arena. There is going to be something for everyone to enjoy. So come on out. Dave & Buster's, Arlington, tomorrow morning. I'm going to be there at 9 a.m., and I need the Tolos to show up in full force, all right? I don't know what you've got planned, if it's work, if it's school. Skip it. I'm giving you permission.
You get a note from...
I will sign a note for you. I will. I need you to show up, okay? I need the Tolos. I need our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners to show up tomorrow. Arlington, Dave & Buster's. They're reopening. It's going to be awesome. And just please come on out and hang out with me, because I need you. I need you. If it's not a good turnout, God knows if I ever get one of these again, and I've got a baby to provide for. So please, God.
You're pouring your heart out now.
Please, God. Just show the hell up. I need you guys.
And if you want to bring a friend or three, go ahead. Yeah.
Bring 17 friends if you can. I need you here. All right, let's get to the top 10. 877-881-1053. The top 10 best frozen food brands on National Frozen Food Day. Now, we're all gentlemen that I know you, Brian, you're a homemade cook. You might scoff. You might stick your nose up at the frozen foods.
No, not at all. Not at all. The Stouffer's mac and cheese is not a bad call.
There had to have been a time in your life where you were like, I'm too busy.
It drove me to learn how to cook.
Yes, I had to. I had to use the frozen food brands to get through life.
Yeah. Banquet.
Swanson's.
Banquet was one of yours.
Hungry Man
Banquet's a good one.
They make some good TV dinners.
Banquet's a good one, 100%.
Banquet.
I know our buddy Peyton Russell of The Morning Show with the puffiest nipples you'll ever see. Also producer of Love of the Star.
They call him Puff Daddy.
They do, for a reason. He's a hungry man.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Hungry, I mean, every day he'd be bringing in Hungry Mans.
He is not lying
it's a good
about
brand.
that. When
they make a good pot pie.
They do. The Salisbury steak, I think, was the one that he hit the most with the brownie on the side. I think was kind of Peyton's wheelhouse.
And the mashed potatoes and the corn.
You get the mashed potatoes and the corn.
Maybe a brownie.
Yeah. It's for like a $1.99. We're talking about like maybe
actually they're
$2.50.
$4.99. My 85-year-old dad loves these.
Oh, okay.
So I understand.
Inflation.
Yeah, they're over $5 now.
I think the last time I bought one, it was like $2.50. Yeah. And really for that number, it was really hard to beat.
If my dad had to power rank him, I'd say the Salisbury steak, the chicken, boneless chicken, and then the turkey would be number 3.
There you go. A little Thanksgiving action.
Yeah, but the Salisbury steak, he is all about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a solid one. It was. I mean, for me, it was the Totino's pizza growing up. I mean, that was always up there.
Totino's is the best. Yeah.
You
can fold that joint, get the pepperoni.
Oh, yeah.
And if you really ball, you get the pepperoni and sausage. Be like, I could do the 5. I could do the 5.
Yeah, it was good. So good. DiGiorno obviously is like the top of the food chain, probably from an expensive standpoint. Red Baron. I mean, give me some Red Baron pizza on a Friday night with my dogs. playing some video
Red
games.
Baron, that's like after a payday, bro.
You were coming up. Yeah. You had to recruit a couple of boys to come in there and lay it down.
We used to have Red Baron pizzas in middle school.
In the
lunch
cafeteria?
Yeah.
That's solid. And then I just want to show love to the Eggo waffle. I mean, just a frozen Eggo waffle. You throw that thing in the toaster. I'll put some jelly on it, maybe some syrup, whatever it is. I mean, to this day, they hold up.
100%. The Eggos are going to be high on this list. And I'm sorry from the 214. They said enough nip talk. I won't do that again.
Now, do we agree with the Eggo? You want it slightly over toasted, just barely.
Yes.
Little crunch.
And then cut up with lots of butter and syrup and put in the microwave for about 15 seconds.
Okay, I never did the microwave thing.
Whoa, you overcook it, then soften it back up?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's kind of a heady play.
Fair or foul, and this isn't exactly like a great comparison, but better than the Eggo waffle, the toaster strudel.
Ooh, all right.
Probably.
Here was the thing for me. I always wanted them to. I needed more of the
icing.
Oh, yeah,
sometimes I'd be stealing other icings.
Yes, and then you're left with like 2 or 3 toaster strudels.
So
at the
now you're
end
bleeped
with no.
But I would hope that my sister would be the one that has to deal with those.
Right.
You know, if you've got and you had siblings, now it's like you got to deal with that. I got my icing from my toaster strudel. Everything was good.
Hot Pockets coming in hot on the
Pockets,
Chuck.
absolutely they are.
That's not good.
What?
Hot Pockets are not good.
The pizza Hot Pocket?
Not good.
Hot Pockets are good.
That is a. You're too hammered. You bite in, and that filling gets in the roof of your mouth.
It's hot,
and you're dying.
It's hollow. It's hollow. All the filling and fell to the back of the damn
I'm
thing.
just telling you, you get
sitting on the bottom.
That's a fair
that
point.
scorching level will make you not want to ever eat one of those again. Just you lose taste buds.
Hot Pocket and Doritos goes hard together, though, bro. That's a hell of a combination.
I can't do that.
Okay,
It's
so
like a Stromboli for a 7th grader.
What are you doing over there? Stromboli.
really not
For a
bad.
7th grader,
It
the
is.
pizza
It is.
one?
That's a good comparison.
Oh, jeez.
That
Check
is.
how many shots you've had today.
A few, several.
Okay.
Mrs. Fields chicken pot pie. I can't say I've ever had Mrs. Fields. I had Mary Callender's growing up. Their chicken pot pies are pretty damn good.
I did a lot of banquets and I did a lot of Marie Callender's. I've never heard of that brand, though.
I would argue, in terms of if you're ranking the top 10 kitchen smells, I think the Callender's chicken pot pie, just from a smell standpoint,
It's amazing.
Oh my! You're like, what homemade, unbelievable grandma situation is cooking it up right now, and your brother's pulling it out of the microwave. You're like, good night, that smells good.
It's like somebody's boiling a chicken in a crock pot type vibes. Like,
Oh, wow.
yes, dude.
It's like this is a home cooked meal.
When's this going to be ready?
This is not a frozen food.
Smell it from the neighbors.
This
house.
is a microwavable thing? This chicken pot pie?
Yeah.
Or pop it in the oven. I think it's better in the oven.
I do too, yeah.
But you can also microwave it. It's faster. Now, I will say I didn't know that there were Marie Callender restaurants.
There used to be. Are there still?
Florida, when we went in August to go visit the mother-in-law and did the beach deal.
Oh, yeah.
There was a Marie Callender restaurant.
And you tried it?
No.
You should
I
have
wanted
tried
to
it.
go,
Well,
but I
Chuck,
don't.
you should have tried.
Are the meals frozen?
I would have liked to have gone.
Yeah, you're standing around a bunch of
I
ovens
can't, I
waiting.
can't tell you.
Everybody can get your own oven and microwave at our table.
You know how it is. You can't always do what you want to do when you're
pick
married
it out.
on
Here,
vacation.
would you bake it for me,
What are we
please?
doing?
Honorable mentions, we got Healthy Choice. I had those growing up thinking I was being healthier. You're not being healthier.
Sodium's like 8,000
Yeah,
on
it's
that
like the
joint.
sodium. Come the hell on.
Yeah.
The lean cuisines.
Is that a lean
same
cuisine
thing.
deal?
Yeah, lean cuisines are on here too. Like it's the same bit.
We do have some questions about the Uncrustables.
Okay.
Is that because that's in the? Isn't that
They're
in the frozen?
fridge. They're not in the frozen.
Oh, they're in the okay. But some people freeze them. Some people like to freeze them and eat them in that way.
You,
or maybe
you do
like,
buy them in the frozen section.
So
all
I mean,
right.
I
Then
think,
they qualify.
I think it passed.
Then they qualify.
Yeah.
We got Bagel Bites as the 11 seed. Here.
Okay, bagel bites
This list is
or
false.
pizza rolls. What are you going with?
I was always a pro pizza roll kid.
Okay.
Bagel bites.
But I'm not going to fight the bagel bite. I did like the bagel dog more than the bagel bite.
Bagel bite.
I think I did.
You never had the bagel dog? Dude, the bagel dog was delicious.
Just a frozen hot dog with pizza stuff on it or whatever.
With so it was like the frozen hot dog inside what was a bagel, but it wasn't in the shape of a bagel.
Shape of a hot dog.
Frozen hot dog.
It was damn good as a kid. It
Okay.
was.
I don't doubt it, dude.
Number 10 is the Hot Pockets.
Nice.
Yeah.
9 is Totino's.
Pepperoni, right?
Pepperoni.
Only pepperoni.
Only pepperoni.
Yeah.
The
Only
ham was
pepperoni.
weird.
So
the
now
ham
you
was
guys are
weird.
telling me everything
Yeah.
else sucks.
And
I'm sitting there
I wasn't
arguing
the biggest
against it,
fan.
but-
I let him have it. You know, especially if you cook in that little microwavable aluminum foil deal.
Yeah.
If I wanted to go down a rabbit hole of the better Hot Pocket flavors, I could find some that were pretty damn good.
Lucy's telling me that I can only eat the pepperoni one, and I have to have it with Doritos.
Got to be Doritos and nacho cheese Jones.
That would be good. You know, but if you go with the ham and cheddar, a couple of bites into that ham, you'll be like, wow.
Wow.
They've got.
See, I knew this.
They've got Nutella
Crustables. The
Crustables.
top of your mouth that you just you can't take it.
I mean, you had to practice some level of patience, you know.
Oh, yeah, you're drunk and hungry. Patience, right.
Sign me the hell up.
6th grade was a hell of a time for me.
9 is Totino's, which should be higher.
Wow,
this is criminal. Totino's is being buried on this top 10.
I think
and I'm not a fan
shot
of
after
it.
that one.
Number 8 is Tyson Foods.
Hey, Broadus is going for a fireball shot number. Is this number 3?
That's 4.
Oh, my God.
We're almost going to get Mardi Gras Broadus. Almost.
I see it.
Almost.
He's on his way.
He's warming up.
Number 7 is Marie Callender's.
Okay.
Whoa, that wasn't a fireball.
What was it?
Oh, no.
Like
Tequila?
a toffee. It was a toffee kind of
Liqueur
butterscotchy
type thing.
Oh, what I just drank.
Yeah. Did you not like it?
Oh, boy. I drank some butterscotch shot.
He might have been spiked.
He got ball sacked.
Drink her down. It was like a little peanut butter shot. Was it that
kind
thing?
of peanut butter. What was that?
It was a slippery nipple. Oh, wait, we're not doing the nipple.
No
thing.
more
Please
nipples.
stop. Sorry about that.
Stop.
No more nipples.
I got a text.
Who is this from?
They wanted us to stop.
One strike, please.
You need to be better. Who is this from?
I don't know.
That's probably from Tolo D, isn't it?
6 was Stouffer's.
Oh, D.
Lasagna, right? Stouffer's lasagna.
Stouffer's lasagna is undefeated.
Yes. One of the best.
Undefeated.
I eat
It's
half
delicious.
the tray when I eat with my family.
Absolutely, dude.
Half the tray.
Stouffer's is delicious.
Okay.
The Michelangelos.
He's boxing
Two.
out like Wes Unseld under the boards. His elbows getting wide.
Top 5 frozen food brands. We've got Kraft Foods at number 5. I can't really tell
Their
you.
mac and cheese.
Yeah, but it's not frozen. Like I can't really tell you
No,
what is
I-
the frozen Kraft Food stuff.
I'm on it, Wolchuk.
I think we might be getting ball sacked on that.
Do they make fish sticks?
Ooh, do
Fish
they?
sticks
'Cause
are the
fish
best.
sticks are good. The
Bro,
fish, if they make the fish
fish
sticks, then
sticks.
you're right. That's a good call.
Fish
The
sticks
Mrs.
are
Paul's?
amazing.
Mr. Paul's? What do they call it? Mrs. Paul's?
They've got a bunch of different varieties.
Gordon.
Yeah, Gordon. Gordon fish sticks is the best.
It's got some crazy ass logo on it.
Gordon, bro.
You've got the dude in like the fishing outfit with in the yellow
No, it's
suit.
a dude with the yellow
and he's got
slicker
the
and the
yellow
hat.
suit on and he's doing a thumbs up. I'm like, that's my guy right there. That guy fished for these fish.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did, and now he's giving me fish sticks straight from the
That
ocean.
dude never been on a boat with that slicker.
I don't know. That smile that he's got, I'm not denying
Fish
it.
sticks are amazing, bro.
Number 4 is Green Giant.
Wait a minute. Time out. Lucius, you can't tell me fish. You got to doll those things up, right?
Fish
There's
sticks are.
Shut up, Brian.
With some good cocktail sauce, you're rocking and
that's
rolling.
what I'm saying. You ain't eating those things out of the
Shoot.
box.
I'm eating them things with some ketchup, bro. What you
Damn
talking
right.
about?
With ketchup, it's the best. It's the best.
I tell you what.
Top 3.
I can't go here.
I might say this wrong. It's the Ore-Ida,
Ore-Ida.
which is like
Ore-Ida.
French fries, tater
Yeah.
tots. Like they got
do
some
the-
good
do
potato
the,
stuff.
The crinkly cut.
The crinkle cut fries.
Oh, here we go.
Number 2 is
Drink
Pepperidge
up,
Farm.
Krusty.
Pepperidge Farm, which does the desserts.
I just drank
Pepperidge
some.
Farm does
They
nice
do
work.
do a good job.
Oh, yeah, the pecan pie.
Yeah, man, they do a good job.
Pecan pie.
But number 1 best frozen food brand is without a doubt.
Tyson's chicken strips.
Well, I said Tyson earlier.
good.
Yes, you did.
Thank you for listening. It was at number 8.
I was just checking Walter to make sure he remembered.
It was at number 8, and I thought
You're
it was
about
too
to get a
low.
text.
I thought it was too low. Number 1 is what you've said earlier, the Eggo waffle. Eggo waffle.
Number 1?
Number 1, the Eggo waffle. It
That's
is
delicious.
crazy.
It is pretty undefeated.
That's ridiculous.
Hey,
Dawson is like.
Are we going to fight about the
Fry-
Eggo waffle?
He's baking the hell out of it and then softening it back up.
You want to melt the butter.
That's what it is.
Yeah, and warm up the syrup a little
You
bit.
didn't say that.
Plus, I mean, the waffle is a little crispy, you know, and it could tear the roof of your mouth, Broadus. I know you're sensitive about that.
I am very sensitive.
We're live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers here in Euless. Their grand opening celebration. Buy one burger, get one free. If you're getting off work right now, this is the place to be. Happy hour is live till 6
Hey, you should
o'clock.
schedule something else for Around the Bases at 6. I ain't going to make it.
How about Mac Daddy Monday? Build your own mac and cheese bowl, unlimited toppings, $15.95. Just email me your links. I'll handle it, bully. Okay, I can tell you're 3/4 of the bag.
I already did. I already sent you the links.
We got to cut Wooly off, okay?
He needs, I just drank one of his drinks.
Okay, yeah. Chief has a rim session coming up next, though. He will deliver all your basketball news. It's March 6th.
I need to
just
be cut
quit.
off.
What do you
I
mean
need to
he
be cut
walked
off. Eric
off?
just left.
Why did he walk off?
We're standing by for injury updates. He's probably fed up with Wolchuk, and we're back.
Bull. He ain't fed up
on
with me.
105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, it's NHL trade deadline.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
The pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, thank you very much, Ross, in for Lucius, because Lucius is here with us today at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. Their 19th location overall, the first in Texas, though. And they have award-winning half-pound burgers that are hand-formed from fresh, never frozen ground chuck. I was just talking with Atolo there at the break. He did order the PB&J burger, and he agreed it's the best burger in the world.
Yeah,
okay?
the returns from the Tolos that have ordered it are like off the charts. I cannot wait to try it.
All kinds of great burgers here, though, and we're about to talk about some NBA basketball. Here's the chief of the Rim Session.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. For the first time in Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers history in Euless, Texas, we cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed. And the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Tolo turnout is so large that I forget I have to tease my rim sesh, and I just walk away to start mingling.
It was cool.
And the shots
just left.
And
Historic.
The cold beers and the cheeseburgers are flowing, man.
I was actually just talking to another Tolo, big-time nosebleed fan.
Oh, heck yeah.
They're sending over another round.
Oh, look at that.
I said, Brian probably doesn't want one. He said, tell Brian to stop being a B.
Yeah, good.
Wow.
All right.
Strong language.
If it's another butterscotch,
A lot of
I'll be
sports
happy
passion.
to do it.
Well, I'll tell you what, we also got our buddy Jaime who's going to drop some lemon drops on us here at some
Oh,
point.
lemon drops are always fun.
Always a good time.
Was that like 1984 when I was
Heck
doing
yeah.
that?
1984.
Lemon drops are always great.
Yeah.
Hey, the UTA Mavericks mascot is walking around this place. Is that the only Maverick that can walk around the DFW safely right now?
It's the only one I'm willing to acknowledge, Lucius.
That's a good point.
Absolutely.
Those are my Mavericks.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Hey, that would be a great bit for all Mavs fans to just show up to UTA basketball
Pack
games.
it out.
Pack the
Pack
house.
it out.
These are our Mavs.
Fire Nico chants are all over the place. And that would be awesome. Hey, congratulations to Giannis for his milestone moment. Took place against our Mavericks last night. He reached the 20K club, 6th youngest player ever to join the exclusive 20,000 points club. And that was on the heels of LeBron James going for the 50 burger.
Yeah.
50K club, a historic and unprecedented mark in NBA history. And you can see the clock being turned back on LeBron with the addition of Luka. And it's absolutely sickening to watch. It's obviously great for the NBA. Kendrick Perkins. I mean, what did you guys feel about Kendrick Perkins talking about how this is the best thing that ever? It just saved the NBA. Luka now with the Lakers, adding fuel to the fire.
Well, Dawson's said this since the trade was made that, and I think, well, maybe all of you have said this too, that this is something that, it saved. You're right. It's something we talked about 2 weeks ago. But I don't think he's wrong. I think it's saved the NBA.
There was only one person that tried to defend the trade on our show.
It was me.
It was you.
It was Brian Broaddus.
I took it from the – no, okay. You're right. I took it from the front office standpoint is what I did. That's it. I mean –
but you wouldn't have ever traded Luka.
Yeah, right. Broaddus, you were playing devil's advocate for the most part, right?
And listen, I'm just saying this from trade. To me, I've been in situations where players – were impossible to deal with, but you deal with it. And to me, this general manager failed you because he wasn't willing to deal with it anymore. That's where he failed you.
That's right.
There's some general managers that absolutely would never trade Luka, but he made it personal. And I think that's the biggest difference but I can understand if, hey, if there's something you wouldn't want to do. I wouldn't want that on my watch.
It's the worst trade ever.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm glad Brian acknowledged that because he was starting to seem a little suspicious, if you ask me. Thought he might have been in on it.
On the trade?
Yeah.
Man, I'm talking to the people
Getting some
over
of that Nike money.
Yeah. I tell you what, I wish I had some of that Nike money. But yeah, I like I said, I was trying to take it from the front office's standpoint of it, but yeah, you wouldn't trade him. But you have to be able to put up with star players. And if they have issues that you don't like, you just have to just say, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to keep going and try and make it work. And obviously Nico couldn't do that, but he also wanted Anthony Davis more than anything, and he was willing to give up one of the best players to ever play this game to get that guy.
Sorry, I didn't know my mic was on.
That's what
it was. Kids afraid to leave a stoop.
Am I wrong?
Kids afraid to leave a stoop.
He wanted Anthony Davis so badly that he was willing to give up a player that was generational.
I mean, I do think he had an affinity for Anthony Davis. That's one of his guys. But it is.
Does he hate Luka that much?
He wanted to get rid of. Yes, he doesn't view Luka as a guy that is going to age well, that is worth giving a supermax contract to, clearly.
Yeah.
But the fact that he also called Minnesota and San Antonio and asked for Edwards and Wemby made me wonder, was it really Anthony Davis that was the end-all, be-all?
Well, then
I think he really just wanted to get rid of Luka.
There you go. If that's the case, then if you're a general manager and you're taking it that personally, then I think that's a hard thing to accept.
Hey, we got to acknowledge the fact that they're having a whole
my God.
Yeah, we got to acknowledge that, dog.
Yeah, we're doing a radio show with the backdrop of grand opening ribbon cutting.
Yeah. This packed house, too. It's amazing out there.
quite the PA announcer's doing a hell of a job.
Yeah.
And
they pointed their speakers right towards us.
The Tolos definitely know how good of a job he's doing right
Getting
now.
good acoustics.
It's an old school hip hop battle. Who's
Hard
got the
to
biggest
hear
speakers?
y'all with that lady yelling on the PA from the 469. Hey, it's a great moment here for them.
Yeah.
It's huge. Did you guys see the Jeannie Buss comments about Anthony Davis?
She's happy.
Oh my God.
She's selling T-shirts and jerseys. And
She said he was complaining. I can't imagine that he's taking too kindly to that. And some people not only are talking about AD not playing the rest of the season for the Mavs, but that the Mavs should now be in the mode of trying to flip him in the summer. Like that's where we're at right now on this front.
That's what we talked about. Yeah, that's something matter of fact, our guy Tim Bontemps. Yeah,
I didn't think he was a hot take guy, but he proved me wrong.
He went hot take yesterday on that. Sure did.
Heck yeah, he did.
Chief, are you with me? You put this thing together, you try to make a run at it, and if it doesn't work, then you break it down next trade deadline?
Yeah, 100%. Yes, and I'm in full tank mode right now. If I'm running things for the Mavs, you got to get as high a pick as you possibly can. You only have this year's and next year's really to speak of over the course of the next like 5 or 6 years. So you got to have that. And then, I don't know. Maybe there's a team out there that wants to give you the farm for Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
And I'd be willing to jump on that. I absolutely would. But I think this is heading toward trying to make a play for Kevin Durant, building the flimsiest, oldest super team possible, and within 2 weeks somebody's going to be roughly out for the season.
Yeah, but I think, with Nico, it's like a trap of when you have greatness at some point, I don't know if it's after 4 years, 6 years or whatever, all you see is his weaknesses. Like right before Dirk won the championship, everybody was saying he's too soft, he doesn't play enough defense, you'll never win a championship with him, right? And that was a message that was reverberating around the NBA, and after 2006 and then the playoff loss to the Warriors and the Hornets, it looked like that actually might be coming true. Right, but you stuck with your guy.
Right,
you built the right team around him.
And I'm glad you mentioned Dirk. I'm sure you guys mentioned this over the last couple of days when I was out, but post-Kyrie injury, Nico drops his statement talking about his hard work and comparing him to the Laker, Kobe Bryant.
Yeah. Oh, that was
another
nauseating.
missed opportunity. Yeah. Dumont did it when he was shouting out all the guys that he loved. It didn't mention Dirk. And then another opportunity to maybe just mention the guy who's been the face of your franchise for 2 decades in Dirk Nowitzki, and he decides to shout out Kobe Bryant, the Laker, on the out of touch, tone deafness of Nico, the front office, the entire organization, a total disaster class.
He probably would have traded Dirk.
Yes, absolutely would have.
Didn't think Dirk worked hard enough.
It's embarrassing, but that's where we stand right now. There it is, your rim sesh.
Thank you, Chief. We have 2 hours to go as we broadcast live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers grand opening celebration. Buy one burger, get one free. We have 2 hours of show. We'd love to see you come by and fellowship and try out their burgers. I mean, they're just incredible. They're just built different. 60 HD screens for prime sports action. Lunch specials Monday through Friday, 11 to 3. Maybe if you can't join us tonight, you could check it out for lunch tomorrow. We're back with an edition of Football's Finest. Eric, what's in store?
We might have a quarterback controversy for one of these former NFL these playoff teams. They were just in the playoffs, and now we have a QB controversy. Are you kidding me? And a silver lining to swinging and missing on Deion Sanders next year in the nation.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Man, seeing a lot of familiar faces today. A lot of Tolos coming by and saying hi as we broadcast here in Euless at the grand opening of Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. Buy one burger, get one free all day long. And as I mentioned, it's happy hour 3 to 6, so that's live for just about another hour. And a reminder, Pimp Your Burger Wednesdays, all the toppings you want for $15.95. It's your neighborhood burger joint, Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. And, I said it earlier, and I'm standing by it. I'm done watching the Mavs, Brian. You know, they hit a breaking point for me where the basketball is so gross. I just need a mental health break from the Mavs. Still going to watch college ball, especially the women's tournament.
Yeah, the women's tournament.
I'm more into the women's tournament because I know some of the players.
Yeah.
Unlike
and
the men's
coaches.
game. Yes.
And the storylines. You get this. I love it, man.
Yeah, we got good drama there.
Yeah.
Obviously, the men's tournament's going to be good to watch. We got a lot of Texas teams that are quality. And I'm going to watch the NBA playoffs and the finals and enjoy all of that. But, man, the Mavs broke me. And I would say I did a hell of a job staying positive, okay, for all you people out there that's like, oh, Dawson's being too negative, I just put on a masterclass for 5 weeks on how to focus on the positive and believe that this Mavs team could still win a championship, but that Kyrie Irving injury was the end of the line for me.
I'm proud of the stamina that you showed, though.
Thank you.
I mean, there's been some Tolos that have walked up and fist bumped you like, "Hey, I understand you're bowing out now, but you gave it all you had. You gave them hell, and we were all pulling for you."
You know, I think there was a lot of fans of the AAC that held it as well. Like, while it sucked that we lost Luka, nobody's bigger than the team. So I was willing to ride it out with the team, but that just. Yeah, that's too much. That's going to require an offseason to put you back into a position. And I'll be back in September, October. You know, we'll hit training camp, we'll hit preseason. I'll be stoked for what is possible. Here's the Chief with an edition of football's finest.
I do have to acknowledge, I just saw a urinal technique that I wasn't privy to.
Pants all the way to the ankles?
No, I'm privy to that one. I mean, by first grade, if you haven't seen that, what are you doing? Change schools.
Somebody back up to it?
That's how the Germans pee, right?
That's a European thing.
It is. Okay.
Put the pants all the way down to the ankle, 44-year-old man.
And I'll tell you what, I saw it at a sporting event one time. Jarring. Jarring.
Grown man?
Grown man.
Were you in America? Or were you, I thought it might be NFL Europe because you did that.
No, wasn't in Saudi Arabia or any of the places I've been in this world, but no.
Wow.
It was a press box situation.
Oh, no. It was in a working capacity. Goodness gracious.
Have some couth, sir.
Yeah, don't be around a bunch of sports guys, writers.
I just could not.
Broadcasters.
Like, I always make the point to, like, I'm not gonna rip the Penske in the press box bathroom. I'm going to take that to the concourse. You know what I mean? Have some professionalism. Please, gracious.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was jarring. I mean, literally, I walked in and I'm thinking, and you're looking for where you need to be. You're looking for
I bet.
And then you just it stops you in your tracks.
Yeah. So this was a fellow reporter?
Yeah.
Fellow media member?
Yeah.
All of a sudden
nobody you know, but it was at an event and I saw it and I'm like, this is.
I think of you differently now.
Yeah, I just can't. Yeah.
Why would you think that's necessary? That's the splash zone.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, especially in our place.
Yeah.
Anything near the floor in our place is hazard.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, this was a technique that I actually was like sort of envious of like, why didn't I think of that? This was a seasoned sort of vet situation. I would guess this guy, and I hope you can't hear us. I don't even know if he's still here right now. This was an older gentleman, and he was wearing shorts. And I just noticed
he went side leg.
His left leg of his shorts was up pretty high.
Side leg.
He was just going right out the leg, bro.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, that's kind of brilliant.
That is treacherous.
I know that he had a tucked in shirt, older gentleman, so he was up to the belly button, shirt tucked in, belt on. This is the easiest access.
Not pull it to the side, just guy. That's crazy.
Right down his left leg.
I just pull mine to the side, cuz. That's crazy.
I wanted to kind of dab him up like, bravo.
Did you want to ask him how long have you been doing that, sir?
Yes, I was about to uncomfortable conversations in the bathroom. We were very, very close to that. But I just wanted to at least pay my respects. New technique alert. I don't know how many people are familiar with this one.
It's a marathon technique.
I just witnessed it at Cold Beers
when you run marathons and you're just in that holding area, That's the technique.
That man is a menace.
Yeah.
That's a menace, bro.
Are we interested in trying this technique? Because I find myself very interested. I wish I was wearing shorts today. I would have done it.
I
just
think
now.
it has to be. It can't be like normal. Like can't be. It's got to be like gym shorts.
And they got to be real baggy. And you can't have underwear.
That's
my boy was wearing cargos, for the record.
Cargos?
Can't
do it.
That's
Can't
crazy.
do it. Cannot do that.
Did you see the Mavericks mascot in there?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
he's UTA.
He's in the stall right now.
He's in the stall.
I don't know how that works.
A horse in a stall. Imagine that.
But bump.
I like it. That's awesome, though. Is he? Was he sitting down? Could you tell that he was?
He was standing.
Horses don't sit down, do they?
Was he on all fours?
He wasn't full Paige Spearnack.
All right, we're going to move on seamlessly now into the world.
Those lemon
of
drop shots weren't bad.
Football's finest. Yeah, shout out to Jaime who brought us the lemon drops. Who had a lemon drop? Brought us did. I did.
I haven't yet. It's just sitting there looking
Lucius,
at me.
Lucius, drop that drop.
I gotta wait.
Waiting for LA Live.
Yeah,
you got to get past
Drop
your homework.
that.
I gotta get over the hill.
Yeah. Work before you play.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a couple of things to acknowledge here, and the first of which is going to be, we all were kind of crossing our fingers that the Deion Sanders stuff might actually be real when it comes to the Cowboys head coach, and we were wondering, and we were concerned about the idea of who would he bring as his offensive coordinator, right? Because he has the flamed out of the NFL Pat Shurmur, right, as his offensive coordinator.
Pat
at
did a
Colorado.
nice job of rallying that thing.
Well, okay, and
I mean,
he may have.
No, as far as he gave him a plan of attack instead of he actually tried to run the football, which they got better at, which gave Sanders an opportunity not to get hit every single play.
So, are you familiar with the QB school guy on he's all over social media? It's the internet's QB coach. I honestly am trying to remember his name. I think he was in the NFL for some time, but he's probably the most well-respected quarterback evaluator on the internet.
It's not Palmer, is it?
No, it's not Palmer. I'm sorry. Somebody can find this. I should have, and I apologize. But he runs the QB school account, and he does a great job breaking
I thought you were
down.
talking about Coach.
He does. Jordan Palmer.
Jordan Palmer is a coach guy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. He's in the mix there. He's in that sort of that upper
it's our
tier.
Cincinnati brother.
Is
right?
it the O'Sullivan guy?
O'Sullivan. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Boom. Lucius. JT O'Sullivan.
That was Google.
Oh wow.
Love it. Okay. Thank you so much.
That was you.
Glad
This
somebody
guy.
was sober on this show besides Dawson.
This guy's very well respected, and he does quarterback evaluations for NFL guys and incoming draftees. And so he's got his write-up on Shedeur Sanders. And so that's obviously interesting. But one of the takeaways as well was just from the Colorado offense. And just imagine Deion Sanders gets the head coach job for the Cowboys. There's a very good likelihood that he just brings his offensive coordinator from Colorado, Pat Shurmur, into the Cowboys, and now that's your OC. And
that was a fear.
O'Sullivan, his description of the Colorado offense when studying Shedeur Sanders is the offense is offensive.
Well,
frustrating, not pro style at all, static, little to no motion or shifts, open edges, no tight ends, no run game. Offensive line was rough, really struggled with stunts and that kind of stuff.
Which makes his production even more impressive.
Yes, and that's one thing to
I
consider.
thought he was better 2 years ago myself, more impressive. With
Shedeur?
What he had to
the
deal
line
with.
was even worse 2
Yeah,
years
that's
ago.
what I'm saying. The way that he played through adversity 2 years ago when he played for Colorado, I'll disagree with the quarterback evaluator. There was some purpose with their offense. They did try and run the ball a little bit better and had better offensive linemen. Disaster. Won, 8 games? The year before they won 4. Offense was horrible.
Yeah, is it Danny Kelly from The Ringer? Is that the guy that does their draft stuff, former NFL scout?
Yes.
So he graded him as an undrafted player.
Shedeur?
That's completely ridiculous.
He's shock jocking.
Completely
Yeah,
ridiculous.
he's shock jocking.
Wow. Okay, so O'Sullivan is not saying he's
That's why he's
undrafted.
with us in the media.
Yeah, but he has questions about Shedeur. O'Sullivan does, the QB
He's
school.
not perfect, man.
Yeah, sure.
He
None
is
of these
not
guys are, but I
perfect.
do think it's interesting when you're trying to figure out Shedeur Sanders, the type of offense that he
you're
was
not
in,
wrong. You're not wrong.
and projecting him. If you have a competent offensive mind as your
Right,
coordinator, or
right.
whatever, how much better can he be in a more modern type of offense? That's really all. And then just the Cowboys tie of, man, thank God we sort of swung and missed. If that was going to be Deion's plan for OC for the Cowboys, that does not sound like an offense that I would want to be watching on a Sunday to Sunday basis. But
that's good. You wouldn't want to have Dion and Shador in charge of your offense.
No, especially not if Pat Shurmur's the one calling the plays. I think you'd be in some real trouble. I did want to acknowledge, we got the news earlier today that the NFL sack leader for last season, Trey Hendrickson of the Bengals, probably the most underrated defensive player in all of football, one of the better edge rushers in the sport.
He's hard to block.
He's now going to be traded. The Bengals are like, hey, go ahead and seek a trade. We'll go ahead and punt on you. So hopefully it doesn't end up with the Commanders or the Eagles, because those are obviously two teams that are going to be aggressive at the position. But I thought it was interesting from Warren Sharp. He says, this is wild. The Bengals and Eagles both signed their quarterbacks to extensions in 2023. Burrow and Hurts both got the fatty boomba. Since then, 8 Eagles were re-signed to contracts over $40 million. So they pay their quarterback, and then boom, they've got A.J. Brown, Landon Dickerson, Lane Johnson, Devontae Smith, Jordan Mailata, Zach Bond, Darius Slay, Saquon Barkley, all guys that have gotten big-time money after the Eagles also paying their quarterback. The Bengals, only one Bengal has been re-signed to a contract over $40 million.
Burrow.
Since the Burrow deal.
Oh, since the Burrow
and
deal.
It's their linebacker, Logan Wilson. Otherwise, they have been, and it's par for the course when it comes to Mike Brown and their ownership and just how cheap they are in Cincinnati. But this is another example of the Eagles going truly aggressive and all in, and a team like the Bengals, who have a championship-level quarterback, an undeniable top probably 3 or 4 quarterback in the NFL. Some say the second-best quarterback in the league.
They might have two of the 4 best players in the league.
With Burrow and Chase?
Yeah.
And Hendrickson is also one of those guys.
Okay.
He would be a guy that the Eagles would say, hey, we're keeping you. You're unbelievable at what you do. And the Bengals are now allowing him to walk free. Just the dichotomy of the strategies. And the Eagles, unfortunately, being in the division, being a team that they're in the market for Myles Garrett. They're now going to be in the market for Trey Hendrickson. And Joe Burrow's looking around going, crap, dude, you guys aren't really going to help me here.
I wouldn't want out if I'm Joe Burrow. If he's paying attention, it's time to go. There's a reason that organization hasn't won much. I guess it's a good, reminder that it can get much worse than what the Jones family has done, But I bigger than that, I just think that if you're not willing to keep great players, or it's not financially within your means, it's time to sell the team, Brian.
Hendrickson or Myles Garrett?
Oh, Myles Garrett. Yeah, Myles Garrett.
You think?
Yeah, he does more. He's a better run defender than Hendrickson is.
And that's not an indictment on Hendrickson in any way. It's just, I think Myles Garrett, you're really talking about, he's Depoy type guy for the last half decade.
Sure.
So,
like Hendrickson was this past year, and he has back-to-back seasons of 17.5 sacks. Don't get me wrong. Both awesome, but I'd take Garrett over Hendrickson.
And I'll tell you, Broadus, the casual football fan would think there is a giant gap between Garrett
there's
and
not
Hendrickson.
A giant gap between those two.
Not a giant gap. And so that's tough that there's another guy like that that's now available to the likes of the Commanders and the Eagles. We'll see, maybe Detroit gets in the mix, but that's just another cream of the crop edge rusher. But I do still think Myles
They
Garrett
might have a Nico at GM, and Hendrickson just doesn't check every single box. So we got to move on from a great player.
That's true. Now, we also have to acknowledge that reports indicate that the Vikings might be, Mike Florio predicting, Sam Darnold might be back on a short-term deal with the Vikings. And what would that do to J.J. McCarthy? Mike Florio's like, if Sam Darnold ends up re-signing with the Vikings, then J.J. McCarthy will ask to be traded, who was their first-round pick last year out of Michigan, hurt the knee, missed the entire season, but is a guy that certainly has some upside and promising. We'll see how he recovers from the knee injury, but he was a first-round pick. And I know that he will be a commodity on the trade market if teams or if he becomes available.
If you're Seattle,
the Vikings going Sam Darnold over J.J. McCarthy would just be hilarious to me. You saw the best version of Sam Darnold. You think it's going to get better than that? It ended with him being sacked 9 times, and you get bounced out of the playoffs in round 1. Why would that be? Why wouldn't you go with the cheaper, younger guy who you can at least, hey, hopefully he could be better than Sam Darnold. It's not unrealistic to think he would be. It's not like Sam Darnold is some cream of the crop top 5 quarterback. In no world is he that. Let the Raiders go overpay for him or something. I think the Vikings would be insane to bring Darnold back.
I want to see what the other side looks like. Like, what could we get from McCarthy? How cheap could we sign Darnold?
I was thinking, like, you call Seattle, who needs a quarterback at 18.
And tee up McCarthy?
And tee up McCarthy because Minter was a Michigan coach.
Yeah.
Is that the team you go to?
So
that
the
would
one
know
thing,
the player. That would know the player.
The one thing that I've seen rumored is Minnesota making a play to get Justin Herbert because J.J. McCarthy was a Harbaugh guy, and he loves McCarthy. So is there any way you could upgrade by getting Herbert in Minnesota, and then you send McCarthy, probably more than just McCarthy, to the Chargers?
We're a $50 million quarterback at the Chargers, right?
Yeah.
Herbert.
But maybe they just don't. They think Herbert's better than McCarthy. I'm with you. The two biggest games of the season, Sam Darnold played his worst. Season finale, division on the line, he was horrible against Detroit, and then in the playoffs against the Rams, he was horrible. So he went 0-4. The only 4 losses he had this year were against the Lions and the Rams, but those are also two of the best teams in the conference.
They're in a good situation no matter what they choose to do. If you're going to get an extra first-round pick and you have money to build the team around Darnold, I think maybe you could build a roster great enough that he could win in the playoffs. But if that's not the case, then I want the upside of McCarthy for sure, because maybe he's a guy that you don't need to build a super roster around, and we need to explore that. In addition, the finest in the books, live from Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. Lucius Alexander is here with us live, and LA Live is coming up in 22 minutes. We'll go commercial-free to the top on the other side, get you caught up on everything that's happening in the world of sports here in the nation.
But first, Tolos, you don't need me.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hey, buddy, we're back. It's the G-Bag Nation, 14 minutes from L.A. live here. It's time to hit the expressway where we go commercial-free to the top. And this segment, the Expressway, is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Segments presented by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And Sands, of course, has been brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration. Go to advancedhair.com. Good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
I'm great, fellas. How are y'all?
Well, we're doing wonderful. We're live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers today, and that's very fitting because today, as I'm sure you're aware, Jared, we had a bacon ceaseburger at the game, didn't we?
Yes, yeah. John Bacon behind the plate and Evan Grant with his corny tweet about Dylan Cease and Jake Berger. It was it's right up Evan's alley. But, yeah, it was I think we're going to have some fun with Jake Berger's name. We also had Young Jock. We had Josh Young batting third and Jock Peterson batting fourth, so we had a young jock in the lineup today. You got to love it. And speaking of young jocks, Asuna did it again, didn't he? Oh, did he? I don't know. It was a split squad day, so when we left, I had not seen that Alejandro Asuna had done anything other than get caught stealing after getting a hit. Okay, yes, he ripped one into left field. It was exciting. And yes, he got caught stealing, but his OPS is like over 1,100 here for spring training. Is this guy fitting into the big league plans at all this year? Yeah, no, I definitely think he is. I mean, listen, if Adolis Garcia's injury, which definitely it wasn't or doesn't appear to be more severe, but if it was, I think at minimum you'd have to at least ask the question, do you consider Alejandro Asuna for an opening day roster spot, which 3 weeks ago you would have been kind of laughed at for asking that. So, yeah, I think that he absolutely has put himself in a position, if not to start the season, then if he stays healthy and produces, once the season unfolds, whenever there's a need. And it's a little, the Rangers have depth in the outfield, no doubt, but there's a little more opportunity for an outfielder than there would be, say, for an infielder, just because of the way their roster is likely going to be constructed.
Yeah, Jared, I wanted to ask you about that because from my football background, when you get into training camp, you're playing games, you kind of have an idea of maybe what your team's going to look like. How are they? Do they have an idea of who their team is going to be, and or is there still some questions about guys maybe in those last couple of positions?
Yeah, I think I've heard you talk about this before, Broadus, that, you go to camp and we spend all this time debating, who's on the team, who's not, but maybe there are only like a couple spots that are truly up for grabs in the minds of the decision makers. And I think some years that's probably the case. Other years, maybe it's a little more open. I would say that I don't know that I've gone to a camp where it's like, yeah, there are 10 spots up for grabs or anything like that. I'd say for this team, the position players in their mind are probably set. And then maybe there are 2 bullpen spots that are up for grabs. But, even those spots, it might be up for grabs, but I think it's, someone's job to lose, if that makes sense. So,
sure.
And I don't know that it's and it's not that people aren't on even ground because it wasn't an equitable battle. I think certain people have done enough to put themselves in the driver's seat for a spot. It's not in Sharpie by any means. It's in pencil that can be erased, but it is in pencil, right? And so I think that, the spots that are really up for grabs, if there are any, it's really the bullpen, maybe a couple spots in the bullpen. And unless there's an injury, I don't think that in their mind there's a position player battle, even though in our mind we're sitting here wondering, is the 5th outfielder going to be Duran? Is it going to be Haggerty? Is it going to be Pilar? We might be having those questions. I get a sense that they might know the answer to that. And my guess is if it's not Kevin Pilar right away, then that's because they want Kevin Pilar, and Kevin Pilar will have agreed to go to AAA and get some of that. Ultimately, they want him. But I kind of get the sense they'd really like Kevin Pilar. That's just my hunch right now, based on the way they've utilized him so far in game.
Jared, with the surplus there in the outfield, do you see possibly a trade before the season starts?
It's possible. I think that Leody Taveras offers a lot to some teams, and I think that sometimes when he's your guy, you notice all the warts. And I'm not saying Leody Taveras, has solidified a job as an everyday player based on past performance. He's coming off a really down year. But there are absolutely teams who would be interested in Leody Taveras. But with the way teams have built their rosters right now, I don't know if there's a team that's willing to give up a player that would justify trading Leody Taveras unless there is a team that suffers some kind of an injury between now and then. So, he's the guy who would make the most sense because I think you could get something of interest for him. But the Rangers also might look and say, hey, Dolis Garcia's coming off a year in which he was hurt. He's already, dealing with an oblique thing. Evan Carter really hasn't been able to stay healthy. Leody Taveras is not an all-star, but as far as outfielder is concerned, you can do worse than Leody Taveras, and maybe the Rangers keep him as an insurance policy just in case. So I can see it going both ways, but there's no doubt that the Rangers had conversations with other teams about Leody this offseason, and I can't imagine that they're just going to abandon the idea. There would be some phone calls worth entertaining.
Hey, Jared,
Zach, the other thing I'd say, remember, and we experience this in all sports. The impetus of your question, justifiably so, is because of the surplus, right? But surplus, which is also known as depth, goes away the minute one person gets hurt, and sometimes
100%.
You make that trade, and then someone gets hurt 2 days later. You're like, oh crap, we no longer have depth, and I think the Rangers after last year are very aware of that.
Jared, I was going to ask you, does the ability to be a switch hitter matter anymore in baseball?
Well, if you're a good switch hitter, yes. And typically switch hitters favor a certain side. It's not like they always are, equally productive. From both sides. But I'd say for Leody, he's got to do more, right? He doesn't need to be as good against lefties as he is against righties, but he's got to be good enough to justify being out there, right? And so, I'd say being a switch hitter is valuable if, the manager feels good about you being in the lineup against lefties and righties, even if the conversation is, well, we'll hit him, higher up in the lineup against a righty, but we'll hit him lower in the lineup against a lefty. As long as the conversation is still, we feel comfortable with him being in the lineup, then it can be a value. But if you suck, on one side, there have been like Cedric Mullins from the Orioles, really good player. He was a switch hitter, and then, he gave up on it because he just could not hit from one side of the plate. And so, if it's not going to be an asset for you, sometimes it's a detriment. And so it just kind of depends on how you are from your weaker side.
It's Jared Sandler here with us. So DeGrom's pitching tomorrow, right? What are we expecting to see? What are we hoping to see?
Yeah. So as of now, the rain is supposed to come in the morning, and if that's the case, because it's a night game, I think Jacob DeGrom is good to go. And I think 2 to 3 innings, maybe they try to get him up a third time, even if he doesn't complete the third inning. But, I think, if you're asking, hey, what should I look for out of Jacob DeGrom? I would say, first of all, just enjoy watching the guy pitch. He's pretty impressive to watch, even when he throws a bullpen. So a spring training game could be fun. But I would also say, it's always worth just taking a look at the velocity. Maybe, he might not be full go, 100, 101 miles an hour, but, you don't want to see 95, 96. So I think the velocity is something to monitor. But I don't know that there's going to be a whole lot from tomorrow's start as long as he walks off the mound healthy where you're like, okay, I learned this or I learned that. I think it's just a matter of getting to the finish line tomorrow, getting, out of the game healthy, getting his work in, and getting ready for the next one.
All righty, buddy. Anything else about this team before we let you go?
Well, guys, I'll tell you, Cody Bradford and Jack Leiter pitched today in some very unfavorable conditions with the wind blowing out to center like 20, 25 miles an hour. And I thought both were pretty good. Cody Bradford is just kind of surgical, and Jack Leiter did a really nice job once again. It's been fun watching those two pitch. I think both of them are on the team. I think Jack Leiter will start the year in the bullpen and be ready to move to the rotation when there's a need. I think the Rangers' thought process with Jack is, hey, you were the AAA pitcher of the year last year. We don't think there's a whole lot more for you to accomplish in AAA. It's now about figuring out how to get major league hitters out. And I think his performance so far this spring is justifying it. And if there was any question about Cody Bradford in the rotation, I don't know how there can be, because this guy just finds ways to get out, even without a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. And I think he's a really good starting pitcher.
Thanks, Sands. Have a great night. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
See you, fellas. Jared
Sandler brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration. Go to advancedhair.com. Get your hair taken care of. Okay, so I just saw a little bit of a Mavs story. ABC dropped Sunday's Philadelphia and Dallas game. They picked up that Orlando and Cleveland game, which you understand. So ABC is out as well now. I'm officially out. ABC is officially out. A lot of the AAC, it looked like, turned their back on the team. This is going to end up costing just a ton of money. And, I'm sort of asking, are you out as well? At 877-881-1053 if you want to. I guess most people have already been out, but for those of us stragglers that took a while, I guess we've joined the protest group now, and I think the ratings will go to a solid 0.0. There's nothing to watch. Tomorrow they take on the Grizzlies. I think we're watching for injury update news.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're watching for sort of the loss. I think most fans at this point understand the situation that we're in. We're not big picture out on the Mavs because we just can't help ourselves. And so now trying to pick up the pieces and move forward the best way we possibly can is to lose every game possible for the rest of the season and try and get the best draft pick you possibly can, and then you see where you land on draft night and see what the summer has in store. But this iteration of the Mavericks for the remainder of this regular season, I cannot fathom one single reason why you'd want to watch them play unless it's just to hate watch and just cheer for the loss every single night. In which case, kudos to you. Hashtag your part.
Hey, man, that's dialed in right there with your Mavs passion. I don't mind rooting for a loss.
Sorry.
I don't mind rooting for a loss.
Seems like Nico's trying to make us all masochists.
Yeah.
They want us all on his fetish.
He's done it.
Be humiliated by our team.
Mission accomplished, Nico.
I wonder if he's got a clue yet of just how bad he's messed up watching the Lakers do everything that they're doing right now without any bigs. You don't even need bigs, apparently, in a lob threat for Luka. He's still just going to get it done.
I can't go anywhere without having a buddy or just casually. I've gotten into some of these sauna conversations. You're at the gym and all of a sudden your phone gets overheated, so now the headphones are no longer a playable option. Okay. So you're just sitting there without headphones. You start striking up conversation. Next thing you know, I do the broadest thing where I lead with my version of being a Super Bowl champion is that I work for the Fan.
There you go.
And so next thing you know, it
gets you going.
Oh my gosh, what about that's the first question. What the hell with the Mavericks? And that's all anybody can really talk about. And there is a wide range of sadness right now, and it's palpable.
It is. Grant Afseth's always doing really good reporting, in-depth reporting on this team. He says a top sports performance expert told him there's both acute and chronic, that short-term and long-term, that can play a role when it comes to did the Mavs overwork Kyrie into an injury. He says you're constantly breaking tissues down. They don't have enough time to repair. Playing that many minutes for nights on end can also negatively impact muscle strength and motor control, both of which are protective as well. I mean, they just can't catch a break right now. No. But to me, it's less about the minutes than the time of the game that it happened, because if you never traded Luka, Kyrie would have been out of the game at that time, and that he would never been in position for that guy to bump him off balance.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that's a huge part of it, and then just the accumulation of minutes. He has played more minutes than any NBA player since the start of the new year.
Yeah.
And that's just been what's had to happen. In order for the Mavericks to win games for the last month, Kyrie, go be the best version of yourself. Right. We need 30-plus out of you. And he feels that. He knows that.
Yes.
So he's going balls to the freaking wall, and it's been great. I mean, it has been a lot of fun watching him not only offensively but defensively, taking on stingy as hell all over the place, creating steals, blocking shots. He understood the assignment. I now have to put the team in the city on my back, and he could only do that for about 4 weeks.
That's right. Bengals are letting Trey Hendrickson seek a trade. The Jags have traded Christian Kirk to the Texans. Jags also cutting two-time Pro Bowl tight end Evan Ingram. Browns restructuring with Deshaun Watson. Mavs expected to pursue Kevin Durant in the offseason per Sam Amico. Hoops. So I don't know what you have to give up to get him.
Surprise.
Well, it better not be as much as what ESPN was alleging in their
absolutely not.
in their fake trade article, where they're giving up basically their entire team, draft picks, Derek Lively. It was an absolute joke. I think it should be very easy to get Kevin Durant at this stage in his career, and it's the worst kept secret in sports right now. Kevin Durant's going to be traded this summer.
They said the first round pick, Derek Lively and PJ Washington. I feel like I would let them have one of those. But at whatever case, we're live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless, Texas, home of the award-winning half-pound burger that's hand-formed from fresh, never-frozen ground chuck. And this is your new favorite neighborhood burger joint, Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. We go to my left, it's Lucius Alexander with the live edition of LA Live.
Hey.
Lucius.
Okay.
Lucius.
Hey, so Eric, you brought up conversations in a sauna.
Yeah.
Man, bro, I'm so nervous about saunas lately. My boy he showed me he's got like a ringworm from the sauna.
Ouch.
He kept getting the ringworm from the sauna. He didn't know where it came from at first, and he finally figured out it was the sauna. He looked in the corners, and it's like not clean over there.
Wow.
And started wiping towels and started seeing how much bacteria was in that joint.
You can't trust every sauna. I will say, if you're at a Lifetime Fitness, those fools are coming in there.
Let's go.
And they're cleaning that thing. You watch. You get there at 9 a.m., that's clean time. And they're like, sorry, but you can't be in here right now. We're going to power wash this bad boy. I can't say about that for every single gym, but I would recommend you got to wear shoes in that thing. Some guys are going barefoot in there.
Yeah.
You got to be better than that.
Yeah. Look at that.
They clean out Pat O'Brien's, too, at 6 a.m. You still see throw-up all over the place.
Pat O'Brien's.
I mean, I'm about to say, they kicked me out in the street one time. They go, hey, you need to get out in the street at 6 a.m., but they took the power hose to that thing. Still, there's people throwing up all over the place in there.
I mean, you never go skin to skin on anything in the sauna. I
Absolutely.
mean, from a feet, maybe you bring a towel in there, you're sitting on it, whatever it is. You don't actually want to touch the
speak for
the
yourself.
wood. Wolchuk's going bare ass cheek on the sauna.
He's filming himself in there.
All right, this is a Thirsty Thursday, ladies' night edition of LA Live, right after the great Rick James. Let's go.
All right, you squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have a tub.
Yeah. Hey, it'll make you dance on everything. Everybody get high.
Hey, this is LA Live for Thursday, March 6, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday here in LA Live. Shout out to all the lady Tolos. Ladies, this is for you listening. I appreciate you. Al, Splash, all that good stuff. Because LA is always for the ladies. Because women's just have better energy. That's why it's called women's. Because you're winning out here.
We'll stand at attention for them.
Yeah. Yeah, always, man.
Well put, Dawson.
And plus, men don't care.
Yeah.
You can tell your guy friend the worst thing that's going on with your life, and he'd be like, man, I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
Are you still talking?
Yeah, you all right? Get you a beer for that, brother. Oh, thanks, man.
You see what the Mets did last night?
You crying over there?
Yeah, no doubt. All right, LA Live is brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. 'Tis the season for that. And G-Bag of the Day. We bring it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there on the timeline, do not be afraid to hit me up. A lot of you people like to send me like memes and stuff like that, which I like it. I can't use it for air, but it kind of bogs down me going through every comment. Whatever, do what you want to do. Hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, and you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Yeah, our winner right here, day one for this cat. He won today. It's comedian Jay Farrow.
Nice job, Jay.
Yeah, Jay Farrow does a lot of voice impersonations and everything. In fact, I met this man at the station on the elevator, and he told me about his aunt that was dealing with some substance abuse issues, a drug that was real popular in the 80s called crack.
Yeah.
He was telling me about how she likes to go in church and confess all her sins every Sunday.
Oh, no. I got an aunt dealing with the same thing.
Really?
Maybe.
Crack is still out here, man. That's crazy, man. Well, hey, shout out to Crack. Jay Farrow, he was on DJ Who Kids podcast.
That crack energy.
Crackhead energy on a Monday.
There you go.
And we're still getting through that crackhead energy on a Thursday right here.
There you go.
I almost woke up and lost my crackhead energy because I said, damn, it's Thursday? Feels like a Friday.
Yeah.
But anyway, here we are. Jay Farrell was asked on Who Kids podcast if he's ever been confronted by a celebrity over these impersonations that he does, and he was.
Do any celebrities ever get mad
Of
at
course
your
they
impressions?
do. Well, one person did get mad. And that was Shannon Sharp. And he said, when you first did me, you know,
Hold on, Ross, I got to explain this. Let's stop it for a second. That crazy laugh you hear in the back is the rapper Exhibit from the Pimp My Ride fame on MTV. I don't know why he's laughing like that, but I wanted you to know that that is Exhibit laughing like that. Start the audio over for me, please, Ross.
Do any celebrities ever get mad
Of
at
course
your
they
impressions?
do. Well, one person did get mad, and that was Shannon Sharp. And he said, when you first did me, you know, I was really offended.
Hey, yo.
I was very offended. Wait a second. Oh, hey, look, hey, man, don't start. When you first impersonated me, I want to get technical with words, vernacular. When you first impersonated me, I didn't feel like you really had locked into the character. I said, do I really sound like that? And I was like, you do sound like that. But then, Jay Farrell, what you did was you did your homework, you went to school, you went to class, and you really started embodying the character because, look, we know you talented. We know you talented, but sometimes when you just half-ass an impression, we can tell because you're so good at it.
Because you're so good at it. Half-ass an impersonation because you're so good at it.
Too damn good.
That was really good right there. Appreciate you,
timing,
Ross.
The stopping.
Yeah.
And
He's really good at it,
yeah,
bro.
yeah, that's next level right there.
Yeah. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a ladies' night. We are at, what is this? What's the name of this place?
Cold beers and
I
cheeseburgers.
want to make sure I say it properly. Because I've been corrected by DJ. We were saying it wrong at one point.
I left off an S.
What do we say, cheeseburgers and cold beer?
Okay.
Yeah.
Relax, Wilchuk.
Flip it.
Relax. I
Cold beers.
could feel the tenseness coming off of you when you said that.
No tense.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm reading wrong.
No, I think that I do that, though.
Yeah?
I think that's not
is what you
intentional
are?
deal.
You're just nasty like
Just
that?
tense as
Just
hell.
a nasty guy.
I'm very nasty.
He's just a nasty guy.
Nasty.
All right, I got a question for the Tolos right here. And that I asked on a Thursday. Getting ready to be dating season because the sun's coming back out. Springtime, you know, those vibes.
Yeah.
What professions are an immediate red flag when it comes to dating? If somebody said, hey, yo, what do you do? Well, I'm a women's shoe salesman. Is that it? I don't know. What professions are an immediate red flag when it comes to dating? I asked this to Tolos that follow me on Facebook, and I got answers like over-the-road truck drivers.
Yes.
You dated one of those brothers?
No, I've seen a lot of these videos. A lot of these
Lot lizards.
Yeah, it's kind of like
what videos do you speak of, Ryan?
Wow.
No, the videos that we follow, those things that
on the OnlyFans.
That we follow.
No. By the way, if you're just joining us here in LA Live, Broadus is grooving.
Yeah, he is.
Broadus is in his bag.
You want some
right
more
now.
garlic fries, Broadus?
No, I just had one.
You're
I
good?
just had one.
So good, huh?
I had one.
Just one?
I just had to taste the one.
Yeah, that's not even Bourbon Street brought us
No.
quite
Yeah.
yet. Not in the off season.
No.
But what were the videos?
No, we see them on TikTok.
Okay.
On
How these
TikTok.
18-wheeler guys are out there?
The gals they're showing up. They're getting their rigs ready. They're filling up, and then they get in the cab and they're driving along, and you're like going, wow, okay.
You said some of them were kind of hot, though, didn't you?
There are some.
Well,
Absolutely.
the guys.
Yeah. Some.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some.
Even the women.
Okay. What professions are immediate red flags when it comes to stewardess? An airline stewardess? Man, what those flight attendants, bro?
Yeah.
I used to know one.
Can't trust them.
You know there's stuff going on.
Cannot trust them.
There's so much partying when they land in these different.
Yeah.
I'm going to San Diego on Thursday. Next thing you know, she's in Greece on Sunday.
Yeah.
And there's parties after this.
No, they
know how to party.
That's a red flag
They
right
encourage
there.
each
Because they don't
other.
really have to have their wits about them. It's not like a pilot who's like, dude, I got to be dialed. I got a flight in the morning. I'm actually flying this thing.
Yeah.
They just got to show up and hand out a couple of drinks and just be alive, smile a little bit. It's not like they have to really, like, oh my gosh, I got a huge work day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, just show up with your attire on and smile, wave, and, hand out
they
a
got to
couple
put
of
up. They got to put up with
beverages.
jerks.
Sure, you
They
have to
gotta
have
put
some
up with some-
patience.
Oh,
But I hear they hook up with pilots.
Yeah, the pilots are in trouble. Like that one Frontier flight we flew coming back from Oxnard, they were goo gaga over whatever the pilot was.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Young new pilot. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Oh wow, I'd be so mad if I see my girl being thirsty over something.
Sometimes the flight attendants, you get on that turbulence flight like we had the other day, they just sit down the whole time.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's like how much of their job is just kind of sitting there, you know?
I don't know. All right, let me get some more. What professions are an immediate red flag when it comes to dating? They said warehouse workers, especially if you work in the third shift.
Okay.
Why warehouse workers get a bad rap out here in the dating world?
What's up with the third shift?
What's the shift? Right. What's the shift where they get on the mic and tell everybody to kiss their ass? What shift is that?
That's swing.
You know that. You know, like,
that's the
and
swing
Billy,
shift.
he can blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? They
when they want to quit
when
or they got fired.
Yeah. What shift is that?
Nah, I love that.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with the warehouse
Neither
workers,
do I.
but they got a bad
Maybe they get
rap.
off early in the morning when there's time for mischief. You know, they have their partner or whatever sleeping.
Yeah.
I think
they're off on a Tuesday and Wednesday.
They
during
go
the week.
right to the bar. Yeah. They go straight to the bar for last shift. Yeah.
Oil field workers showed up on the list. Somebody said, "I'm not dating an oil field worker." After watching Landman, I probably get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Looks dangerous.
Crypto bros ended up on the list.
I can see that.
Anyone in sales is a red flag. Dating someone in sales. Why is that? Because they hang out a lot.
Very social.
Very social.
They're trying to sell you stuff.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense, Stephanie.
They're always schmoozing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we had a client, and we just had to go to night. He just wanted more and more drinks, so I ended up falling asleep, babe.
What about the exotic dancers?
Yeah, the exotic dancers definitely on the list. You got to be built different. You got to be built real different. Have a lot of confidence in yourself.
The family
and know how to detect a lie.
Yeah,
you got to know how to detect a lie.
The family got ticked about that.
What? Yeah.
I dated one of the baby dolls girls. for a little bit.
Okay.
Dad wasn't happy.
Took her to opening day, didn't you?
It wasn't opening day. It was one of the Aaron Judge, the doubleheader we had.
Oh, the historic dong ball.
It was the day game that we went to. Unfortunately, he didn't hit the historic dong. It was the night game. But yeah,
you two took a stripper to a baseball game.
She was a sweetheart.
How many people did she know that walked up to her and hugged her while you standing there?
Nobody. Maybe she played it off well. I don't know, but that didn't happen.
That's always awkward. I tell you what.
Oh, I bet.
What professions are immediate red flags when it comes to dating? Police officers ended up on this list.
I saw that. Yeah. Yeah, I saw somebody put that in the comments.
Police officers,
all right. So
man.
then I
That's
Googled it, and sure enough, they were top 5.
Yeah, that's another TikTok thing.
Saying. Yeah.
I think it's maybe the shortened lifespan.
Oh,
the
God,
stress.
don't do that.
I mean, they do. It's like 10 years less because all the stress.
So
I think it's the hours.
It might be the hours.
It's the hours and the
stress.
schedules. The schedules.
The stress, because you got to decompress, and I might have to dump all my emotions on you at some point because I'm seeing a lot out there. But man, I ran into a cop bar by accident. I was trying to get some pizza.
Yeah.
Dallas PD. Boy, y'all got something in there, bro.
Yeah.
Y'all got something in there, DPD. I'm just saying. I seen BBLs on cops in there. I was like, what is happening in here?
It's
She's got
DPD
blonde
for a
hair.
reason.
She's got blonde hair in the BBL. Wow. Amazing. What professions are immediate red flags when it comes to dating? I'm going to get on out of here pretty soon. AAU basketball coach. Nobody wants to date the AAU basketball coach for some reason. I don't know why. Firefighters on this list. Nurses.
Around all those doctors.
That's another TikTok.
Nurses.
Yeah, weird hours.
Weird hours.
How about athletes?
Yeah, for sure.
I dated a nurse once. She was scandalous.
Bro.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
My wife and I dated a nurse.
Okay.
She was a friend of the family.
It's the scrubs.
She was a trauma nurse, like in the trauma unit type
like
thing.
ice pick in the side of the head.
My gosh. When we get in her car, she's doing 120 on the highway.
Yeah.
I'm like, you've seen so many accidents on your profession, but still, why are you doing this like that?
A lot like the ER nurses, they need that like adrenaline rush.
Is that what that
They
is?
want like just give me something crazy up in here.
Go to a roller coaster, honey.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, ride the Titan, sugar.
Yeah.
Get me out of this.
Yeah. Bartenders on the list. Nobody wants to date bartenders. I get that.
They're out late.
They're out late. They're dealing with drunks. Girls are flirty a lot with the guys are flirting a lot.
Yep.
They're influencers now. Bartenders are influencers.
Oh, are they?
They have their own lane. They're celebrities. It's crazy. Life coaches. Somebody says it's a bad idea to date your boss. If they work for a cell phone company, I guess you weren't at Sprint or something. T-Mobile. I guess
T-Mobile.
You worked
Okay.
there. All
I
right.
got caught up in a T-Mobile situation. That's never
Oh,
one you
was
want to
it
get
bad?
caught up in. It's just less than ideal. You know,
Is she tracking like your numbers that you spent?
love me some T-Mobile though. You know,
Get more.
how about waste management, Lucius?
Damn, that's the garbage man.
Yeah, well, no, I'm waste management.
You know, like in a management position,
Oh,
executives.
I'm talking about like
For waste.
like
Yeah.
Tony
Oh.
Soprano type waste management.
okay.
Like I'm
Okay.
in waste. I'm in
Okay, I
very
get-
vague.
It's a
you
front.
know.
It's a front.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. We're in protection.
Exactly.
We're watch over
Yeah.
you guys.
That might be kind of a fun adventure.
Could be.
Yeah. Exotic dancers on the list. Military. Nobody wants to date the military. I understand why. I've seen guys had whole lives, and then when they get on that ship, they have a whole girlfriend too.
Oh
It's
my
amazing.
gosh.
Yeah.
What about just like consulting? Someone just says, "Oh, I'm in consulting." You know, just
Oh,
one of
that's
those
the gravy
vague-
train right
like
there.
the vague, like they're not really telling you; they're just kind of telling you.
It's drugs.
It could be.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Last one, so I can get on out of here. What professions are an immediate red flag when it comes to dating? GM of the Dallas Mavericks. GM of the Dallas Mavericks.
Thank you, Lucius.
Yep. All right, I'll be black. What is that, Friday?
Yeah.
Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. That's my time. My name is Lucius Alexander, and I will holler.
There he goes. LA Live every night, 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. We're live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. Grand opening celebration. Buy one burger, get one free. Scratch Kitchen. 150 different beers on rotation, 60 HD screens for prime sports action. And I told you there's lunch specials every day, 11 to 3. This is a brilliant food chain. We had some last week in Arizona.
Delicious.
And this is the first Texas location here, Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. And we're back to go around the bases. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
Injured by sprinkler and the Rangers World Series chances. That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Fifth and final hour of the G-Bag Nation live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless, the 19th location overall, first here in the great state of Texas. It's been an incredible afternoon of broadcasting, a fellowship with Tolos, and of watching sports, 60 HD screens for prime sports action, some signature items here at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, mac and cheese, stadium char dogs, big Texas nachos, sliders, fabulous salads. They got it all here at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. And congrats to Euless for getting to host the first one here in the great state. You know what I'm talking about? Well-deserved honor. Here's Wolchuk with a proper round tripper.
All right, I need you guys tomorrow, Tolos. All right, I'm putting another announcement out there. PSA. I need you to show up in Arlington, 9 a.m., the new Dave & Buster's. It's not new, but they're doing a reopening of sorts. They've added some awesome stuff at Dave & Buster's. 360-degree gaming to a 40-foot screen to all-inclusive player suites. It's going to be a blast, so come on out, 9 a.m. tomorrow. Bring the kids, bring the family. I need you. I need
Game
you
it
to
up.
show up.
Game it up with Wolchuk. They're open that early in the morning, huh?
They're opening specifically for me.
Wow.
I put the
Look
call
at
in.
that.
They're
Put
like,
on a
"Let's do
show."
this. Let's do this, because I still got to come and do the show tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we're going to party from like 9 a.m. to noon.
Play some skee ball.
A morning
Yeah, I was
party?
about to say, skee ball. Get good at that.
That's where it's at.
It's all about the lip. When you hit that thing, it's all about hitting that lip at a certain spot.
The elevation?
It's all about the lip. You get to those top ones, those 60s and 70s.
Lucius, what state fair of Texas game are you good at?
The making the star disappear with the gun.
Oh.
Yeah. I outline that boy, then I go to the middle. Yeah.
How much practice did that take?
About $50.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, before we get into the bases, I did see Bobby Wagner has re-signed with the Commanders.
Dang.
So he's sticking around for another year with his guy DQ.
Still a good player.
Yep.
So you got the Eagles spending $15 million a year at linebacker. This is probably, what, 10 or 12 for Wagner?
Yeah, I didn't get the details on what the contract is, but I assume it's probably not a crazy amount. I mean, would you want to bring back Eric Kendricks?
I mean, I'd be open to it.
I would be open to it as well.
Still a super productive
He
player.
did wear down at the end, though.
Yeah, getting hurt.
But he was having to make every single tackle.
I do think this linebacker class is deep enough from a free agent standpoint. Maybe you can get a touch younger, and maybe a guy that fits the Eberflus scheme a touch better. So, but I mean, yes, if you're talking about being desperate a week into free agency and you haven't gotten anybody, then I wouldn't rule it out, because you got, outside of Leofau, what do you got, dude?
Yeah.
There's an age risk. There's also a question like how much value do you lose that it's not a Zimmer defense now?
Right.
You know, so I would like younger and faster, but if Kendricks and a draft pick is what they end up doing, I think I'd be happy with that.
I'll tell you what the thing about it is, people were saying that Bolton is not the same player.
I was seeing that too.
No, were you saying that?
I saw that. No, I was seeing that.
That's what I'm saying. I was seeing that.
Like what happened to him?
Now I have to stop watching college players and watch Kansas City play and just get an idea. I couldn't believe that.
Like he lost a step?
Like he wasn't as good. He's the tweet at me, Chief, you might have seen it too. Like, you guys are remembering him for what he was. He's not that good.
Yeah.
That was and I'm like going, I don't know, man. I've seen him make a bunch of tackles here lately, but
speed was never his game.
I need to sit down and watch him play.
Yeah, you wonder just if the athleticism has dissipated in a way that makes him not as much of a 3-down backer as he was. I still think from like a run fit standpoint, that's a guy who knows what he's doing. But I don't know, like, is he a guy that you're going to overpay for in free agency? It might be that way.
Were you guys ever like kids that played with the sprinklers growing up? Like maybe you didn't have a pool, so
slip and slide.
The sprinklers were the way to
that was
fun
me.
in the summer.
Yeah, here you get a kiddie pool, you get a slip and slide that jumped into the kiddie pool, maybe.
Yeah.
And we would even do like the sprinklers come on. All right, now we're playing. Now we're going to see who's the best bad ball catcher. We've now added some elements to throwing the football around in the yard, and you're kind of diving around. Gets a little muddy, slippery. Who's hanging on to it?
Did you used to tear up yards playing that way?
Yes, yeah. My dad was.
And then everybody gets mad. The parents get mad.
Well, you break the sprinkler head, and I've had that issue at the house where like the sprinkler heads are busting, and then now all of a sudden the water bill's crazy high.
Yeah. Or Dad would get mad because we left the slip and slide out on his yard, and you have this streak of grass.
The grass is
all
dead.
dead.
Oh, my gosh.
It's a no-no.
Man, my dad was so uptight about that, and I decided when I became a dad, we're not going to worry about that much. The most important thing is the fun, not how good your yard looks.
Bring back slip and slide.
Yeah.
The slip and slide's an absolute blast.
Yeah.
So
you got to be taught how to use it if you're young.
Because you can injure yourself.
You can burn your skin.
You need a hill.
If it's not wet enough.
Yeah.
Little Lucius didn't realize that you had to keep it soaking wet all the time. Slid on that thing, said, ski!
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well,
that's worse than a turf burn.
Yes.
Cardinals outfielder Jordan Walker, he's going to be sidelined at least a week because he suffered a minor knee injury. He stepped on a sprinkler head while running down a fly ball during the game a couple days ago in spring training against the Gnats.
That'll hurt.
Oh, Jesus. Home park or away park?
This was an away park. He was at the Gnats spring training park.
No.
So the MRI showed no structural damage to his left knee, but it did show irritation of the knee. But
is that on the park? Because it's supposed to not be. I mean, you know what we're doing on this thing.
You're cutting the grass too short, right?
It's not going all the way down to where it needs to be. It's like a misfunction.
Yeah, the thing is not sitting in the in the silo like it needs to sit.
I mean, I was pretty stunned to see a Major League Baseball player got hurt via sprinkler head, but that's kind of what we're dealing with now. He's just 22 years old. He was supposed to be starting for the Cards, and hopefully this doesn't linger into opening day. You still have some time here.
Man.
It's just
pitcher?
a week. No, he's an outfielder.
I would feel terrible if I was the away park that hurt that guy.
Yes.
Because we've seen those guys, they work hard on those fields.
Oh, my
I mean,
gosh,
they
yeah.
work.
And you'll call them out. You'll watch dog the hell out of them.
I do watch dog the hell out of them. You're right about that.
When it comes to yesterday, we were talking about the Red Sox. And, I mean, the Tolos got really pissed off because Chris Sale's on the Braves.
I was wrong. Gosh, I admit it. I'm sorry.
I didn't want to correct you.
No, you should have. I was thinking. I don't know what I was thinking.
I just kind of let it go.
No, you
and
should
shame
correct
on me.
me.
I should have.
No, I'm
He got
sorry.
his hair done 3 days ago.
He did.
He got some grease in his eye.
And that's exactly why I lost the fight. You know why I had to take that knee.
I'm just telling you, I was wrong about it. That's my fault. I'm sorry.
Well, in the third spring training start for Garrett Crochet, who is the Red Sox ace, and probably
He's from the White Sox.
He
Thank
was
you.
formerly of the White
I can
Sox.
get some of these guys right.
He's probably going to start against the Rangers, I would assume, on opening day with
Sure.
Evaldi starting for Texas, even though they haven't announced Evaldi.
I apologize. I didn't.
But he's
mess
going to
up.
start. He's been awesome. He's been throwing 101 miles per hour. He's been brilliant this spring. This is going to be a problem for the Rangers. And he threw 44 pitches today, included 2 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 7 Ks. So the Rangers might have their work cut out for them against Garrett Crochet if he, carries this over. We've been told, hey, it's just spring training. if a guy's throwing this well in
working on
spring
things.
training, it might not matter. He might just suck, right? He might carry this in to the regular season and be absolutely god-awful. That's got to be our hope here. But he's looking really damn good right now.
Yeah, it's tough because you never want to get into a conversation asking tough questions about a spring training performance with anybody because at any moment they can just tell you it doesn't matter. But then you hear that, with young players and players like that are on the border of making it or not, they're super ticked off, right? And everybody watching is ticked off if they're not taking the instructions. So for me, it's like spring training baseball is a master class in misinformation, right? Because obviously there's a lot of stuff on the line, and they're trying to get people out. They're trying to get hits. Otherwise, what do you need this process for to whittle down who your players are?
For, right?
Yeah. So I don't know. I've gotten to the point now where I'm just paralyzed by, their lack of information or lack of forthrightness. So they just, they want to give non-answers to questions and, let things play out. That's fine. I'll sit here and, root for my guys.
Well, our guys are the Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful deal that Josh Young apparently put together. We saw this last week. I know KNC talked about this earlier. But it was a blue blanket that everybody from the club signed to give to Jake Berger and his daughter. It was for his daughter Penelope.
Yeah.
Who had to have the open heart surgery. She also has Down syndrome as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when we got to visit with Jake Berger, it was probably one of the best moments I've ever had there at spring training. He's such a great dude. But, now having a daughter, I have a different perspective of it. So hearing him and his family struggles, it's like, gosh dang it, dude. I can't, I know I had to be in the NICU for the first 2 months of Eliza, but I can't imagine my daughter having open heart surgery at 4 months old and what they've gone through. And then he flies back right after the successful surgery and boom, hits a home run ball. He's been incredible. But I thought this was really cool, and it showed just how close this Rangers clubhouse is with Josh Young and everybody else. Everybody went up, signed this, and it shows the culture and the tight-knit group that Chris Young has really put together.
Yeah.
And that's was a catalyst for them to win the World Series in 2023.
Absolutely was.
Last year, obviously, the injuries took a big toll on them. But this year, even with some new pieces, with a Jock Peterson, with clearly a Jake Berger, Kyle Higashioka, this clubhouse is still absolutely A1. And I thought that was... Yeah, 100%. And I thought that was a beautiful moment. Now, Penelope's got that blanket that's hanging in her crib. There was a picture from Evan Grant.
Oh, that's cool.
In the morning news. It was really, really neat,
cool.
dude.
I wondered when they won the World Series and then let Austin Hedges go, and the whole story of how that brought morale about, and they kind of rode that energy in post games to more and more greatness. And then they let Andrew Heaney go, right? Two of the I don't know, like the glue guys in the clubhouse or whatever you'd want to call them. But after our conversation with Chris Young last week in Surprise, it's just obvious that he knows how to identify those kind of guys, and he'll just bring in new great culture guys. He's already done it.
No doubt. And that's why the Rangers are among the World Series favorites this year. MLB.com drafted their World Series favorites. If you're going from 1 to 10, the Rangers are in the top 10 of the World Series favorites, but where do you think that MLB.com would have them? Number 1 is the reigning champion Dodgers. So the Rangers are not number 1. But after the Dodgers, where do you think they would come in?
6.
Probably
good guess.
8.
I'm going to say 4th.
4?
Give me number 5.
Number 5, Aaron Chiafalo, baseball guy of the day.
Hello.
Rangers come in as the 5th spot for the World Series favorite draft, and the writer of this said, I know. I kind of can't believe I did this either. First off, I don't care about last year's record. I'm looking at a 2025 version that's added Jock Peterson and Jake Berger to the lineup, and also had a Wyatt Langford looking for all the world like he figured something out in September. Won the AL Rookie of the Month and the AL Player of the Month. Should have a lot more. Kumar Rocker possibly in the rotation. Oh, and Jacob deGrom is back and healthy. And while I know as well as you do how little you should rely upon him to stay healthy for the entire season, the healthy version of deGrom is the most dominant pitcher in the game on a per-batter basis. He said, sure, I don't fully trust the bullpen. I don't have a great deal of confidence in Adolis Garcia to rebound. There you go, Gavin. But I don't really trust the Astros or Mariners either. AL's wide open. Rangers have a great chance to win this thing.
Need Doley or Carter to have a good season.
Yeah.
Not both, but we're going to have faith in this bullpen based on what we're seeing with the youngster Emiliano Teodo.
I like what you're saying there. I'm making a prediction, not a prediction, a promise right now to you, Wolchuk. Rangers go to World Series, Game 1 in L.A. We're going. We're going.
All right.
That's my promise.
I'll hold you to that.
We're going if the Rangers wherever they open or wherever they open the World Series, we're going if they're in it.
Because you have 4 NL teams.
I tell you what, boy, when you buzzing, you can make some plans.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make up.
All of a sudden, everything sounds possible.
Yeah, I'm trying to make up.
I'm taking you, kid.
On me.
I'm trying to make up for like the mess up that we had, that I had.
I don't remember that mess up. Do you?
It's like a step.
Can you recap it for us?
No, let's not. Please, let's not. 4 National League teams are ahead of the Rangers. Rangers are the top AL team to be World Series favorites. You have the Mets, which is laughable. Even though I guess they did make the NLCS, maybe I shouldn't poke as much fun on them as I do. The Phillies, the Braves,
the Mets
and the
are
Dodgers. Good. Yeah, they were good at the end of last year. It was pretty amazing the season.
Came
they
on
had.
strong, didn't they? After a start as bad as the Rangers, next thing you know, they were strutting.
But it's looking good for us because the Yankees are already getting hurt before the season even starts. DJ LeMahieu's got a calf strain. I think the Yankees are going to regress big time. I don't believe in the Mariners. You've got Justin Turner who's talking belief about them. Like, what the hell are we doing? Why didn't we add another bat that's serviceable? This is the Rangers' year, baby. Let's stay healthy. Let's go get another pennant.
All right, and let's have you join us here. We got another 40 minutes to go with cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless. It's the grand opening celebration. They had a ribbon cutting earlier. There were TV crews here. And they'd like to remind you that every Wednesday is Pimp Your Burger Wednesday. Get the Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers app, and you can follow them on Twitter as well, and you'll be all the wiser about some of the best burgers you'll ever have. What'd you think of that PB&J burger, bro?
Dude, that was awesome. I'm glad that you guys recommended it in a way that had me excited to try it. I did it, and it hit all the right notes. Is the peanut butter on there?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if they were going to go with a crunchy or a creamy.
It's the jelly, man.
They go creamy on that. The jelly has a little kick to it. I mean, it was beautiful, and you pair it with the best garlic fries in the business.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that was special.
And how many burgers have you had today?
I just did the one.
Just the one.
Nobody
Okay.
brought me a buy one, get one free burger. So I've just been sitting here chilling hard.
We got to fix this, Come buy one, get one free. And if you can eat 2 yourself, or you can just give it to Chief. Let's see how many he can put down here in the last 40 minutes of the show. We do have a sports hodgepodge coming up, though, Eric. What's on tap?
Fellas, among other things, the world we grew up in doesn't exist anymore.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Welcome, John, our new admin lead.
Thanks.
You've got your laptop, all your admin apps. Oh, and you'll be in charge of ordering food for the team. So here's your drawer full of menus.
Whoa.
You'll keep your receipts in this file folder. Whoops! Receipt confetti.
Oh, dear.
Oh, and all these sticky notes have everyone's dietary preferences.
Have you tried EasyCater? Online ordering from great restaurants, tools to save time and stay on budget, digital receipts in one place.
We're gonna need a bigger recycling bin.
EasyCater, the smarter, simpler way to order food for your workplace. Order now at easycater.com.
Welcome to AT&T. How can I help?
Hey, I thought I could trust my twins with my phone, but, they outnumber me, man.
Whoa, that's a lot of glitter paint.
Let's trade lives?
At AT&T, everyone can trade in an old or glittered iPhone any year, any condition, and save on a new iPhone. Ask how to get iPhone 16 Pro on us. New and existing customers. Savings vary by device and trade-in combinations. Restrictions apply. See att.com/iPhone for details. AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
Save on hearty entrees at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off no antibiotics ever air-chilled boneless skinless chicken breast with Prime through March 11th. Add your protein to a Mediterranean-inspired bowl for a flavor-packed meal. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson for Window Nation. You need relief from the high heating costs this winter, and Window Nation can help. Their affordable, high-quality, energy-efficient windows will keep your heat inside, lower your monthly utility bills, and keep your home comfortable year-round. Right now, get 2 windows free for every 2 you buy, plus 0 down, no payments or interest for 2 years. Hurry, offer ends soon, so schedule your fast free estimate now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Some say they can't do what we do, and they're right, because there's no sitting back with us. You deserve boots on the ground. The only DFW radio station covering spring training in Arizona and the NFL Combine in Indianapolis, and we did it at the same time. Turn it on, leave it on, listeners know where it's at, and that's right here on The Fan.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your home's furnace is not working, call the On Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service charge is free. Book your appointment now at theontimeexperts.com. That's theontimeexperts.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Mostly cloudy this evening, chilly overnight in the mid-50s.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box's new crispy boneless wings have so much more crunch than the competition, you won't be able to think about soggy nugs again.
And we're back. Cold beers and cheeseburgers here in Euless. It's a Scratch Kitchen. You know, I know you probably haven't heard much about this till we started talking about them, but this Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers has been an amazing place in Arizona for a long time, and now they brought the first location to Texas. And we're excited to be here because they're our friends, and we're passionate about how good their cheeseburgers are, and their cold beers are amazing as well. You can follow them on Twitter at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. And it's your new neighborhood burger joint, basically. It's what you're looking at right here. It's time for Eric Chiafalo's Sports Hodgepodge segment. Is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Franklin Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's the Chief. hodgepodge.
When I say Austin Hedges, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Ashless chaps.
Boom.
What's the number on Hedges' ass?
There you go.
Standing at a urinal with him and Jankowski, just laughing my ass off.
Parade day.
During a parade day. Yeah.
That was a special moment.
Us three were gone. All three of us gone. Yeah.
As you should be in a time like that.
Yeah.
Now, did you guys know about the ostrich egg involving Austin Hedges and your World Series champion 2023 Texas Rangers?
No. They must have kept that one for themselves.
Yes, they did. Until now. It has been unveiled. Now, you guys will remember the Man Campbell ball sack quote that I tested you guys on, footballer ball sack, about, I guess it's been a year and a half or so.
Yeah.
And the quote reads, this is from Man Campbell: "I start the day with 11 raw ostrich eggs. The ostrich is a living velociraptor, and my body runs better with prehistoric alpha predator protein. That's just science. Then I knock out a quick workout, all glamour muscles. This isn't for function, this is for intimidation. When my biceps are blazing and my body is hopped up on dino protein, I make sweet love to Mrs. Campbell with a photo of the opposing team's coach taped on the bed stand and Steven Seagal movies playing on full blast. My theory behind that is, if I can finish while looking at you, I can beat you. Again, science." Now, that's the ball sack quote from Man Campbell. Well, apparently Austin Hedges took that quote to heart, and he decided that after seeing the fake Man Campbell quote, he adopted a real ostrich egg, and he would carry it around with him as a symbol. This is preceding the postseason run that the Rangers went on. Okay. And when the Rangers lost their first 2 games of their final series versus Seattle, which we were all thinking, oh my gosh, this is sort of the end here, Hedges sacrificed the egg that he had named Oscar for the greater good, he said.
Wow.
In ceremonious fashion, Hedges gathered the Rangers hitters to watch as he destroyed the egg with a mallet while wearing a black robe and music from The Dark Knight played. I knew Walchuk would really appreciate that.
I do. You know that's my favorite movie.
That is.
How did we ever let him go?
That is what he did.
Cleveland wanted him more.
Yeah.
They did. They valued him.
That's the ultimate clubhouse glue guy.
Yeah, Cleveland wanted him more.
Did Ray make the decision to let him go? I don't care if the guy hits 170. I'd rather have him than Higashioka right now.
As he's going like 3 for 3 every day.
He had 2 Jimmy Jacks.
Yeah.
We were at Surprise last week.
Okay,
I didn't even believe that one. But I do value Hedgie.
Who doesn't at this point? And we knew about the number on his rear end bit that was really a sort of a rallying cry. You had the number on the cheeks. You had the Creed anthem. And then apparently preceding all of that, you had the ostrich egg.
And then they went and won that Saturday game.
Exactly.
The only game of the series they won.
Like that's
what did it.
That was the launching pad moment, the sacrificial ostrich egg, name Oscar.
Yeah.
And
R.I.P. Oscar.
And that's what propelled the Rangers on their historic postseason run that culminated in a World Series
Never to
championship.
lose on the road.
Dan Campbell ostrich egg energy.
It all began with a Man Campbell ball sack.
Thank you, Dan.
That sent us into the championship stratosphere. I cannot believe that this was buried for as long as it was, and it is now seeing the light of day. It adds to the mythology surrounding Austin Hedges. And yes, I think come trade deadline time, if there is some type of clubhouse chemistry void, that's a no-brainer snap of the fingers trade that CY needs to be able to pull off.
And we need some sort of like claw and antlers campaign around.
Man, I love the claw and the antlers.
You know, I don't know how, you know, the maybe just the ostrich T-shirt, but spelled A-U-S-T, Rich.
Ooh,
you know?
Yes.
Maybe that's just his nickname, the ostrich.
Yeah. I'm in on it. I think all of it plays, and I just wish I had known this yesterday.
I mean, clearly they're the master of bits. I'm just spitballing here. I'm sure they'll craft it into something very inspiring.
No, but you are like you're the idea man right now.
Yeah,
and they could take it and run with it in a big way. I love the story, and I wish we had known in real time. Or shortly thereafter.
We could have celebrated it.
We definitely could have celebrated it, and I want to make sure that we do now. Just a very special human being, Austin Hedges, a champion.
Could we maybe get an actual ostrich egg and eat it, like on the anniversary?
They're like $40 a piece. I've been looking at ostrich stuff since you've been talking.
They're $40
a piece. Ostrich meat is considered
they are
red
big.
meat.
Yeah.
Red meat?
Red meat ostrich.
Yeah.
Chiefs in.
Very nutrient dense.
You love a good red meat.
I mean, how do you see the size of this thing?
They're huge.
Are they huge?
Yeah.
6
We'll make
inches
it-
usually
It's
on
like
average.
6 yolks in a thing.
6 to 9
We'll
inches
make
on
it-
average.
We'll make a big old omelet out of it, put some brisket in there from Hurtado.
Yes.
We don't have to put any brisket. It's already red meat.
Yeah, I guess that's
So
true.
the egg is red meat?
That's what it says. Ostrich is, I guess.
Yeah, my wife says anytime
What does it turn into red meat at one point?
Protein.
You gotta do it.
Man, that'll probably make you jacked.
It would. Yeah. Can you imagine being on an ostrich egg diet? $40 a pop, though. That's no joke. But I would be down. I do think, as a show, we should figure out the anniversary, whatever that day was. Hopefully, the Rangers are well on their way to a postseason run once again, late September, and we can go ahead and start the process for championship number 2. So, thought that was special. I'm glad you guys agree.
It would only be fitting.
Walchuk, there's something special happening tomorrow morning in Arlington, and I would just like to remind the people.
I would like you to remind them for me. Have you been listening to the teases?
Dave and Buster's.
He's begging.
There we go.
9 a.m.
9
with
a.m.
the Woolly Bully
In Arlington.
Arlington Highlands.
Let's
This
go.
is a revamped and renewed Dave and Buster's for the ages. A Friday morning party with the Woolly Bully and 105.3 The Fan. Dave and Buster's, you know them, you love them, and that's how you start your weekend.
I need you. I need you. Pull up for the grand opening festivities tomorrow, 9 a.m. Experience the fun firsthand only at Dave & Buster's Arlington.
If you have a heavy machinery job, you probably just want to call in sick and go party with the Woolly Bully. If you're in sales or something, you could probably catch a nice buzz, go close some deals, have a little liquid lunch.
I would also not expect a email from me tomorrow. I won't be doing any show prep.
Good to know.
Just to let you know right now.
A prep-free
Sounds
Friday
good.
in the G-Bag Nation.
Let's go. Live it up.
I'll try and handle my usual responsibilities, but I won't be emailing you.
Flying by the seat of our pants tomorrow.
It will be on the fly.
A chuck wagon.
Some dude on the fan tag said he lost 80 pounds by eating ostrich egg diet.
80 pounds?
You calling cap or what?
No, I buy that.
Believe him? In this market, you're buying ostrich eggs?
I mean, it's possible.
Chicken eggs are going crazy.
If that's
Imagine
all
what
he
ostrich eggs
ate,
are doing.
it's possible.
Yeah, if that's all he ate, you're right, Walchuk. I think that's something that, I mean, because $40, you said it's roughly 6 eggs, like
It's
6
yolks.
We love 6 yolks.
Salute to you, sir. Thank you.
But, I mean, still my goodness, dude, think about it, $40 for 6 eggs, basically. That's a tough pill to swallow. And if you're trying to make multiple meals out of it
I don't know.
every
That might
day,
be cheap compared to what the price of a dozen eggs costs nowadays.
That's what I'm saying. This market right here, bro. What?
It is crazy. Speaking of crazy, did you guys talk about the?
No, we didn't.
The
Crazy.
scat. Did you guys talk about the scat dog yesterday?
We did. We went down the scat
Okay,
dog
very
rabbit
good.
hole.
Just wanted to make sure we all agree that's one of the more disgusting things that's ever been created at a concession stand.
Dawson was kinda
unnecessary.
into it. He was kind of tickled. He thought if you just put the dog through maybe 2 donuts through the hole, it would work.
I think Brian and I both agreed that we need some kind of a premium dog.
Yeah.
Right?
Like a broad or like a
broad
Nathan's?
or
Yeah, I'm not going
Earl
for a red. I'm
Campbell's
not
Hot
going for
Link.
red hot.
Bare minimum, the Earl Campbell Hot Link.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the floor of the quality of the sausage that you want to do here.
Lucius gave us the visual on it, though. We started cracking up.
Yeah, you painted that picture. That looks ridiculous, and it's obviously coming from the what is that?
2 donuts and a hot dog.
Yeah. That's a bet payoff. I don't know who's going to actually buy that in good conscience and feel like that's going to be a good decision.
I might purchase the ostrich egg, though.
Yeah?
I might do that.
Well, we're definitely going to purchase it because
Well,
we're going to
find
do it
out
as a
the
show.
date. Give us
We're
the date.
we have to go
We'll
to
do
some
that.
sort of a wet market here for this, or what do we do for an ostrich?
I think
egg?
we could go to an exotic game store and get
What
one.
do we do?
What do we do?
Get a
I'll figure it
pangolin.
out. I got connections.
An exotic game store connection?
Yeah.
All
I feel
right.
like they sell exotic meats and stuff like that. Probably could get an ostrich egg.
Hey, dude, whatever it takes. If you're the man
We'll
for the
black
job.
market this thing if we have to.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, I look forward to that. That's going to be a lot of fun.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, dude. I mean, that sounds fantastic, especially if it's going to be a championship galvanizer
I
for
don't
the
want
Rangers.
a black market ostrich. I want a real life ostrich. I don't want some dude to be like, yeah, this is the ostrich it came from. It's like a 2.5-foot ostrich.
Oh, no, we're talking about the egg, all right?
I want a real ostrich.
Thoroughbred.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Top
Papers on it.
Certified
I'll get you some
dealers.
boots. I'll get you some boots.
Yeah,
Ostrich
good stuff.
boots. Those things are expensive.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was at the Fort Worth Zoo yesterday with my girls. The ostrich is, I mean, that's a big damn bird.
It's huge, bro.
I mean, my goodness gracious.
Apparently they run really fast.
What was I just watching the other day? There was a scene where they were describing what an ostrich will do to you,
In terms of violence?
Yeah. I think they'll peck your eyes out.
I was going to say, the beak on that thing felt extremely dangerous, and then the neck being as long as it is, like the reach on it.
Yeah.
And then if it once it gets big on you and open up the wings, you're like, I'm dealing with like
the
a
forearm
pterodactyl.
shiver. We've already talked
I think
about
it's got
that.
like a dagger on its foot, though. If it stomps you, you're in real trouble, bleeding out.
I think you're better. I think you're worse off fighting a giraffe than an ostrich.
Probably.
I think the giraffe kick could be devastating.
But I don't think the giraffe is as aggressive to humans.
I think I don't know. I saw a lion kind of sneak up on a giraffe, and that thing kicked it.
Yeah.
And that thing went spinning around, and I think it died over there on the side.
Is that like a hind kick or like a round? Is that like a round?
He got kicked in the head,
like a horse
and
kick, but
it looked like
tougher.
Tua over there, kind of like hanging out. I mean, it wasn't good.
Bye bye.
Yeah.
Speaking of Tua, when I think of Tua, I can't help but think of CTE, and I'm sorry about that. But
What?
when
He
I think
doesn't
of,
have
and then when
that.
I
Why
think
would
of,
you even bring that up?
when I think of CTE, I
What
think
a
about
D
Antonio
move.
Brown.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Antonio Brown
yeah.
has posted a photo today. He was in the Joe Rogan podcast studio. I believe we're getting a Joe Rogan
podcast by night all day.
All day.
I think we're getting Joe Rogan and Antonio Brown with microphones in front of their mouths, and they're going to be discussing things.
I don't think Joe releases this podcast.
The clips that are going to come from that
He's
are
just
gonna
doing
be
it for fun.
insane.
Did you see this video the other day? This guy climbing a wall.
Jamie, put it on.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Look at this guy climbing a wall. I've never seen a guy climb a wall like that in my life. You think he's special services? I don't know, man. That's weird. A guy climbing a wall.
Half human, half spider monkey.
This guy's a freak.
Throw an Alpha Brain commercial
You see
in
the
there,
video?
got it.
That video. They posted this video the other day. This guy climbing a wall. It's amazing. Can't believe this guy.
I didn't know Broadus was a Joe Rogan experience man.
Effing amazing what this guy
he
does.
loves it.
Okay, so I did want to say something about the zoo, though. I do think that this day
Was
and
it a
age,
beating?
No, it was a great time.
Well,
it was actually
probably
beautiful.
wasn't super hot.
It was
Yeah.
beautiful
It was a great
yesterday.
time to go.
Love the zoo.
Wednesday, half off
Do you
day.
feel sorry for the animals a little bit, though?
Absolutely not.
I do. I do.
100%.
I feel so sorry for the animals that live in here. Yes.
Except for like fish and the reptiles, because other than that, you'd be dead out there.
Yeah.
But you other
If you're
fools-
at the San Diego Zoo,
Fair.
I feel better for you. You're in a good climate.
spot.
Sure,
Yeah.
that's fair. I mean, the different climates, I think, are
Yeah.
a struggle at certain parts of the year for
St.
certain
Louis
animals.
Zoo, bad.
But these animals looked like they were living the high life. All of them. Just, I mean, as lazy as you could ever imagine.
All of
They're
them.
all just sprawled out with their feet up in the air. It doesn't matter. Lion, tiger, hyenas, you name it. They're just relaxing, and they don't have to hunt for their food anymore. You know, like and they have plenty of space, too, which is a bummer
They got
because
medical treatment.
sometimes they're so far in the back of whatever their little exhibit is because they have
Yeah.
so much space to work with
Yeah.
that you don't get quite the
You
same
don't
viewing
see 'em.
experience.
Right,
I still
But
feel bad for
they're,
them.
I mean, the cheetahs, the leopards, they're all just laying out, chilling,
Those
just
leopards.
having a great day. So I found myself a little bit envious of the animals, actually. But I do, and my youngest daughter, the whole time, no matter what animal we saw, it was all about the elephants. And it was just, where's the elephants? Elephants, where's the elephants? We finally saw the elephants. It was great. But I think the shine is worn off of today's day and age kid because, like, I can throw up the 4K animals on YouTube, and they're watching an African safari or a deep sea experience, and they're getting it like, I mean, you're like, we used to just, you have to flip through books and look at pictures of the tiger. You're not really.
Encyclopedia Britannica, we had to get them joints, and it's the same photos over and over again. And sometimes you get lucky, and your class goes to the library, and you can pick out another book on animals, and
Same picture. That's
got
all
a
you
week.
get.
You guys never had
Still
National
shots.
Geographic, did you?
Of course we did.
Of course.
Yeah, we did, and we
I mean,
did.
how young do you think we are?
But that
Okay.
the flipping the pages in the book and seeing a tiger, and then you go to the zoo and you see it for real. That, I mean, the difference in experience
absolutely
is unbelievable. Now I'm like, I don't know if my girls are really appreciating this the same way I did. So just an observation.
Yeah.
But also the world we grew
Your
up in.
kids were thinking about killing them.
They were like, Daddy, can we go home?
Wow. Okay.
Dad, look, it's an antelope. I wonder if I could take it down from here.
Do we need to put it down, Daddy?
Daddy, can we feed the lions with raccoons? Where's the raccoons that we can feed to the lions, Daddy? No, but the other edition of the world we grew up in doesn't exist anymore. There is now at least one, and probably more, McDonald's this is in Franklin, Tennessee. Their play place for children is now quite simply 2 screens and 2 chairs. No. It's not slides. It's not the usual PlayStation. It's not a ball pit.
Oh, come on.
I mean, sickness. I think it's just the laziness factor. I think kids are more excited to walk into a McDonald's and see there's sort of like an iPad experience over a climb and jump around the ball pit.
The Mayor McCheese tower.
I used to love the ball pit. I know that I guess it's a cesspool for disease, but
you
it was a blast.
You said a kid went number 2 up in the thing, right? Didn't you one time?
On top of a slide, yeah, Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A.
On top of the slide?
Yeah, he climbed on top of the on the very, very top, like that you could get in our play area. Took a fat ass.
Did kids slide in the poo slide after that?
Well, it was on top of it. So
you mean literally on top?
Yeah, and do you think I cleaned it?
It's like an upper decker.
Management man had to walk in there and go, okay, we're closing down the area.
I assessed the situation. I said, okay, nobody else is playing in here, and then I had our janitor go clean the poop.
I need to know how you found out. Did the parents come and tell you, hey, we had an accident?
It's a great question.
Or was there kids with some stuff on
There was a parent that came and told me about it.
What a good guy.
This
now, they
parent
didn't
walks
say
up,
it was
this
their
kid's
kid, though.
He's got a smear mark on the side of his shirt. How'd you figure it out?
It was bad.
Oh, what happened, man?
It was not good.
Shut down the restaurant for a little bit.
We shut down the play area. That's
My
for
kid.
Caution tape on the slide.
Yeah.
Ma'am, how can I help you?
My pleasure, man.
She just spins him around. He's got this skid mark.
Definitely wasn't my kid. We're going to get out of here, though.
That kid's a jerk.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Ruined it for all the other kids.
We're live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers grand opening in Euless. It's a playground for adults. It really is. And the entire family. Seeing some babies around here. They had a TV set out here doing the grand opening ribbon cutting and all that. And we'd like to tell you they have happy hour every afternoon, 3 to 6, and lunch specials every day from 11 to 3. This is your new neighborhood burger joint. Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. And we're back to Crosstalk with the Fan After Dark. See what Fred and Blake have cooking here for you in the nation.
But I got to talk to you about Prize Picks. Okay, Prize Picks, best way to get action on sports in more than 30 states, including the great state of Texas. To create a lineup, all you got to do is pick more.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
At Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. It's been fun, buddy.
Yeah, man.
We should do this more often.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right on. And we're now getting set for the Fan After Dark with Fred and Blake as they join us now to tell us about what's coming up on the show. Gentlemen, good evening. How you doing?
Good evening. Holas, amigos, and amigas to everyone listening on our radio waves. And y'all having a good time out there? Any cheeseburgers house down? What's our favorite cheeseburger? What's the update right now at almost 7 o'clock?
I think their peanut butter and jelly cheeseburger is outstanding. It comes with bacon. Chief just housed one about 30 or 45 minutes ago. He can testify to it. Wolchuk can as well. But all these burgers are amazing.
I had the buffalo chicken egg rolls early when I got here. They were amazing to the point where I'm going to order me some on the way home.
Isn't it interesting how Chief was out for 2 days and the day he comes back, it's when we're on a remote eating food?
Oh yeah,
That's a good plan.
No one's taking
removed though.
No one's taking a day off on Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers Day, Blake. That's job 101.
Yes, sir.
What's your guys' ideal cheeseburger?
Okay, I'm probably more basic. Me and you, Gavin, are probably on a similar wavelength. Meat, cheese, of course, crispy bacon. I don't think you're an onion guy. Give me grilled onions and maybe some barbecue sauce as well. No lettuce. I mean, lettuce is cool. No tomatoes, no mayonnaise, no mustard. None of that. None of the nasty stuff on there. But I can do some lettuce though.
And ma'am, here's your son's Happy Meal.
Exactly. Do you want a toy or do you want some applesauce?
Are you a male or a female?
So,
trying to get the kids discount.
I like enjoying my food. You know, other people try to put you down.
I don't need the house salad on my cheeseburger.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm a man. I'm a carnivore.
Okay.
Carnivore.
That's right.
You're on the toilet straining with that vein coming out your forehead.
Fred,
got to chase it with some fiber thins.
What's your ideal burger, Fred?
I mean, look, a barbecue bacon cheeseburger with maybe an onion ring on it.
Take it to the crib. Take it to the house.
Onion ring over mac and cheese on it on the burger?
I don't want mac and cheese on my hamburger.
That's where you messed up.
But barbecue sauce, though, that one throws me off a little bit.
Really?
It does.
I put barbecue sauce on everything. So
I prefer ketchup.
Sweet baby Ray's on a burger is amazing.
Can't go wrong
what's your
with
favorite beer?
My favorite's Dos Equis.
There you go. About time you grew up.
You getting into the craft beer scene, Fred?
Well, when I did drink, I was more of a Miller Lite and Lime guy, but I drank to intoxication, so we really weren't in the business of seeing what it tasted like.
Miller Lite with a lime?
Come on.
Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Really? Come on now.
Kind of a summertime thing.
It's old school right there.
Yeah.
Do you think Nico Harrison can avoid trading everybody not named Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis for Kevin Durant?
I don't know if Nico Harrison can afford to do anything at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if he traded the Mavs first-round pick this year for Kevin Durant. And at this point, I kind of want him to just to solidify that this is the worst trade ever. And there's no pushback because the team's already going to be bad for the next decade. I don't know how that's going to be switched unless they somehow miraculously move up to number 1 and Cooper Flagg is the second coming of Luka. That'd be nice. But no, I could see him definitely. The Kevin Durant stuff has already been linked to the Dallas Mavericks. We know that Kyrie and him have a history. I wouldn't be surprised if they get it done and trade all the other assets we have.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most likely
And then you're just the Suns.
Yep.
Yeah. All righty, guys. Well, what's coming up on the show tonight?
Another jam-packed show. So this is kind of like our Friday edition of the show because we're only on for 30 minutes. I'm not even doing the show tomorrow. It's going to be Eric, and he's going to stick around with our guy, Mr. Elliott, over here. But we got Vach Lombardi coming on, talking all things NFL. It's going to be a very draft-heavy show today. Vach Lombardi coming on at 7:20. Corey Chavis from Draft Nasty. He's coming on at either 8 or 8:20. We're just waiting to find out from him. And then we'll do a little extra credit. Blake Elliott style, and then top 5, some sort of birthday type deal, and then we'll get the hell out of here.
Well, have a great night, gentlemen.
Thank you, gents.
Here they come, Fred and Blake, the fastest growing evening sports show in America. Thanks to Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers here in Euless, Texas for having us out. This is quite a burger spot, your neighborhood burger joint, and they have all sorts of greatness happening, including buy one, get one free for the rest of the night. Buy one entree, get another 50% off all month long. Lunch specials, 11 to 3 every day. Thanks to Lucius Alexander, who joined us on remote.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I was just going to say I was using my old lady's laptop today, so I got to make sure I sign out on all my social media accounts. Thanks for having me.
You bet, man. Yeah, that was great. Thanks to Ross Lebinsky back there in the Pimp Cup today. Went 5 flawless, I believe.
Nice
Did a hell of a job. Thanks to Broadus and Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Until tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation. Addies.
It's Afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class
This is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in, DFW. Glad to have you on board on a thick Thursday. Yes, that's right. It is it's kind of like a pseudo Friday show here on Fan After Dark. We're only going to be on 30 minutes tomorrow night as we get you ready for Rangers baseball. Pregame starts at 7:30 tomorrow night, so definitely tune in. Of course, all the regular shows, RJ, Sean, mornings, midday K&C, G-Bag, 2 to 7, and then you'll have my man Blake Elliott from 7 to 7:25. And then you will have your Rangers baseball tomorrow night. Jared Sandler and the crew tipping things off at 7:30, so make sure you guys are ready for that tomorrow. But it's a thick Thursday. We got you till 11 o'clock tonight. We've got a jam-packed show, as always, tonight. Yes, that's right. A very heavy draft show tonight. We got our guy Vach Lombardi. That's going to go down at 7:20, so we'll kick off talking some NFL draft with him. And then, of course, our guy, friend of the program, Mr. Corey Chavis, an 11-year NFL veteran. He's going to join us later on in the program as well. And then, of course, we got our guy Alex Salas 2.0. Alec 2.0 behind the glass, working the 1, 2s, and 3s. And then that gentleman to my right is none other than the phenom himself, Mr. Blake Elliott.
Hi to all the people out there that are maybe having a bad day. Well, it's changing right now. Your day is going to get turned around.
Bro. It's vibes.
The vibes are going to be heavy. The knowledge is going to be immense, and the friendship is everlasting.
Just felt like I was like some sort of like PSA for reading Rainbow or something. The way you just dropped that all.
They call me Fortune Cookie Blake.
Neat little. Little bow.
I think the person that called me Fortune Cookie Blake was that Alec 2.0 that said that? Or was it someone else? Someone called me a Fortune
definitely
Cookie.
did not call you Fortune Cookie Blake.
So you don't think I'm a Fortune Cookie? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I never said that.
Oh, okay, I see what you're doing. Okay.
Might have been Ross Lubinsky,
maybe,
possibly.
Definitely wasn't New Guy Jake.
New Guy Jake's not.
So that leaves Ross or Khaki Kev.
Did Khaki Kev say?
Definitely wasn't Khaki Kev. I don't get the sense that it was Khaki Kev or New Guy Jake.
So
I get Ross Lubinsky vibes.
Yeah. Going back to Alec 2.0, I think he's lying.
I did not call you that. I did not call you Fortune Cookie Blake.
And he seems so sure of himself. Ross just walked in. Did he call him Cookie Monster Blake?
Cookie Monster.
Or was it Fortune Cookie Blake? He doesn't remember.
Ross says no.
It wasn't him either.
It was not.
It was nobody. I made it up in my own head, I guess.
Now,
could it have been Trevor?
No. It was somebody on the board that said it mid-segment. Either way, who do we got in the Pimp Cup today?
I mean, it's me.
I already introduced him once, but if you want to go ahead and ask him after,
Fred already introduced me.
You are talking to him, so if you want to go ahead and have him, announce himself, that's A-okay too.
Introduce yourself to the fans.
What is up, Tolos? It is Alec 2.0, doing the thing back here with my boys. And,
almost as good as your boy Ross Lubinsky, whose introduction during G-Bag was Prime Radio. Well, how's everybody doing out there?
Welcome into the nation.
G-Baggers, what's going on? Ross Lubinsky sitting in for Lucian.
Where are my fatties at, though?
Where are the fatties at? That's right. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I'm going to run to my truck during the break because these headphones, I feel like I'm in a wind tunnel right now. I can't hear. It's too much, and I'm not a fan, so I will update that. But 877-881-1053, that is the Franklin Frankel Injury Training text line. If you want to chime in, I don't know if you guys saw last night, but your Dallas Mavericks lost again.
What?
Yeah, I know. Hard to believe. And
was it close?
No, it was an ass beating of epic proportions, but not a huge shock there for anybody that's been paying attention to this basketball team. Now, what I'm a little bit taken aback by is I was under the impression that today we were going to get updates. I thought today we would get updates on AD. I thought we would get updates on Lively. And I thought we would get an update on Daniel Gafford.
We got 0.
And so far, we are 0 for 3.
We did get an update on a Dallas Maverick, though. Dallas Mavericks assistant Alex Jensen, which if you've been to the games, big burly dude.
Yeah.
has accepted the job as the next head coach at Utah. So going in the college ranks, he'll be their next head coach. He played ball there back in I want to say like 2010. Okay. He's been an assistant since 2013 and a former head coach of the Canton Charge in the G League. He has left the Dallas Mavericks.
All right, well, so that's one more person jumping ship. Now, he went to Utah, so that's not a huge...
But as soon as that offer came up, he was like, yep, I'm good. Bye.
Yeah, no.
Probably wasn't a hard decision.
No, I don't think so. I mean, especially not right now with the way things are going with this basketball team, and we're still kind of TBD as to what's going to happen next week in, week out. It seems like every week there's a different rumor, different scuttlebutt, different irritated Maverick fan. I mean, every day you see somebody different. Now all of a sudden, Mark Cuban's brother's chiming in on Twitter talking about there's no conspiracy theory. Nico had his mind made up and sold Dumont on it. It's that simple. And okay, great. I mean, hey, look, I get it. Your
conspiracy theory might be better for Nico and the boys, rather than I just made a dumb NBA decision.
I was going to say because
it was out of our hands.
Well, and not to mention, and I tweeted it back. I said, well, then both of them are idiots. Okay, both of them are idiots. If that's the bill of goods you're going to sell everybody, that's what all that happened. That Nico just dreamt this up and then sold Patrick Dumont on it. Then they're both morons.
Yeah.
All right, and you're not going to convince me otherwise. Yeah. So, because once again, the fact that those two are the only two people, other than your average, than a couple jamokes that have decided to say, well, it makes them better now.
Mm-hmm.
Makes them better now. So you got all that. All right, let's see. Gentlemen, I put in work to talk Fred into listening to Pete and Bass. You did. This is from the 972. I have to know the review that I missed the other night. Well, we didn't get to the review. Look, I'm going to put this as nicely as I could put it. It was humorous that two old British or Scottish guys are rapping, and that's we listened to about 30 seconds of it, and that's about all I could take of it. So I do appreciate you turning us on to it. I don't know that I'll ever play that again. So there's your Pete and Bass review, but I do appreciate putting us up on it.
Okay, 214. You guys are fatties. They said, Blake, it was Jay Boogie, #Jim, who boogied and called you the fortune cookie. But nonetheless, give me a birthday shout out. Shout out to Jeremy B.
From the CFB.
Shout out Jeremy B.
Jeremy B. from the CFB. There you go. Learned something new today. We got from the 561 Kid. Jason Kidd straight up lied about Kyrie's injury. He had to. And yes, it was non-contact, but come on, his usage rate was the highest in the league for point guards since the trade. There's no reason left to watch unless they give fans the opportunity to chuck water balloons at Nico Harrison. That'd be pretty fun. Look, I'm not going to say that he lied about the injury. I mean, he's defending why he's had to play him so much. Yeah. I mean, that's him saying. I mean, because he's not. And we read this last night. He's not wrong about, hey, it's a guy playing 40 minutes at 32 years old. Like, yes, that's doable. Now, should you have to do it night in, night out? Should you have to be the guy that carries the load for a month straight when everybody else is beat up? No, you shouldn't. And again, it's foolhardy to suggest that his extra workload didn't factor into it. I'm not saying it's the cause. I'm not saying it's the reason, but it's definitely a contributing factor to why our guy got hurt. So, again, I think if you can only imagine, for as frustrated as we as fans, we as media are when trying to rationalize this trade, you got to imagine that Mr. Jason Kidd is even more frustrated and even more up in arms about it, because and honestly, we don't truly know what he knew. I'd like to think he didn't know. They told us that he didn't know to the 11th hour, but there's just something
the more
about
it comes out, it kind of feels like he did know something.
And, you said something the other day that I thought was, made you wonder a little bit, is with the way Luka stared him down 2 or 3 different times. Now, is that just him staring him down because there's nobody else to stare down? And,
I feel like Luka knew where everybody was on that had a Mavericks uniform on. Bench, GM, coach.
Well, did we ever see, that's my only thing, though, is I don't remember ever seeing Nico.
Nico was right behind the bench.
Oh, he was behind the bench?
Blue suit, right behind the bench.
Okay, which makes sense. why he would be there and nowhere else in the stadium. So that would explain it then. So maybe he is just looking over at both of them at the same time.
Well, no, the still shot that people are pulling, Jason Kidd was at the scorer's table.
Okay.
So Nico's a good 10 yards away from where Jason Kidd is. They're nowhere close to each other. It wasn't like during a timeout. This
Right.
is like
No, that's-
Luka. It was when he hit that shot in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Turned around. He looks at Jason Kidd. Then he like looks over towards the bench.
Yeah.
And people are now. I think like a video went viral the other day, 2-3 days ago, of the POV like right behind Jason Kidd. Because on the broadcast you just see him turn around. You don't see where he's looking.
No.
And someone videoed right behind Jason Kidd. And you just see Luka stare at him for like 2-3 seconds. Like that's what I do, with some explicitives in there.
That is what he does.
Mhm.
That is what he does. Meanwhile, no real Cowboy news today to speak of. We'll do a little Cowboy talk here later as far as free agency goes. Now, Brian Broaddus said he does think they'll be active in free agency. Obviously, we didn't get enough time to talk about it with him during Crosstalk, but he tweeted that out earlier today. Definitely go check out Brian Broaddus on Twitter if you haven't already. I'm at the Freddie D. That's FREDDYD. Blake Live __.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Is that right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
You want to talk about it, or you thinking about maybe making a change? Making a push?
We've been through this.
I know we have, but I mean,
want Blake Live with no underscores with the person with it. I'm too lazy to email Twitter support and get them taken down.
Yeah. Plus, Twitter/X customer service is terrible.
I would assume so. Name one big business that their customer service is good. There's none.
How's Amazon's? Is Amazon's customer service any good?
This is the Blake Live with no underscores. His name is Blake T.
Yeah.
This is his profile picture.
Does that say pimp on it?
Yep.
Does that say pimp on his hat?
And he last tweeted in 2010.
What do we think he's been for the last 15 years?
He is following one person.
Who's he following?
Wutov.
Where's he at? Where's he located?
He's located in North Carolina.
North Kakalaki. Do you think that's Petey Pablo?
I don't know. He does have 4 followers, and they all actually
is one of them Petey Pablo.
They're all bots. All his followers are bots.
Blake Live, if you're listening, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. What do we need to do to get Blake Live? Why not just do Blake _live?
That's even harder, because then when people are trying to find your username, they got to remember the underscore. They can type in Blake Live and my name will still pop up.
Oh.
What if you do Blake Live __, 2 underscores?
That's what I have.
See, I knew that. I was testing your social media awareness.
What are you doing right now, Fred?
I don't feel like wearing these because I don't like the way they sound. So as soon as we go to break, I'm going to run downstairs and get my headphones.
Someone said, Blake, make your handles Blake's Live. IRS customer service is awesome in all caps. That's somebody working for the IRS.
I was going to say somebody
Weird
trying
flex,
to keep the Doge from firing them. From the 214, Amazon customer service is terrible, LOL. They either offer you a refund or cancel your order.
Do you know my problem?
That's not the worst.
I mean, that's kind of what they're supposed to do, right?
I was going to say, isn't that what you're going for when you call customer service?
I can't take him serious with the holding this happen.
I can't take you too serious with 2 underscores.
You look like a 70s DJ shock jock.
Yeah, that's right, because I am a 70s DJ shock jock.
At the roller rink.
44
I
on Saturday.
have this once a day where you're trying to call customer service for some reason, and you're just talking to an agent, or not an agent, but what's the robot that you talk to? What's the name of those? Oh, I can help you.
The automated response?
Yeah, it's just tell me what you're calling for.
Yeah,
like
I don't think it's a robot.
I was trying to get medicine the other day at CVS, and I'm like, medicine. All right, well, what is your prescription name? Don't have it yet. Speak to customer service. We cannot help you with that unless you name the prescription.
Yeah,
it's
you
like
gotta say agent. That's the shortcut.
Representative.
Yeah, exactly.
I've done. Guys.
See, I'm not convinced you
it's
have.
not my first
I'm
time
not
trying to get in
convinced.
contact.
I'm
It
not
is-
convinced.
I wasn't born
So what they
yesterday.
do? They hang up on you?
They just go, that's not a response like we're looking for. Like, we need more before we can cut.
So did you say agent?
Well, what they say on some of them is they'll say, what is the reason you're calling so we can get you to the right department?
Yeah.
And then you'll say something, medicine, refill, whatever. And they're like, nope, we do not see you have any medicines. I know. That's why I'm calling to get a medicine refilled. And then you're just going through this loop. And there's Amazon, whatever.
So were you able to get through to anybody?
No, I just went in person.
No. So they wore you down to the point where you just said, I'm done.
But
I'm out.
yeah, this is a lot of places where you're having to do 15 minutes of loops just to
Yeah.
get someone on the phone when someone could have answered, and I would have my phone call done in 15 seconds.
From the 469, hit 00 will always take you to a representative.
I don't think that's true. I know people have said that's been a big thing on Reddit or Google, and that's true for some companies.
Yeah.
It's not true for all. So I'm telling you, some of these robots are stingy. They will not let you get past unless they hear the response. And it's so frustrating. Because think about it, when you're calling these places, because something's gone wrong. You're not calling.
You're already mad.
You're already mad. You're like, nope, that response does not work. Please share more. And you're like, please press 3. You press 3. You have to go through 15 options to finally get to the one you want. And if it was just press 1 to speak with a customer service agent and you're on hold, that's fine. It happens. But where you can't even get to the hold, I can't even get where I'm in contact with it. I'm having to like outsmart the system. So dumb.
Just keep hitting 0, bruh.
Okay.
From the text message.
Yeah, it's just it's so easy, guys. It's my first day having a phone. I have no idea how to use it.
I don't know what to tell you. I always just say agent over and over again.
And it just works
every time.
We're gonna try it. We'll try it on the air.
You want to do it at 10 o'clock tonight?
We'll do it at 10 o'clock.
We'll call Walgreens.
Yeah.
We were just checking to see if it worked. Hey, by the way, while we got you on, is it Cinnabon or Cinnabon? No, you don't work there? Okay, thanks.
Someone said Microsoft is AT&T is terrible. Yes, I can confirm that. AT&T, you'll be with an agent for 20 minutes. Not a robot agent.
Yeah.
To get to a real person.
That's worse. That's terrible.
What we got?
T-Mobile's not too shabby.
No, they're terrible. What we got on the show?
Well, maybe you should, think about switching up. I'll tell you what a show tonight. What a show tonight. It is a thick Thursday. Like I said, a lot of draft talk. Let's talk a little Voch Lombardi coming up next. We'll do a little obligatory Cowboys at 7:40. Then we're going to talk a little NFL. You guys know how we do. We got some trades going down today. A couple more guys getting cut. More people getting offered. Or let's put it this way: their team is allowing them to pursue trades. We'll do a little NBA Mavs after dark. We'll do a little triple dipper with our boy Alec 2.0, and then extra credit. What's it going to look like? I don't know. Stay tuned. And then, of course, we will do a top 5 birthday edition later on in the show. Lots to get to. Voch Lombardi from.
I'm so glad that I'm not the only one that is bad with the agents, because people are saying that they have the same problem where they're trying to get in contact with agents and nobody is answering as well. Voch Lombardi, the Voch Lombardi Show, also does stuff with our boy Brian Broaddus. He is the draft guru. He'll let us know everything we need to know about the Dallas Cowboys and the draft coming up next.
You may not think what we say is smart. Duh.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment on the Fan After Dark is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there never is an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car or truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Oh, I can hear now, people. I can hear now. I had to run down, get my headphones. I'm not big on the, gigantic stereo style. Just give me some good old-fashioned $5 ONNs from Walmart. I've got my adapter.
I think they're called IEMs.
Is probably no. These are called ONNs. It's the generic Walmart brand.
You're talking about the brand.
I paid $5 for these headphones.
In-ear monitors.
No, these are just earbuds. Earbuds, wired. That's it. Tell you what, we'll find out this for this gentleman coming up. Let's jump out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Welcome to the show. Friend of the station, friend of Brian Broaddus, friend of Blake Elliott, and just all-around grade A human being. Draft extraordinaire, the one, the only, Mr. Vach Lombardi. Vach, how we doing on a Thursday night?
Let me say this about headphones, right? I remember once upon a time Walmart had the little gummies. You remember little gummy headphones?
Oh yeah.
And boy, I remember the gummies was like a premium listening, situation or whatever, right? Like it was a full body experience. And it's like once Bluetooth came out, it's like they purposely made gummies trash just so everybody can move into the Bluetooth wireless thing. And now even if you had a pair of gummies, well, you ain't even got phones to even plug them joints up anymore, man. So the audio Illuminati really did their number on wired headphones. I love a good pair of wired headphones. I don't want to just have to plug something up or charge my headphones or boy, your headphones about to die in 20 minutes. Wired headphones didn't die in 20 minutes, man. Just, terrible thing. What's up, y'all? Top of the morning. What's good with you?
Man, we're just here talking. Look, this is we're about through a month away from your Super Bowl. I mean, we're getting down to the proverbial nitty gritty, and I know I'm going to save the Shador slander for Blake because I know he's feeling some type of way about how folks really outside of the fact that he's Deion's son. I don't know why we continue to just degenerate or disparage this poor kid. What's the number one thing right now that you're hearing, Shador Sanders not included, that's kind of getting your goat as far as this draft is concerned?
Well, as far as he goes, I think it's interesting, right? Because when they talk about the things that are bad about him, they don't talk about football stuff, right? Nope. Like they talk about this, we would describe it as swag, but with other quarterbacks, they describe it as moxie. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And, Shador, you can't have moxie with a big fancy watch and a chain like that. You know what I'm saying? That's swag. That's something different. And I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into it, man, but I think he's a better quarterback than what they thought of Bo Nix last year or what they thought about McCarthy last year, But, hey, I sometimes I guess people want more moxie than swag. Honestly, quarterback is one of those things to where I don't care, like, what you wear on your wrist while you're playing ball. Like, if you can throw touchdowns and not throw the ball to the other team, I can deal with it. Like, if you talk to a coach that's about to get fired and his team is raggedy and you say, hey, man, I got this quarterback for you and he can win you some games and he'll change how this team looks, you just got to deal with a little bit of swag and his daddy talking positive about him. I think you take the quarterback that can change your franchise a little bit. And this ain't even me saying that he's like a Jaden Daniels type franchise changing guy. But even if he's a Bo Nix changing guy to where you go, okay, maybe he's not going to lead the dance by himself, but hey, let's get a guy and we can put players around him, then go boogie. I think this is around the time where teams, start to overthink it. I say this all the time. Teams suck at drafting. Like, teams are really bad at this, and I hate to see a perfect mock draft, right, to where the first 10 players on the mock draft are like the 10 best players. Like that doesn't happen. Like, the Raiders draft Cleveland Farrell and, we just confused by that. Or like guys like Miles Murphy go way higher than he should be going, or we don't think that running backs go high, but then Gibbs just sneaks up in the 12th overall spot. Not saying that that's a bad pick, but, just I hate looking at mocks and I hate to see teams overthink stuff. I hate to see teams take good players and they find reasons not to like good players. Ted McMillan is a perfect example. He's my 5th overall player. He's fantastic, dynamic, stud. He's perfect at what he does, which is jumping over people, snatching the ball out the air, body control. But they say, well, he's probably going to run this 4.5 looking 40, and I don't want slow football players. All my favorite wide receivers run 4.5s. CeeDee Lamb, Nuke Hopkins, Larry Fitzgerald, those are 4-5 guys, right? So, yeah, you don't want McMillan to do, like, 9-route deep ball stuff all the time like you would want a Tyreek Hill to do, but make him do what he does great versus the best cornerback in this draft, Travis Hunter. Make him jump over people. Make him body control. Make him toe tap on the sideline. Make him a red zone threat. That's what he's good at, right? So I think, this is the time where teams overthink and teams start to prove how terrible they are at this.
Well, Vach, that was a great start. We'll get to the running backs here in just a second, but I kind of want to stay with the quarterback route. Outside of Shador and Cam, we kind of know those are 1 and 2. Talk to the people at home that maybe aren't familiar in Jackson Dart's game, and also I'll throw in Jalen Milroe, kind of what they are bringing to the draft boards and how they could shake up draft boards.
Now, see, Blake, this is where I'm different, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not a media pro. I'm not going to sit up here and lie to your audience. I don't care nothing about these quarterbacks, man. Mm-hmm. I am a Cowboy correspondent, mm-hmm. and we got one that's signed for 4 years. I'm not watching quarterbacks mm-hmm. till April. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So when I'm going down my list, I do start at player number 1, and that was probably Travis Hunter or Carter, whichever one mm-hmm. that you like. And I just go down the list and I just watch everybody. But when I stumble upon Cam Ward, I go, all right, I'll watch him later. We're not looking at him, and I'll just keep. Do you think the Cowboys should take a quarterback anywhere in this draft? There's been a couple people saying in the 5th or 6th. And I think we've even heard some reports that maybe they would look at one, obviously not early, but do you think they should take one even at some point in this draft? Me personally, I wouldn't. Now, Dak just signed this contract, and I know there are some people that don't like Dak very much, but the reality is that he's here for the next 4. So what I would do is when we get to that halfway mark, then that's when I would start looking for young guys. But if you have Dak right now, then I want to get as much talent around that dude as possible. So I understand what teams, what fans are saying, or what, Cowboy media is saying, like, hey, get a young guy and kind of groom him a little bit. But you could take a quarter. Let's just say you take Dylan Gabriel, mm-hmm, right, mm-hmm. in the 5th round. So Dylan Gabriel, in the best case scenario, sits down for 21 games. That doesn't help you. If Dak Prescott goes down, then our team goes to S-word, and let's just say we're drafting high, and we're probably looking at a quarterback that's better than Dylan Gabriel. So if we've been listening to Jerry and Brother Steven for the past couple of days, they've been alluding to the idea that, hey, we may not be going crazy at the top of free agency, in which we knew this, but they've been hinting at trades and stuff, right? I don't expect them to do any DK Metcalf type trades where they got to give up real draft stuff like first, seconds, or like thirds. But, a guy like Stephon Gilmore was a 5th-round pick for you, or like Brandon Cooks was like a 5th and a 6th or something like that. So you got to ask yourself, okay, do I want this rookie quarterback that's probably not better than the quarterback I got now, that's probably not going to play for a 5th-round pick, or do I want to take that 5th-round pick and go and get a wide receiver that's likely with the Rams that don't want to be with the Rams anymore? I don't know what y'all rules are with like tampering and stuff like that. I can't say it on .com, so I don't know if I can say on the radio. But go and find like a veteran on some other team that can help you with that 5th-round pick or that 6th-round pick. Christian Kirk just went for like a 5th-round pick or something like that. What was it, like a 7 or something? I don't know. But it was like a day 3 pick. Take your day 3 pick and get you a veteran over some rookie quarterback that's not going to help you right now.
Vach Lombardi here joining us, talking all things Cowboys draft. You talked a little bit about the wide receivers, D-tackle. That's something that you figure they'll probably take later on. But you mentioned, round 2, round 3. We're hearing linebackers. We're hearing cornerbacks. And again, Blake and I are of the belief that, look, you're going to have to take a cornerback in those first 3 picks just because right now the only guys you got that would start this season, if the season started tomorrow, will be Kalen Carson and Deron Bland.
Yeah, man. So we would love to go find corner help from veterans, but that may not be the case, man. We would love to sign Jay Lou to come play corner for us again. Jay Lou sneakily was your best corner last year and the year before a little bit. Even when Bland was breaking records and things, he kind of had problems with wide receiver 1. So cool, Gilmore come over there and do stuff, and then Jay Lou would just sneakily do his job better than everybody else. Jay Lou just been fighting for his life since he's been here. And he just keep winning and winning and winning. So, yeah, man, I think that, this may be the last, run of getting like a 2-year deal out of him. But that'll help you greatly. But, Benjamin Morrison, Notre Dame, you can get him in the 2nd round, I assume. Noel Williams is a guy that, some people may not be as high on right now from Cal, but I love him to pieces. Trey Amos from Ole Miss, those are other 2nd-round guys you could be looking at. I think the Cowboys have to make a list of, like, what's important to them. Signing Osa was massive because if you don't sign Osa, then Mozzie is the big dog in your room. And, boy, your room is some poo-poo if Mozzie is the big dog in your room. So with Osa being big dog now you can focus on tackles being complementary to him. So now you can go find a 1-tech later or something like that, and maybe you can bump cornerback up your board. But you would love it if Kalen Carson was a little bit better and gave you a little bit of confidence. You're not wrong with that. But I would like to prioritize on, what I would call like super emergencies, right? You would love to have corner help in the draft, but I don't think corner is a super emergency because you still got all pro there, and I would hope Jay Lou gets signed. I don't think it's going to take super money to get Jay Lou signed. So now you just kind of need one guy. I don't think that's a real emergency. I think 1-tech is an emergency. I think guard is relatively more of an emergency, and wide receiver 2 is a really big emergency. Also, too, people are really talking about this linebacker, right? I went to just go see what, linebacker free agents may possibly be available. I don't think that there are anybody that the Cowboys would find attractive. So if you look at the draft, there aren't many good linebackers here, but there are, linebackers that's like right around the 2nd, 3rd round. Let's see, Stutzman from Oklahoma. You got, Knight from South Carolina. It just depends on what you're looking for. You're looking for size. You're looking for will, linebackers. I don't know what Overshown's going to be. And I love Overshown to pieces, man, but I get nervous when guys get injured, like a real bad injury, right? And he's overcome 1, but can you overcome 2? I don't know, man, but we'll see.
Vach, I really want to get your opinion on this. We had Lance Zierlein on about a week ago talking about the running back class, and one of the big discussions is, obviously taking Ginty at 12, but the nuance with that now, with everyone kind of getting a little more informed, and I'm sure you and Brian were informed about this a while ago, was there's also really good running backs in Hampton, Caleb Johnson, the Ohio State boys. Maybe if you want to throw Jaden Blue or RJ Harvey in there as well. Do you think the gap from Ginty to the rest of those guys is as big as people are making it, or do you think that gap is close and, hey, it doesn't matter if you get a Ginty in the first, you can still get those other guys in the 2nd and 3rd round?
It's a pretty big gap, but running back lends you to have that kind of gap, though. Like, that's just the nature of what running back is. You know, if you're a Cowboy fan and you've been a Cowboy fan the last 10 years or so, you could either lead the league in rushing with Zeke, who was the 4th overall guy, or you could lead the league in rushing with Murray, who was like a 3rd-round pick, you know? So it just depends on how you want to lead the league in rushing, you know? I do think that a lot of people are overthinking Genty right now. You know, I think if you can get Genty, he is a superstar type dude and he makes everybody, you know, better. I think if you can get him, take him. But I think what the brilliant thing to do is to try to get one of those top wide receivers first and hope that Hampton or somebody like that is sitting there for you in round 2. What I think is going to happen, which terrifies the hell out of me, I don't want the Cowboys to get cute and Genty is there, and you pass on them, right? And they go, all right, well, Hampton and Henderson and Johnson, they'll be there for us, but all their ass is gone before you get back to 44, right? So now you at 44 going, okay, well, do I go for this next tier of guys that I like, or do we wait to the 3rd round to get that tier of guys? And you either overdraft a guy in the 2nd or you wait to the 3rd tier and all your 3rd tier guys are gone. And there may be somebody, you know, that's listening right now that's going, well, Vosh, that'll never happen. Well, look at what happened last year. You know what I'm saying? If you just wait around, a run will happen. And you go, okay, well, we'll get it next time. And next time never comes around to you. And next thing you know, you're saying about the running backs that are on the board, well, those dudes aren't better than Rico. I don't think you want to be left in that you know, mode or whatever. But to your point, this running back class is much better than last year's class. I think it goes all the way to the 4th round, but the bad business about that is you don't have one of those.
No. It's,
Shout out Mingo.
It's Jonathan Mingo or bust. We'll get you out of here with this. Look, you got Connor Riley as your new offensive line coach. He's been much ballyhooed coming into this role. You got Clayton Adams, who's no stranger to the offensive line game. So you got to think with 2 accomplished offensive line type gurus that this offensive line should improve. Where are you at right now with the state of this offensive line? And I'm thinking more right guard and left tackle. And how would you address that in the draft?
You know what? Philly got the best offensive line coaches, and they still find a way to get the best dudes in there too. You know, and there's people saying, well, they fixed a rugby guy. Well, we don't have the luxury of fixing rugby guys, so we got to go for what we know, and that's trying to get the best guys up here. I'm bona fide O-line guy, and I know that there's people that you know, they think that we put too many resources into O-line. And, you know, I'm not that guy. You know, if you look at the math, and somebody can do the math that's better than me, but that's 5 offensive linemen, dog. That's 48% of your offense. Now, just because you good at left guard don't mean you're good at right guard. You know what I mean? That ain't typically how it works. And what I've been seeing a lot on the internet is people, they're trying to hit me with the patchwork job or the we'll be fine here job. You know, well, Vosh, what do you think about Austin Richards? And, you know, no disrespect to Austin Richards, but I don't. You know, you want to get as good as you possibly can. Now, if we're having a conversation and we're Raiders fans or we're Jaguars fans, sure. Let me take what I can get with Brock Hoffman and I can figure it out later. Let me take what I can get with Nathan Thomas and I can figure it out later. But we're the Dallas Cowboys. We have this quarterback that's aging. So we're not just existing here. Like, we beefing with Philly and them, and we beefing with Washington and them, and the 49ers kind of fell out, but they still whoop us whenever we play them. So we beefing with them now, right? So I don't want this line where people are saying, well, Vosh, you can get by with Brock Hoffman. You can live with Brock Hoffman. You can live. You can get by. But can you whoop the best of the best with those dudes? And we saw what those D-lines can do versus offensive lines that aren't as equipped. And I think coaching can only get you so far. But if there's one thing that'll make a coach look real good, is a better dude. So you give me Tyler Booker from Alabama, and I'll take him at 12. I don't care. Take him at 12. Take that dude, you put him at right guard, and you ain't got to worry about O-line no more. I know they're saying, well, Vosh, you just got a first-round offensive lineman last year. I personally wouldn't have picked him, but that ain't my business. I'm just a dude with a microphone and a camera. Ain't my business. But if you pick the right guy, this is how line play works. If you pick the right guy, you don't have to worry about that dude for 10 to 15 years. We drafted Zach Martin a long-ass time ago because we was right. Tyron Smith was a long time ago. So if you sick of drafting offensive linemen, draft the right offensive lineman, and you ain't got to worry about drafting offensive line no more. I think Tyler Booker's one of those guys.
Vach, absolutely stupendous stuff from you as always. Tell the folks at home where they can find you out on X and where they can find the YouTube channel.
Voch Lombardi, VOCHLOMBARDI on YouTube and Twitter. I don't recall the X, my bad. X and Twitter. And I'm also on the Dallas Cowboys Draft Show if y'all want to tap in Tuesdays and Thursdays. So hit me up. Appreciate y'all. Salute.
Appreciate you, my man. Great stuff, as always, from one Mr. Voch Lombardi. All right, we'll recap a couple things he said as far as the Cowboys and what they need to do on draft day and what they might or might not do when it comes to free agency. A little obligatory Cowboys coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Big shout out to our guy Vach Lombardi. Have you tried these? What are they? Sriracha?
Doritos?
Yes.
I have not, but I've seen the buzz on Twitter. I believe Sean.
Why don't you? I'll tell you what. Walk back there real quick, and Blake's gonna walk back there and let you try one. We'll have you try one on air. Don't crunch too loud on the air because that's
Right.
rude.
Yeah, of course.
I used to do radio with a guy who would eat on the air, and you could hear him literally. Gavin knows who he is.
That's
Gavin
not very pleasing.
Spittle knows who he is. But I had to tell him one time during break, like, what is wrong with you? Like, who does this? Who eats on air? It's disgusting. Now, in the sake of this, we're doing it as a bit because I want to hear what our guy Alec 2.0 thinks of these sriracha chips.
Those are gas, man.
Gas.
Those are gas, yeah.
Okay.
I
just ate those the whole break.
Now, Will
Blake's back doing
Chambers
munching on chips, dude. This is
now
awesome.
Will Chambers gave them the thumbs down on the sriracha chips. So I'm drinking coffee. I really want no part of eating a sriracha chip right now as I'm enjoying my cup of Joe. But so you're giving it the 2 thumbs up is what you're saying for the Doritos
100%.
sriracha. Okay,
Yeah, those are
fair
good,
enough. 877-881-1053. Tell us how you feel about the Doritos sriracha chips. I'm just old school when it comes to give me just the Cool Ranch
How did
and the
know
nacho
before I
cheese.
walked in this room? I'm just old school. Just give me the Cool Ranch. Just give me nacho cheese.
That's right.
I don't need anything extra. Just give me 2 cheeseburgers, plain Cool Ranch chips,
Exactly.
and a slap of turkey, and I'm good to go.
More of a Ruffles
You're
kind
like
of guy.
when you're at the pool and the mom packs lunches for everyone at a pool day.
Yeah.
And they just get the most basic lunch with mayonnaise spread all over it, and it's just ham and cheese with plain white bread, and you're just tearing it up. Favorite thing. You're like, can you make 7 of those so I can take one home?
And then you put the chips in the sandwich.
Oh, that's elite right there.
You gotta wait 30 minutes to get in the pool after that, right?
Well, that's for losers.
That's what they say.
Is that
if
a
you're
myth?
cool, if you're cool, you get it right away.
Does anybody know if that's a myth or not? And then
That's
we'll
a
get to some
myth.
Cowboys talk.
If you're him, you just jump right back in.
Okay, I didn't say you can't. Like, it's not like you explode. But I'm just saying, like, is that like
Old
scientific?
wise tale. Old wise
Is
tale.
that scientifically proven to be bad? Like getting in the pool after you
Again,
eat?
I don't know. I don't think
You're
it is.
wise. I thought 2 days to your birthday.
Because I jump in the water no matter what. I'll eat in the pool. I don't care.
Yeah, as an adult, I'm saying I think it's like
As a kid,
thing.
I did the same thing. I was
Making
him.
sense.
Okay, I was
Making
him.
sense.
All right, I wasn't scared about eating, drinking. If there's water to be swam in,
He's there.
there it is.
He's in the water, man.
There it is.
Well, there's a lot of murky waters around your Dallas Cowboys right now, and what
what
they're
a
going to do
segue.
in the draft like that.
What a sec. Look at you, Blake. Look at you.
Mr. Fortune Cookie himself. I wish we had more time
with Vach.
What's that? What am I about to say?
I wish we had more time with him.
No, yeah, but I want. But what's that from? Or what am I about to say next? Give you $1 if
I'll give you $1 if you can tell me what movie that's from. I wish we had more time. Let's go with Sopranos 3.
That's a TV show, but no. Nice guess from a movie.
Godfather 2.
I'll give you a hint. Denzel's in it.
Isn't all your references Denzel?
No, they're not all Denzel. Thank you very much. Since Mr. Non-movie buff over here doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, do you have a guess?
Give me the quote
2.0.
one more time.
Well, I said I wish we had more time, but the actual quote is, I wish you had more time.
Snakes on a Plane.
Samuel Jackson.
He's not in that movie.
Samuel Jackson. We'll let that. You know what? You get to let that slide. Anybody else might be racist. Your thoughts. Your thoughts.
I've never seen Snakes on a Plane.
We know you haven't.
Training Day.
Not shabby, but wrong.
I give up. I don't know.
I know you don't. Man on Fire.
You could have given me 7 more guesses.
I know you wouldn't have. I know you wouldn't have. Check it out. It's worth watching.
I'm good.
No, it is. It is.
It's Denzel. Denzel's
Thank
great.
you.
I think you've seen every Denzel movie.
Not everyone, but a lot of them.
Vach said something I thought was interesting, and I might have to chat with him and text him, but he said that cornerback's not that big of an emergency.
Yeah, and that's where I was going with this. I was like, and I didn't want to turn it into like we spend half an hour talking about the cornerback position, but I'm like, bro, what, like...
I do think cornerback is an emergency. I do think there are other emergencies.
You brought it up yesterday. Like, it is the proverbial not enough people are talking about this position.
And it's not a case of what we do a lot of times, kind of like at the wide receiver position, where you need to get better at this position. It's not a talent thing. It's a depth piece. You have 2 corners right now.
Yeah, you got 2 issues with you got no depth and you got just one good guy. Like that's it. And again, we're not including Trayvon Diggs in this because who knows when he's coming back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not counting him in 2025.
Day 1 starter.
Absolutely not.
Boys. I have a special guest on the phone right now with us. We want to take a stab as to who it is.
Vach Lombardi?
No.
Brian Broaddus?
No.
Somebody that works here.
Yes.
Who?
Eric Chiafalo.
I will put him on and I'll let you guys figure it out.
Bobby Belt.
Here he is.
Blake Elliott, you have a homework assignment.
Is this Eric Chiafalo?
Is this Wolchuk?
Tolo's on the telephone.
Fred Davis, when you said that line from that movie, I perked up a little bit.
Wolchuk. While I got you here, we just had our boy Vach on. Is cornerback, he just said it's not an emergency like right guard and wide receiver 2 is. I disagreed. We didn't have time to go back and forth with them. Am I wrong for disagreeing, or is cornerback also an emergency position that needs to be drafted with some form of priority?
Some sense of urgency.
Blake, are you ball sacking me right now? Do you actually think this is the bully?
No, I think this is Gavin Dawson.
Okay.
No, this is Eric Chiafalo.
Okay, now I know Blake's just playing games here.
Yeah, he is.
Hey, Blake, you have homework tonight. You've never seen Man on Fire?
Dude.
Thank you.
Hey.
This is what I deal with, Chief. This is what I deal with on a daily basis.
I've got better things to do than watch Man on Fire.
Yeah, watch you on Netflix. Yank.
Hey, I don't even think you can actually say in good conscience that you've become a man.
Wow. Don't do me like that.
Blake Elliott, you are a Denzel Washington movie away from being the best version of yourself. You're doing yourself a disservice, and I'm bordering on requiring you to leave the studio now.
Wow.
Fred, you just take over the cockpit, my friend. Man the controls.
Wow.
You've got, priority number 1.
Yeah.
Blake, if you don't eat after the show tonight, who gives a damn?
Wow.
Consume Man on Fire with your eyeballs, and then just let me know.
Okay, wait.
And thank Fred. Really, Fred, thank you for this.
Before you go, is Man on Fire the movie to make my kahunas drop, or is there another movie in between?
Kahunas?
Or is Man on Fire the one?
I think Man on Fire is the one.
Wow.
Fred can probably shed some more light on a handful of others. I'm sure, Blake, you have a litany of blind spots.
Wow.
But let's go ahead and crawl before we walk.
Yeah.
Mr. Creasy, you need to introduce yourself to Creasy.
Oof.
All right? And until you do, you're not the man that you think you are.
Chief,
real quick. That's enough out of you, Blake. Chief, real quick, because this is men talking.
Okay.
Have you seen King of New York?
Okay, so now all of a sudden I become the boy.
Yes.
Maybe I have a homework assignment.
No, that's what I'm saying. Since you do know ball, since you brought up Man on Fire, this is my homework assignment for you. Is King of New York?
I'm in. All right, who's the star? Is this Stallone? Is this Kurt Russell?
Let me tell you something. You ready for this? Okay. You know how? Okay, so you know how Biggie Smalls always references Frank White in some of his songs. This is where he got that from. Christopher Walken as Frank White. You've got a young Wesley Snipes, David Caruso, and Lawrence Fishburne, and I'll just leave it at that.
Oh my gosh, Morpheus is in the building. All right, I'm sold. I'm sold.
There you go. And Steve Buscemi as a gangster. Just saying.
It's incredible. All right, I'm in. I will complete my homework assignment. Blake, be better.
Yep.
Gentlemen, have a great show.
Great stuff as always. Great stuff as always.
That's tough to come back from because you slander me all the time, but you're also 74, so I don't I don't take it with
74.
too much of a grain of salt. But
Yeah.
Chiafalo's only like 6 years older than me,
So and seconded exactly what I just said. So
That's tough. Yeah.
maybe it's time for you to get on my level.
Yeah, people are saying, Blake, he didn't call to talk sports. Let's talk Man on Fire. Stop asking him about corners.
That's right. No one's got time. No one's got time to talk corners, okay? This is not what we're here for. It's movie talk. All right, 1 hour of the books, boys. Hey, girl. Coming up next, NFL After Dark, Fred and Blake style, and then we've got our boy Corey Chavis at 8:20. We'll get his thoughts because, well, Corey played cornerback, so we'll get his thoughts on that as well. Lots to get to. Shout out to our boy Chiafalo. So much to get to. This is the Fan After Dark.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the program on a thick Thursday. Thick with 3 C's. That's how thick it is on a Thursday evening. March 6th. Where's all my Pisces at? You know what time it is. It is Pisces season. Boy, you know whose birthday it is today? Shaquille O'Neal. The big Aristotle. Although I think, no, Big Aristotle, that was, no, he called himself the Big Aristotle, didn't he? Oh, that's right. That's who he called, what's his face, the big fundamental, Tim Duncan. So Shaq, his birthday's today. International Women's Day on Saturday, a.k.a. your boy. Blake and I will be holding it down from 12 to 2.
Our schedule 12 to 2.
You and I are on from 12 to 2 Saturday.
We're just going to do 2 hours of birthday shout-outs.
And then we're on 10 to 3 on Sunday.
I'll bring you. I'll give you your gift on Saturday.
All right, that'll work.
Maybe one of them I'll give to you on air.
There you go. That works.
Famous birthdays
on March 8th. None. We already remember that. We already Googled that. Real quick, just to give you a heads up on who are the cornerbacks listed. We're gonna get to some NFL talk here in just a second.
Michelangelo's birthday's today.
Michelangelo, the Ninja Turtle,
the sculptor.
Oh, Deron Bland. We already know is a cornerback. C.J. Goodwin, who they signed, but he's more of a special teams guy. Jordan Lewis, who they've got listed on the website, even though he's not currently under contract. And then Amari Oruwariye is
that was the special teams blunder.
Who was the special teams guy? Yes, so he's on there as well. And then did he get hurt, or is he just?
I think feelings.
That's what it was. But he's still on the team. But I mean, nobody feels good about it. I mean,
if Kalen Carson can't put it together, your 2 special team corners aren't going to.
Yeah. Well, and then that's it. That's all they got listed are these 4 guys, and Jordan Lewis, who's listed on the this is DallasCowboys.com, is not actually under contract. So, and for some reason, maybe it's because he was on IR when the season ended. I mean, they don't? Yeah, that's what it is, because they don't have Trayvon Diggs on here, and they don't have Kalen Carson on here.
So I'm looking on ESPN. They got Deron Bland.
Okay, here we go.
They got Diggs. They got Jordan Lewis, like you said. Kamon Hall out of UNT.
Yeah, I saw that. So Josh Butler, Kalen Carson, and Trayvon Diggs are all on IR. Josh Butler blew out his ACL on a kickoff return or interception return, whatever it was. Kalen Carson, we know, had a shoulder deal. And then, of course, Trayvon Diggs has got the leg injury, and there's no telling.
So your whole cornerback room is either hurt, rookies, or special teamers.
That's it.
Outside of Deron Bland.
Because
even Kalen Carson got hurt.
Now, I would imagine he's probably healthy by now.
And some would say that his injury maybe wasn't that bad. It was like, hey, you're not playing that well.
You're just not good right now, so we're going to go ahead and
we're going to save you the embarrassment.
Let you get your mind right. Okay, you still get paid. You just don't get to play or suit up or really do anything with the team. But it's all right. You're still on the website. That's all that matters.
Another position that we've talked about, linebacker. You've got Eric Kendricks, Overshown, and Nick Vigil. And Eric Kendricks is a free agent.
Yeah.
Nick Vigil was a practice squad guy who got elevated, and Overshown is hurt again. So you have Nick Vigil, Damone Clark, Maris Lufau, and Buddy Johnson.
Meanwhile, on the receiver side of things, you've got Brandon Cooks, who, although Brandon Cooks he's a free agent, right? You do have Jalen Brooks. You've got Ryan Flournoy. You got CD. You got Mingo Mania, Tolbert, and then Kevontae Turpin, who you have a second round tender on.
Yeah, and see, for me, and this is where I very much want them to get a free agent receiver. I would love to get one in the first 2 rounds, but let's be honest, it is kind of a luxury. I think they need it to be competitive, but as far as suiting up for day one, it's not as if you don't have receivers there. Right now, you do not truly, and if someone texted if you believe that much in Josh Butler to come back, you don't have another corner. I don't think Diggs is going to be ready week 1. So as much as I want them to get a wide receiver, I feel like corner is almost more of a need. Wide receiver is sexier, and you need a wide receiver too, if you want to be competitive and make a deep playoff run. But right now, a playoff run is not what you need to worry about. It's being able to compete week 1. And
yeah,
where this roster is headed, there's so many holes.
So Diggs has got fluid and cartilage issues in his knee. Of course, the positive news is that it wasn't the torn ACL that he had suffered a couple years prior to that. But again, from what I understand, it was kind of like a microfracture, but more of a newer technological version of that. So it's not quite as harrowing as it used to be once upon a time. But nonetheless, the Cowboys aren't even expecting him to be ready when Week 1 starts with the start of the 2025 season. So, it's one of those deals where, all right, you'll take him off. He'll start the season on the PUP list. And then, he may not be ready till my guess is he won't be ready till Week 8. It's going to be similar. My guess is you're going to have a situation with Trayvon Diggs similar to what you had with Bland. Now, part of Bland's deal was he did get hurt in training camp,
it took him forever. Worse, it was just right? Like ramping him up for this week. Next week, what did he come back? Week 7, week 8?
Hell, it was longer than that.
It took forever.
It was after that because remember, PUP list is you're not eligible until week 8, right?
Oh, is it 8?
Is it week 8, week 6, week 8, somewhere in there? So he wasn't even eligible to come off the PUP list until week 8. And I was going to say, then he aggravated something. So that's my feeling is that you're going to have something similar with Trayvon Diggs in 2025, where he'll start the season on the PUP list, and you may not see him at the very earliest until sometime, week 9, week 10, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm. And by that point, you could already be out of the playoffs if you're won 3 or 4 games.
Hopefully it's a little more.
You hope.
I'm not ready to poo-poo on him.
I go back and forth with this team's going to be worse than it was last year, and this team's going to be surprisingly good. I really do. Obviously, we have to wait till free agency and the draft plays out, but there's so many holes, and I just don't know if they're going to do enough to fill them, and your conference is only getting better.
I don't think...
I can really see both realities. I can see where they knock it out in the draft, great free agency, Dak is protected, and this team sneakily wins 10 games and is competitive and misses the playoffs by a game or 2. I could also see them not filling those holes. Dak regresses a bunch. You got no wide receiver 2. They lock up CeeDee Lamb, and you have a similar year to you did last year where you win 6-7 games.
Of course, the difference was you had a backup quarterback that even though he wasn't lighting the world on fire, he was competent.
Yep.
Right? He was credible. He was somebody that you knew he knows the offense. He's a serviceable quarterback in the National Football League because that's what, at the very least, that's what Cooper Rush brings you, right?
Correct.
He's not going to will the team to a victory on his back, but he's good enough to where, all right, he can play he can play a game control offense, all right? He's not going to throw the ball into harm's way very often. I mean, hell, if at all, really. I mean, because he's not that kind of guy. I don't know what you're going to have going into next season because right now that backup quarterback spot is still up in the air if you're a Cowboys fan.
So if you had to power rank, I got my pen out right here, how would you power rank the needs? Don't worry about the player that you're getting, free agency, draft, money, all that. Just power ranking the needs. How would you go about that? What would you say the number one need? If they do nothing else, they have to do this.
I would say you have to do linebacker.
So you think linebacker the number one need?
Since you got Osa back, yes.
Okay, we'll write that down. Yes. Linebacker.
Give me linebacker.
Okay.
Give me linebacker first. Give me...
Some other ones are up contention. Wide receiver 2. Technically, you have no running back really right now. You might say something on the offensive line. You could say a corner. You could say a safety. I think that's kind of all the and or defensive tackle or replacing Tank Lawrence as well. You don't have him under contract.
See, I was going to say I'd go linebacker, D-line, and I think those are 1A, 1B.
When you say D-line, do you want like a D tackle or defensive end? Which one's more pressing?
Best available. Best available. Give me a D end.
D end.
Give me a D end.
Okay, that's okay.
Because here's the thing. I mean, what do you know what you're getting out of Sam Williams, right? What and I'd like to think Marshawn Nealon's going to take a step forward. I mean, he is a friend of the program after all, so we like his chances.
So number 3, you only put defensive tackle. Did you put D in at 2?
Can we do 2A, 2B?
Got it. We got to make the hard decisions.
Going to be like that, huh? Go D end. Okay, so give me linebacker 1, D end 2. Give me, because right now who are you starting D tackles? Osa and Mozzie?
Osa, Mozzie, some other guys that are on the board for you. You don't got Linval Joseph. They already let Golston. He's a free agent, correct?
Yeah.
Carl Lawson's a free agent, correct?
But they're D ends.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of guys just even on the
old Justin Rogers. He's on the roster. I would almost argue, you know what? Stop. As I was.
You want to do D tackle second?
Go ahead and make D tackle second because you don't have. Because at least you got Sam Williams and Marshawn coming back.
Yeah.
Right. You've got. I mean, basically. I mean, You got to get another one of each.
Yeah.
Probably two.
So you want to do D tackle second, defensive end third?
God, this defensive line is in trouble, isn't it?
Okay, so what's number 4? You want to do corner, wide receiver 2, running back, safety?
I mean, you got to go running back.
Okay.
You got to go running back.
And then we can, what's 5th?
Cornerback.
Corner. Okay, so at 6, we're putting a wide receiver 2?
Yeah.
And then at 7, I guess safety? Now we're getting kind of the luxury. Like, it's not the end of the world if you don't get this guy?
I would say, 7, I would say safety, and 8, I would say O-line.
Which O-lineman? What position?
Give me a guard. If a guy can do a guard tackle, can he do both? It's hard because I want to say, here's the thing. Who was better last year, Brock Hoffman at right guard or Tyler Guyton at left tackle?
Brock Hoffman.
Now, on the flip side of that, Brock Hoffman's in year 2, going into year 3 of his NFL career, so he got a little bit of time under his belt, whereas Tyler Guyton, Tyler Guyton only played 15 games in college at right tackle,
I'm
if
pretty
I'm
sure
not
he played
mistaken.
less of that with the Cowboys this year.
Right, and that was his first time. You took a guy that had barely played any right tackle and then said, okay, let's go ahead and move you and make you a left tackle. All right, and you know what? I thought, I listened to Wooly Bully today, and I thought he made a great point talking about Mike Solari. Terrence Steele regressed in 2024, right? This was not the same guy that people felt good about 2 years prior or even the year before that. And Tyler Guyton didn't really get any better as the season went on, okay? For as much as, hey, let's talk. We didn't talk smack about the wide receiver coach, even though we probably should have, all right? O-line coach, Mike Solari, good, not great, if we're really being honest with it.
Cool name.
Great name, okay? But so that's why I'm saying I just wonder if we're going to get a better Tyler Guyton and a better Brock Hoffman and just a better overall offensive line play this year when you consider you've got now 2 guys. And I think that's probably the biggest thing for me that I'm probably the most excited about outside of, just kind of seeing what Schottenheimer can do.
So is that right guard or left tackle that I'm putting down?
Let's tell you this. I know I'm just kind of filibustering over here, aren't I? You know what?
Good stuff.
Who's this guy? Who? Where are the Celtics?
I don't even know who that is. I'm not even going to lie to you for the Celtics.
His name's Baylor Scheiderman. Where do they find these guys?
And he's already got 10 points.
The Celtics are on some next level.
I have genuinely never seen that guy in my entire life.
You know what? He looks like a made-up player off of NBA 2K.
I have never seen that. And
then they got the dude with no hair, literally.
What is JD Davis?
What do they call that anyway?
Alopecia?
Is that what it is?
Oh, yeah. Our boy from Landon Jackson from Arkansas had that as well. He had alopecia and he shaved his head. The edge that had the highest vertical jump.
Didn't Charlie Villanueva have that as well? I thought. Okay. You ever seen the movie Powder?
No. But alopecia's real, man.
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying. You ever seen Powder with John Travolta?
No.
Crazy flick.
Number 8, left tackle, right guard.
Back to this, huh? Give me a tackle. Because I can always kick him inside.
So you want to do swing tackle?
That's right. I can always kick him inside. I can always kick him inside.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Tolos, and you play along as well. 8, these are the Cowboys Priorities Fan After Dark exclusive.
Do you have any issue with any of these?
I'm going to kind of go through it and see if I do. So the most important thing Fred thinks that they were to take care of nothing else, and we think they have to take care of multiple.
Well, we know they do.
But the most important thing they got to get down is a linebacker. I would agree. You've got one right now, and he's in his second year. Yeah. Unless you want to throw Buddy Johnson and Nick Vigil and Damone Clark, who are all either practice squad guys or guys that just haven't produced.
Or special teams guys. That's what they are, right? Those are special teams guys. Those are not guys that if you have to start them, you're feeling good about things.
Yeah, Saquon's eating them up. Number 2, defensive tackle. I would agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
Number 3.
You got 2 on your roster.
Now, I think I would switch defensive end and running back. I think I'd put running back third most important. Defensive end, I feel pretty good about. You got Micah. You've got Marshawn Nealon.
Well, you got 3 guys. I was just looking at it from a depth standpoint, but you're right. I have no problem swapping those 2 out. You're right.
Okay.
Because I kept, you know why? Because I guess I think with Mike, I just kind of put him in his own little world. He's just the Micah position.
You brought back Tyrus Wheat as well, so it's just a name for depth.
Oh yeah.
And then 5, you got corner. There's even an argument to move up corner. Would you move it above defensive end? I think I'd move corner in front of defensive end.
I would.
So
no, that's a good call.
Defensive end at 5. Now here's the question: would you move
I think
corner in front of running back?
I was going to say,
because we have to say what it is right now. We can't do the hypotheticals. If they bring back Rico, that's part of this. So right now, currently slated, the only guys on the roster are Deuce Vaughn.
I think Dalvin Cook's still floating around somewhere, isn't he?
I think he got released.
Is he gone?
Yeah.
Dalvin, if you're listening, 877-881-1053. I'm going to keep running back in front of it just because you have to. We need somebody on offense, right? Because somebody's got to save Dak from himself.
No, I agree. We'll keep running back at 3. We've moved corner to number 4. We've moved defensive end to number 5.
Yeah.
Number 6, we got wide receiver 2, which I think is like, yes, I would like it. But if they don't do the 5 things we said in front of it, it's really not going to matter.
It doesn't matter who
you got Devontae Adams.
It doesn't matter.
If we don't have any linebackers, defensive tackles, or running backs, that's great and all. Do we think Dak's Joe Burrow, and it doesn't matter what's around him?
Wide receiver 2 becomes Klay Thompson.
Yeah. 7, we got safety, which I think, I'll say this. After the top 4, there's a clear line.
Yeah.
I think the top 4 have to be done, or there's no reason to even think this team has a chance of winning football games.
Yeah, you got to address the top 4.
Now, when it comes to defensive end, wide receiver 2, I think that's another division line of like, hey, I want to be competitive this year. I go get another defensive end. I go get a wide receiver 2. Now we're competing with the Commanders. You're competing with the Niners, the Lions. Like, you have a chance.
Well, not to mention, you were able to pluck guys, and again, you're not always going to get lucky about that, but you were able to pluck a Carl Lawson and a Linval Joseph later on in training camp, and they played the entire season. Now, I don't know that you're going to have that same luxury again, so let's not make that a habit, but it's there.
And then to end it, safety and swing tackle. I think those are luxuries. Yeah. Those are like, hey, if you're in the, I was about to say 4th round. If you're in the middle rounds and one of these guys fall to you and you think he's the best player available, I'm not mad at you taking him, but also I'm not clamoring every mock draft I do. Swing tackle and safety, got to get it figured out. Now, some people are, and I understand, but to me, I think the 6 positions we listed before that are uber more important.
All right, coming up next, let's find out what's uber important to Mr. Corey Chavis, friend of the program, Draft Nasty himself, talking all things draft post-combine. Who's he like for the Cowboys to take at number 12, plus more day 2 and day 3 guys. We'll discuss with Corey next. Don't go anywhere.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment on the Fan After Dark is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there never is an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car or truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Appreciate that, Mr. Alec 2.0. It is the Fan After Dark, and let's jump out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Welcome to the program. Friend of the show, Vanderbilt grad, one of the smartest guys to ever grace the airwaves here on 105.3 The Fan, 11-year NFL veteran and proprietor of Draft Nasty Magazine, the one, the only, Mr. Corey Chavis. Corey, how we doing on a Thursday night?
Man, we're doing good, man. I'm so geeked to be on here and have a chance to talk with y'all. Let's make it happen, man.
Let's do it.
We're still in football season. It never ends.
Well, I mean, look, I figured, it's post-combine, so we're in that kind of place between, hey, the combine's over. We've got the free agency's going to start in earnest next week. Let me ask you because look, you've covered the gamut, whether you've been, post-NFL career, covering the game, being a former free agent, being a former draft prospect. What is the free agency like when, for guys that, it's one thing if you're, maybe a Sam Darnold or something like that where, you could change, not necessarily change the market, but where, for other guys that are looking to round out rosters and what have you, kind of what's this like over the next 4 or 5 days before free agency kicks off?
Well, it's really kind of nerve-wracking to a large degree because you don't really have an idea of what your own team thinks about you, or you may have an idea from your agent. But, like, for me, the first time I went to free agency, if your team doesn't give you an offer and then you've got, 4 or 5 teams that want you to come on a visit and you start visiting all these teams, you think you're kind of getting your cachet up, so to speak. But in reality, if you don't have that original offer from your own team to combat that, kind of give them something to go against, and they don't have to do anything but offer you a 1-year deal. So it really kind of comes down to where you stand in terms of your own team if you're not one of these high-profile free agents you're talking about.
Corey, I love that answer, and that makes me think of one guy and a DeMarcus Lawrence who's been a Cowboy true and true and a veteran and a voice in the Cowboys locker room. There hasn't been a lot of noise about bringing him back. Do you think the Cowboys should bring him back? If they lose him, what does that mean? Where are you at on DeMarcus Lawrence?
Well, I think he's a very productive player. Actually, DeMarcus Lawrence, me and him went to the same high school, so I'm very familiar with him. When he was a younger, I guess there's a little bit of a connection there, a lot of a connection to me because I'm a big fan of him. I still think, if he could get back healthy from the injury, he gives you productive reps because the one thing about Lawrence, and I remember when he came out of school, it wasn't like he was one of these combine guys running a 4-3, 4-4, 4-5 type defensive end, but he was very athletic when you watched him at Boise. And then that translated over in terms of just the natural movement skills. But one of the things he's gotten better with as his career is going on is he just continue to be a force as a run defender. And you can't discount that at all anytime you're trying to implement a different scheme. If you can get a run defender, and I believe as he continues to mature in his career, he could even give you some reps, maybe even inside. So still think there's some value for Lawrence if he's healthy.
The only thing is, now you brought up a good point, though, is when you don't know what your own team's going to say about you. This is a guy who's been in the league since 2014. First time where he's really missed significant time, got hurt early on in the year, pretty much missed the entire season. And so at a guy who's going to be, 32, 33 years old when the season starts, how much of that is he combating as well, being a 33-year-old dude coming off a season-ending injury from a year ago?
Oh, I think it's a big deal. I think you have to look at, there's always the factor, a lot of times what you think about is diminishing returns. I think Azouwe, on the other hand, is you're the younger player, and so that's why he's already been re-signed. Same thing when you look at some of the other guys that you have re-signed already. I believe Goodwin is probably going to be re-signed or has been already, and then you place the tender on Turpin. So I think what you have to look at when you start making these moves is where do we go? How do we see what's going to be the near future, and then that's where the combine interjects, and then what's on the free agent market. And so now you're looking at, okay, can we get younger at this position because we already have re-signed a couple of guys. I mean, the same thing holds true for Linval Joseph, another free agent that you guys have. He's 36 years old, gave you some snaps, but you probably, if you're getting younger, that may not be a consideration now. I think you got a different conversation when you're talking about Chauncey Golston. How does he compare to some of the guys that are either available in free agency or in the draft?
Now, a position that's near and dear to your heart, obviously, is cornerback, and you got a guy in a Jordan Lewis, 8-year guy coming off one of his better seasons, may have been the best defensive back for the Dallas Cowboys the last season, and it has been living off of 1- and 2-year deals. When you're going into, year 9, age 30, slot corner, where, kind of what's that market looking like? And if you're the Cowboys, is that a no-brainer as far as bringing Jordan Lewis back?
I think it's a no-brainer for me because I think you have to think about football IQ at the nickelback position. And so when you talk about the nickelback position, everybody wants to get into these short shuttle times and 3 cones, and that's great. However, you still have to be able to understand where you fit in a run gap when it's not a pass. The same thing, when do you come underneath the defensive end if he's getting up the field on the blitz? Not to say that that's something he's particularly, excels at, but then if you have multiple coverages, the disguise element, and then you're bringing in potentially you're having to adjust to a new scheme. So how would you rather have the veteran do that? Or do you just say, well, forget about it. Since we're doing something a little bit different, or we're going to do some things a little bit different, we'll just go with the younger guy. So that'll be the consideration there.
Corey, when you look at the wide receiver position, the wide receiver 2 has been a big topic on Cowboys social media and just Cowboys people in general. Do you think they should fill that position in the draft and use premium draft spots with that? Or do you think they should go after some of these free agent receivers or even some of the ones asking for a trade?
Well, you got some options. I mean, I know there's been some. I think the big talk would be, okay, can the Texans re-sign Stephon Diggs? And if not, how does he mix opposite Lamb? Well, for example, that would just be one example. I don't necessarily like that mix. I'm looking more for Dallas to get somebody that I think kind of what they thought they were going to be getting. And not to say that Cooks didn't give them or can't even still give them, quality production. Or the same thing with Jalen Tolbert. They've been kind of searching. You could even go to Jalen Brooks. They've been kind of searching for somebody to stretch it because you kind of have the identity in the middle of the field with Lamb, and you could also, work the middle of the field with a couple of other players, particularly, at the tight end position with Ferguson. So how do you stretch the outside lanes? I think that's something that I possibly would go ahead and go younger at that position again and try it again. You can still have some of those guys come back, but I think that might be the direction.
Where are you at on the running back in the National Football League. I get a lot of folks are saying, look, it's the resurgence is here. Look at Saquon Barkley. Look at Derrick Henry. But I would push back and say, well, yeah, those are contending teams. I still think that the running back is, it's a team-by-team role. Where are you at on the new or newfound importance, again, of the running back?
Well, I think look no further than the Houston-Dallas Monday Night Football game. I think that's something that can, again, we're going to, project it back to that game, and we're doing it for a reason. And that's because in that game, Joe Mixon was the difference, not Stroud. And so you can find particular games where even if you look at that playoff game, there wasn't really a change in the playoff game. And I'm shifting back to Houston again until Mixon got going in the second half of that Kansas City game, which – you could argue if it wasn't for a couple of calls, they could have won. So I do think that the running back position has evolved, or it's kind of re-evolved. I don't think it's evolved.
Sure.
I'm a big believer that the running game is necessary. And I believe the number one thing that you have to do on defense in the NFL is stop the run. So if that's the number one thing you have to do, that sets up everything else. That sets up for Jordan Lewis and all these guys that they're in your nickel packages to get off the field on third down. So if you can't stop the run on first and second down, then you have no chance. And I think for me, the running back, just from that position alone, has value.
Corey, defensive tackle has been something that's been talked about a lot. Obviously, you already spoke about bringing back Osa, and I think that was a no-brainer for the Dallas Cowboys. When you look at Mozzie Smith, going into year 3, what are you expecting from him? And do you think they should reinvest in the defensive line in the first couple picks of the draft?
That's a deep defensive line group. And so now you have the opportunity. Let's just say, for example, you're going to go day 3, and maybe a Warren Brinson from Georgia falls to day 3, and you get somebody like that to come in and at least compete and push for some snaps. And maybe that rotation could be effective for the Cowboys. But then I also think that when you look at some of the other different types of defensive linemen, maybe it's a Jared Harrison-Hunt who can play multiple positions. In my opinion, even an Elijah Roberts, I think, can play some inside. Those two guys, both from SMU, Dallas. I know some people in that area are familiar with those two guys just as examples. But when you bring those types of players in, are you looking for a secondary complement, or are you looking for somebody in the first or second round to potentially change the identity of the defense? If that's the case, then there's several options that you have, because this is a very, very deep defensive tackle class, one of the deepest I've seen in a long time.
And see, that's where I think me and Fred are at every day. I think Cowboys fans ask themselves these questions on why it's so hard to nail the draft, especially when you've mismanaged this team so poor, is weighing those options. I think we want to have a cornerback that can change this team, because you have an expensive one. You've got both your cornerbacks have been banged up and hurt. It's not a very deep room. We already talked about the wide receiver 2 position. They don't have a running back right now. They need help at defensive tackle. They have like 2 linebackers that are healthy. How do you weigh it in general, and then like obviously in the Cowboys specifically, on where we actually use our first round pick, our second round pick, and our third round pick, because you can only pick 3 positions?
Well, I think that you've already kind of shown what I think one thing that teams do. They show what their needs are, how they prioritize in free agency. A lot of times people look at free agency, right, and they say, okay, well, they got this position and they've taken care of it. No. Sometimes they're sending a statement as that's our biggest team need. And so I think if you just kind of follow that as this goes along, and we've kind of seen that with the defensive tackle position already being addressed, then I think that kind of lets you know they're looking for younger players at that position. And I think you'll continue to see, we'll kind of get an idea with whether or not Lewis is re-signed, where they're going to go with the secondary. I'm certain that will be an early round emphasis. And you got to make a decision on whether or not you want to go secondary or that young receiver or running back. So those are going to be kind of, you're going to have to combat that. And then you got to me some issues in terms of being able to replace or complement BB inside in terms of the interior offensive line. So a lot of question marks.
Boy, you can say that again. All right, so let's just go ahead and put on your GM hat. You're sitting there at number 12. And, look, depending upon what mock draft it is, I mean, I just saw one just now where they have the Cowboys taking the offensive tackle from Mizzou at number 12, which I think would blow everybody's minds right now in a Dallas Cowboy fandom. whether it's running back, whether it's D tackle, whether it's linebacker. I mean, we've seen the gamut. Corey Chavis, if you're GM of the Dallas Cowboys, you got that number 12 pick, and you can't move back, which would be ideal, but you got to pick number 12. Where are you going?
I'm going to go with the defensive tackle position.
Okay.
I've already stated that, because I think if you can start there, I want to continue to get bigger. Regardless of whether or not Mozzie Smith, now again, that's not going to be the popular pick. Everybody's going to fret at that pick. And I guess it will come down
you'll get booed.
Who would be, well, no problem. But who would actually give me more value at that position? Or you say, if you don't take that position, if Mason Graham is there, is my point. Let's say for whatever reason he might end up falling to 12, then it's defensive tackle. But if maybe some of my top-ranked defensive tackles are gone, then I would probably end up going cornerback.
Which we're all in agreement on as far as cornerback goes. Now, where are you at on quarterback or cornerback? Because Jahdae Barron's a name that we keep hearing.
Will Johnson.
Where are you at on who you would take at number 12, cornerback-wise?
Well, out of those guys, the two names that you just mentioned, Barron would be the choice, and that's because he can give you some multi-positional versatility. He doesn't necessarily just have to be, and that would be kind of, I guess, depending on what happens with Jordan Lewis, because Barron could give you some reps at nickel. But I think that he will probably be one of the top choices, Barron. But I think there's some other players that could also get some consideration. Maybe not in that high. I would think if you're talking about pick number 12, I'm thinking more in the second round where you've got a lot more names. It's kind of a crowded group to me once you get past Will Johnson.
All right, so we've talked to a handful of people. Our guy Lance Zerline from NFL.com, he's got Ashton Genty going number 12 to the Cowboys, and his thought was, look, you've got a run-heavy team. Now that you got Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams, you can keep him under control for 7 years, and Dak has shown that he's best when he's got a running back. We just saw that with Jalen Hurts and Saquon. Any idea or any thought process on taking a running back that high, or are you waiting until the second or third round?
I don't have a problem if you have him that much, graded that much higher than the rest of the running back class. I would also say this. There's so many running backs in this draft. Do you really want to, spend that type of capital right away? And then I asked this question as well. Dowdell last year averaged over 4.5 yards a carry, and you're looking at letting him move on, right, in free agency. But my question is, if he comes in, let's just say Genty comes in, what if he only gives you 1,100? Is it going to make that much of an impact? So that's where I think you've got to kind of weigh it. And don't forget, Dowdell, we caught, 39 passes last year as well. So I do think that there's something to be said about what he actually did on the field last year. It kind of got overlooked. And, in fact, some of the games he played well in, they won.
No, look, we don't disagree with you on that. In fact, Blake and I are both of the opinion I'd love to see a Rico Daddle / whatever running back you bring in with some quicks to him. Maybe you have kind of like a David Montgomery / Jahmyr Gibbs type backfield.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea at all. I think because you don't, then if that's the case, you do bring him back, then you could maybe wait into a later pick in the second or third round, because there's so many running backs, I believe, that are kind of clumped together, and in my opinion, have second and third round grades. So you might as well take advantage of that depth and get one potentially to pair with them. But again, it all comes back to whether or not you re-sign him or not.
That's fair enough. All right, real quick, we'll get you out of here with this. And this is more just me asking personally, and who better to ask than a former 11-year NFL defensive back himself. My guy Kobe Bryant from KU didn't blaze the world on fire in his combine 40 time, 4.55. Not exactly Corey Chavis or Deion Sanders speed by any means. How much do you look at the 40 time when it comes to whether it's his cornerback or whatever position it is, and just your overall thoughts on Kobe Bryant from KU?
Well, I look at it this way. I mean, we actually did run similar at the combine. I think he'll run better on his pro day.
Okay.
I think the body control for Bryant is spectacular. Now, the big question for me was the weight, and can he handle at 190 pounds, will he give you that same body control?
Yeah.
But the productivity is unrivaled. The only person that could probably rival it is Dotson, his mate at corner
Right.
from Kansas, who also didn't really run well. But you got a lot of these productive cornerbacks that are getting outshined by the guys who had great times, and that happens. In fact, Noel Williams, to me, the corner from Cal, excellent football player, led the nation in interceptions with 7, was a consensus All-American. You know, that's a name that we probably weren't going to talk about in this cornerback group, but I think he's going to be pretty good. So I do think that Bryant is going to probably be a mid-round to day 3 pick.
Okay.
But the value that you're getting with those type of instincts and ball skills is incredible.
Draft Nasty Magazine. Tell the folks at home where they can find it and where they can find the website.
Yeah, just go to www.draftnastymagazine.com. We got a bunch of videos in there breaking down free agency, all these guys we've been talking about, and also having the film reviews on some of these same players we're talking about, whether that be a guy that we have not talked about, which I thought y'all would ask me about, James Pierce Jr., he, I think, would be a tremendous addition to the Cowboys and add even more speed to that defense. But guys like that, videos like that, film reviews like that, check it out at draftnastymagazine.com. I appreciate you guys having me on.
Okay, real quick, 30 seconds. Mike Green from Marshall. Is his off-the-field stuff gonna keep him?
James Pierce over Green, for me.
Interesting.
Yes, I mean, I like Green. I'm just saying, like, when you mention Green, I got to, we're running out of time, but I'm going Pierce.
Pierce, say less, as the kids say. Corey, great stuff from you as always, my friend. We'll do this again when we get closer to the draft. How's that sound?
Absolutely, man. I really appreciate it.
We're waiting on the in studio invite is there, so you just got to tell me when.
Yeah, well, I guess I need to bring over some gifts as many times as y'all have me on.
Look, just bring. Hey, I tell you what, just bring us a Draft Nasty T-shirt, and we'll have you in studio, and we'll chop it up. That's all we need.
No, it's all good, man. Thank y'all so much for having me, man. I had a good time.
Always. Corey Chavis, everybody. Go check him out. You will be glad that you did. All right, final segment of this hour. Little fair or foul. Don't go anywhere. It's Fan After Dark.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, it's NHL Trade Deadline.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Firsthand, only at Dave & Buster's in Arlington.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet and Grapevine to the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
What a segment. What a segment. More guest heaters. More guest heaters. What have we had? We've had like 8 people on this week.
That's what we call good radio.
The heaters.
That's it.
I couldn't think of something cool. Call us guest after dark. The fan after guest. Best guest of the week.
Huh. That's where you're going with this?
Let's see. What would be the acronym of that? Best
BGO dub. Begow.
Bagow. Bagow. You're today's Bagow. You're this week's Bagow.
Little fair foul music, please. This is going to be the quickest fair foul segment you've ever heard in your life. But
Fast speed, Lamborghini speed.
There you go. You know what that music means. You know what that music means. It's time for a little fair foul. I'm going to read a story. And you guys are going to tell me whether you think it's fair or foul.
Foul.
California.
Fair.
What a cesspool, right? A new California bill introduced. Have you heard about this?
Yeah, it's foul.
A new California. I mean, we're in Texas, so I already know where this is. I'm pandering right now. A new California bill introduced last week would make it illegal. Hear me again, folks. Illegal to defend yourself if you did not make an attempt to retreat first. This bill will try to eliminate existing self-defense protections in California and would make it easier to prosecute victims of crimes who had to use self-defense. Fair, foul. New California bill would make self-defense illegal.
Yeah, it's foul. Self-defense, especially if someone's breaking in your home. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Retreat?
Oh, sorry. I'm going to jump out the window, then shoot you?
I mean, come on.
Wait till you get down 6 feet under?
You're coming into my place.
Yeah.
Violating my rights, violating my crib, trying to take my stuff that I've paid for, and I can't shoot you?
Insane work.
What are we doing here?
Why would anybody willingly move to California?
Great question. 877-881-1053. I mean, the weather. That's the only thing I can think of.
Send this to Luca's dad. Maybe they'll come back. Maybe after this report, they'll come back.
I mean, what kind of world are we living in where we can't defend ourselves?
We don't have to live in that world.
You don't have to.
Because
you got the castle law here in Texas.
You'll never see me. Speaking of California, we are gearing up for Luca versus the Knicks. And I believe it's at 10:30. I just got word that Joe, I think his last name is Bovada of WFAA, not WFFA, is doing a sit-down interview with none other than
Luca?
Mark Cuban to discuss the Luka trade. So if we get some audio of that before we get out of here, I'll share that with you guys.
What do we think he's going to say?
I don't know. The fact he's doing a sit-down interview, I doubt it's too much.
I was going to say, he's already said he didn't know anything about it.
Maybe a little PR speak. But guys, what do you think? Fair or foul? Having your rights taken away, that you can't self-defend, that you have to retreat first, then you can self-defend. I say foul. Second Amendment. Let's go Texas. That's why we're the best state.
I would just say, look, I retreated back to go get my heater.
Oh, yeah, I was just retreating. I went from the kitchen to the bedroom to get the
Glock.
Because
the glizzy.
What classifies as a retreat?
That's
now
we're in court saying I walked backwards. I walked out of my house. I went to my bedroom. I went around the block.
I can retreat to my bedroom, barricade the door, and if they kick in, then you gonna get got. I mean,
say hello to my little friend.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah.
That's a great question. That's where we got to get our boy Matt Timpanic on to find out exactly how this works. But it's foul on every front. It's foul on every front. It's more ridiculousness from the state of California, which used to be such a great place to be, but now it's Texas.
Texas is the place.
The place.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's coming here.
Now, Florida's got better beaches. Let's not pretend like they don't.
Florida's terrible.
Better beaches, though.
Top 5 states I would not want to live in. Florida's on that list. I lived in Florida for a little while. It was terrible.
What about Florida, man? Never ceases to amaze.
Dude, it rains there every day, and it's humid every day.
It is
The
humid.
beach is cool and all, and that's probably where you're going to spend 99% of your time because it's terrible in Florida.
Yeah. I've been there once or twice. I was in Pensacola for, air crew school, and that's where they send most naval aviation people to get all their
if you got
schooling
money
done.
and you live in Miami, I'm sure it's fun, but just like being a regular folk out in Florida, I'm good.
Yeah, until your condo falls into the ocean.
Yeah, I feel like Miami in Florida is like New York in the sense of it's cool to visit. I just would never want to live
there.
Yeah,
I would live in New York.
In the city?
Yeah, I'd live in New York before I would.
I've
live
heard New
in
York's
Florida.
not what it used to be.
I couldn't
I'm
do
sure
it.
it is.
Post-COVID.
I'm sure it's not. I haven't been there in the last anytime recently. I'm just saying I would live in New York over
Florida.
Interesting.
Florida has no state income tax.
For a reason.
Something to think about.
Stinks.
Something to think about. All right, so we're all fair.
So Ricky Purcell would have been charged from the day he got shot if this was passed?
Great question. Great question. That's not a world I want to live in. So foul, we want our self-defense. All right, coming up next, hour 3 of the program. Let's talk a little NBA, little Mavs, and what's going on. We got a little Kendrick versus Charles beef, maybe? Discuss that and more next. Don't go anywhere.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Hour number Trace here on the Fan After Dark. Fatties, Tolos, what are we doing today? You've got myself, Blake Elliott, in the Pimp Cup. We've got Allie 2.0 on the couch. We've got Freddie D. Davis. I think the Sriracha Doritos has gotten to him. What are you guys doing today on a beautiful Thursday? Were you productive? Did you sleep in bed all day? Did you go to work? What did you do today, Tolos? I want to know if the fatties are as productive as I think they are. All the UPS, Amazon, USPS, FedEx, Uber, DoorDash, whatever you're doing right now, we love you and appreciate you. Another program that we love and appreciate is the Dallas Stars. They are in action right now against the Calgary Flames. They are down 2-1, and this is a Flames team that's not that great, so they should get back in this one. Your one goal scorer is, you guessed it, Wyatt Johnston. He has been a silver lining for all things Dallas Stars. He has been consistent. Hoping some other guys can contribute in the net tonight. Ottinger obviously has allowed 2 goals through as they're with the third period just started. Calgary out shooting the Stars by 8 right now. Got to get a little more aggressive on the ice for the Dallas Stars. I'll give you another update on that as this game continues. As long as we don't have new guy Jake to throw any jinx out there. And a guy that...
they did win.
I know, but they did score 3 goals when he started talking. Another team that's been doing nothing but winning, jinxes cannot stop them, are the Los Angeles Lakers. Yes,
Good God.
We're going to talk about them. They are, 23-4? Or 19-4?
No, I was going to say 19-4.
19-4 in their last set of games. Second place in the Western Conference. They are taking on the New York Knicks tonight in L.A. You know, the NBA is foaming at the mouth to have both of these teams being relevant, both of these teams having superstars on their team. And funny enough, Nico Harrison let both of these guys go.
Who's that? Jalen Brunson and Luka?
Yep.
Yeah. Now, would you argue, though, that...
No, I'm having a little bit of recency bias with Jalen, or
I was going to
hindsight
say,
with Jalen Brunson.
With the Jalen Brunson...
But I'm just saying, when you look at it all together, think about the people he's let go. Quentin Grimes, Porzingis.
Now, but didn't you kind of feel,
Luka?
though, like Jalen Brunson, you were going to lose anyway?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that there's anything.
But I mean, you lost Jalen Brunson because you believed in Luka, and obviously didn't have Kyrie at the time. And
I was going to say, I wouldn't.
You believed in the division.
The Jalen thing, I'm not going to beat him up over the head for.
No, I want to beat him up.
You got Kyrie.
I want to beat him
Let's
up.
call it what it is. Kyrie and Luka were legendary for a year.
Just the starting 5 that he's made around the league now with guys he's letting go.
Well, I mean, now it's Turd Ferguson extraordinaire is what it is now. But all right, so we've got this little NBA, little Mavs After Dark. Now, we expect potentially Caleb Martin to maybe make his Mavericks debut tomorrow night.
We haven't talked that much Mavs, so I'll give you guys a little
Wait
bit.
a minute, hold on. What? Oh, you're just telling me to look at my phone.
Just check the phone, Fred.
We haven't talked that much Mavs.
I thought you had breaking news.
Nah, not yet.
So I will give you a little bit of a Mavs update. It's not a good one, Tolos. Fatties, listen up. These are the players that are currently available for tomorrow's game against Memphis. And no, I am not getting this incorrect. Klay Thompson is available. Spencer Dinwiddie is available. Dwight Powell's available. Max Christie is available. Kessler Edwards is available. Najee Marshall and Brandon Williams. That is it. The players out: Daniel Gafford, Lively, Davis, Omax, PJ, Kyrie, Jaden Hardy, Kai Jones. So the guy that they just signed, he's already out after he played 1 game in Kai Jones. Omax Prosper, who's barely even getting playing time, even with nobody being available, he's out. Caleb Martin and Dante Exum, both questionable. Now, for Dante Exum, that's not a good thing because he was just playing. For Caleb Martin, it is a good thing because he has not been playing. So maybe we see both of them, maybe we don't. My question to you, Fred, and maybe somebody smarter than me, if you only have 7 players, I want to say you have to have 8 players. Like, I don't think you can play with 7. I could be wrong, but I think like it's some kind of rule that you have to have more than 7 players on your team.
I feel like 8 is a accurate number. I feel like with in NBA wise, I think you do have to have 8. That does sound accurate.
So if they have 7, I wish I was smart. Maybe someone can text in that they'd be assigned a player, if they forfeit the game, if somebody has to play hurt. I don't really know how it works, but I don't remember very many times a team had 7 players because you would always just elevate a 2-way player. They've already done all that.
No, they absolutely have, and I think. Look, Dante and Caleb Martin are both questionable, and I think
but we know Caleb's been dealing with that hip.
Well, but Dante can come back. I mean, and isn't the deal with the Mavericks where if they list you as questionable, then typically you play? Like that's kind of their standard.
But also this season has been everything but the standard, so I wouldn't expect anything. I mean, Omac just got ruled out of nowhere, who just played a game last night. Kai Jones played one game, and he's ruled out. So I wouldn't be surprised. I'm looking up right now if you can.
No, Dante will play. You're not going to forfeit a game. I mean, the Mavericks are already the laughingstock of the NBA right now.
No, NBA teams are not allowed to play with 7 players. Each NBA team has to have at least 8 players suit up.
Yeah, so one of those guys will play. The Mavericks cannot afford any more bad press. I mean, this is whether you. I don't care what side of the aisle you fall on. Whether you want to tell me like Mark Cuban's brother, just Nico thought of this and sold it to Patrick Dumont. There's nothing more to it. I mean, yeah, that's great. And if that's what Mark Cuban says tonight, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just not buying that. You're not going to convince me of it, and I get it. It's not. We live in a world today where it's chic to have conspiracy theories, but I'm going to go back to what we talked about with Rashad McCants on Monday. I think the NBA was involved. I don't think it was an accident, and I'm not. And you know what? I'm not convinced that the Mavericks did reach out to the Timberwolves or the Spurs to find out if Luka would be if they would trade for Luka. Because who have we heard it? All we've heard it from is just. I mean, hell, the guy that reported from the Timberwolves was some dude with 10,000 followers who hasn't updated his website in a decade. And this is the guy that we're banking on, who's breaking news and hasn't broken a story in 20 years. But that's the guy that broke the. Hey, well, they did look into possibly trading for Anthony Edwards, and you're not going to tell me that either one of those teams wouldn't have leaked it, or I mean, I get it with Pelinka. That's his boy. And oh, by the way, like you're doing us a huge favor. And can Jeannie Buss please shut up? Okay, look, God bless Jeannie Buss. I'd rather you take care of your program than your brother. But if you say one more time, oh, we had to give up a lot to get Luka. Did you?
Hey,
did you?
Hey, as LeBron said, happy National Women's Day. International Women's Day.
Shout out to him on Saturday. Jeannie, love you on Saturday. But quit telling us how much you gave up for Luka, okay? Because you couldn't make that move fast enough.
I got an answer, I think.
What's your answer?
Per Reddit.
What's the question?
It does seem pretty credible. Everyone's kind of corroborating.
Really? We're going to go back to that word again?
This answer. So the question was asked, what happens if you only have 7 players and everyone's injured? It says they will just have to have an injured player dress with no intentions to play.
Yeah.
If he is forced to play due to foul outs, he would check in and then check out of the game with a game-ending injury. Then a previously fouled out player can check back in, and every foul on him going forward will be an automatic technical foul. And someone said it happened twice with the Warriors, happened against the Bucks as well. I was at that game. Andrew Bogut scraped Caleb Martin's eye.
Wow.
That's Caleb Martin.
Bringing it all back to Caleb Martin again.
Injuries that year were unprecedented.
That guy stays hurt.
Assuming the injury exception has to be used, already injured players suited up but don't play until someone fouls out.
Yeah, so Caleb Martin or Dante Exum's going to play tomorrow.
I kind of want to see what happens. They only got 7 guys.
I'd love to see it. Somebody, like I said, somebody's going to suit up.
I want it so bad. Give me 7 players.
Under 100 tomorrow.
They give me 7 players. I'm taking so many overs.
Well, for the Memphis.
No, for the Mavs.
What overs are you going to take for them?
Clay, over 40.
Clay ain't scoring 40.
Okay, if they only had 7 guys, who's going over 30?
Do we have that audio from his dad? Did you send that to? Well, I know you played it. Did you send it to?
I believe so.
Alec 2.0.
You got that audio?
I know what we need. Barkley, some Charles.
No. Do you have the Michael Thompson, Clay's dad, audio?
Look at Trevor distracting our boy back there. He's trying to work. Trevor's back there.
Yeah, he is trying to get him to dress up as Wonder Woman.
Yeah, come on. Our boy's working right now.
What are we doing back there, Trevor? What are we doing back there?
I got the audio of Clay's dad talking about the purgatory that is.
How miserable his son is.
Play.
I was going to say, play that so we can all feel bad for him.
This is Klay Thompson's dad.
Ever since that horrible Kyrie injury, MC, have you talked to Klay? And how was he doing? I'm pretty sure when he signed with the Mavs, he didn't expect this disastrous of a season to happen.
No, not at all.
He thought with Luka and Kyrie there, they had a chance to get back to the finals. Obviously, Luka left. When I told him, well, when AD's coming, you still got a chance to get to the finals because AD is that good. Then he's hurt. And then Gafford got hurt. Then Lively got hurt. So, Clay is stuck in purgatory right now. And if they hang on to the 10th seed, that will be the story of the year in the NBA because I think they're going to lose 10 in a row.
Would you even bring AD back at this point? The season's lost.
I don't know, Mace. That's a great question. No Kyrie now. If you can get AD back.
I would not. I would not either.
If you get the two other bigs back, you got a chance to at least.
To what?
Get to the first round and try to get out of it. But without Kyrie, they can forget about going to the finals. Yeah.
Okay, I will say this.
Okay, first of all, was that a kid that called into the show?
Yeah, the kid.
What was the kid doing?
There's a lot going on. Okay.
There was a lot going on in that audio.
First thing, and I'm sorry for me saying this because I should already know this, and I don't listen to Lakers broadcast or TV. Michael Thompson, amazing voice. I could listen to him all day.
Yeah.
Like, he feels like the guy, if I wasn't listening to 105 through the fan, when you're like on a random terrestrial radio and you're just hearing sports talk and it's like 8 a.m.
Well, I want to say he's their color commentator.
I think he is.
I think he's I don't know if he's their radio or TV, but he definitely does radio or something.
When I heard the clip initially and then I just heard it again, I'm just such a smooth, just the way he talks. I enjoy the way he presents the stuff, so it was a very easy clip for me to listen to. But yeah, Clay is in purgatory. He didn't ask to be here. In this situation.
Well, not in this situation. He did ask to be here, but he did it under the guise of Luka and Kyrie.
I mean, it could be worse. We think it's bad for us as fans watching.
Oh, he's miserable.
Clay is having to
look at his face. Now, credit to him. He came out and balled yesterday. Yeah. I mean, the best he can.
So who's scoring 30 against the Grizzlies?
Nobody. 30? 30? What? I mean, what? This ain't 2K, man. Ain't nobody scoring 30.
Okay, who's scoring 25?
I mean, Clay's the only one. I mean, look, I love my boy Spence, but I'm out. I'm out. I mean, I think he's doing he
might have 7 tomorrow.
I was going to say, I mean, what did he take? 7 shots last night. I could see Christie scoring 14, 15. I could see Luka score, or excuse me, Luka. I could see Clay scoring 23, 24.
Any other guys?
Shooting 4 of 12 from downtown.
He took the most shot attempts. I think he took 29 shot attempts.
Oh, no, he was chucking it up yesterday, and rightfully so. I think, and then I could see, well, there's no Jaden Hardy tomorrow, so.
Can't even think of anybody else.
I mean, this team will be lucky to break 90 tomorrow with the way they're going. I mean, seriously. This is just getting worse and worse. With the way this thing's unfolding.
Clay shot the ball 27 times, excuse me.
27.
Najee shot it 18 times.
Najee will be there tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
I could see Najee scoring like 16.
Oh, you don't think he breaks 20?
And Luka with another 3. For a fat guy, he's not bad.
He's not bad.
I
every time I bet, I take the over on his first quarter splits. He's so good in the first quarter.
14-7, by the way, Lakers over Knicks. I just don't understand what people are so reluctant to want to put them. Like, everybody's kind of like, well, maybe next year. What are they not seeing this year? Like, I want to know.
I think it's the Jackson Hayes situation. I think it actually has less to do about Luka and LeBron. Yeah. And I think it's a fair sense, but I don't know if a lot of people say that. Some people say that, but I don't know.
Sam Quinn said that yesterday. Yeah. He didn't think that Jackson Hayes could got away to travel. Jackson Hayes they don't know if they can see him lasting for 4 rounds, but I mean,
he's very good at basketball, isn't he? Wow. Just 1 on 4.
Just took it right to the bucket. I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing that kills me though.
They are the number 1 rated defense like the last 3 weeks.
Not just that, but I mean, who's got some twin tower like presence down low? It's not like this is it's not like this is Tim Duncan and David Robinson for crying out loud.
So think about who they're going to have to go through in the West. Oklahoma City, so Chet and Hartenstein. Do you think that's a problem for Jackson Hayes? Going to have to guard one of those. Okay.
I have to guard one of them. That's fine.
What's the 2 seed right now? The Lakers. The obvious one's Jokic, who will probably score 50 a game on Jackson Hayes.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, though. They did a great job of blitzing Jokic
someone else
2 weeks ago. And it's like, look, go ahead. And because here's the thing. We know we're going to score.
Yeah.
Right? Think about it. Like, with the thing of it is, and when you've got Luka and LeBron, barring, especially postseason time, barring some just horrific output, you're getting 60 out of those two.
Yeah.
Right? At least 50. 50 out of 60. And then, oh, by the way, Austin Reeves, Rui. And then, Vanderbilt's come on. I mean,
Vanderbilt's a really good defender.
The thing that people
Vanderbilt will probably start, I could see in the playoffs.
Well, that's the thing is that you've got guys who have really, and again, this is the part that, we feel stupid having to say this. Look at how that team's responded to Luka. Kind of similar to what this team responded, how they responded to him.
Just get us out of the segment. I'm going to cry.
You should. All right, coming up next, it's time for a triple dipper. Look at Trevor rubbing his stomach when I say that. With Alec 2.0. What do we mean by that? Stick around.
More and more of you are turning us on and leaving us on.
No.
No, Big Man.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
When you win Frankel, the go-to car or truck attorneys in Dallas.
What are we watching, for crying out loud? Buccaneers, Seahawks. I mean, of all the NFL games that are available, NFL Network decides, let's show this nondescript Buccaneers Seahawks game from Week 7 of 2019. Like, what are we doing?
Is this going to like overtime or something?
I was going to say, I mean, why of all the games, why the 2-5 Buccaneers against the 6-2 Seahawks in Week 8?
This is a Seahawks team that still has Russell Wilson on the team.
Crazy work.
It's insane. Godwin's still wearing 12. They've still got those hideous uniforms that look like, look like Arena League football uniforms. What a disaster. Anyway, Luke is balling on the top screen.
12 points, 2 assists in the first 6 minutes.
Good God.
Dallas Stars have tied things up 2-2 with 8 minutes to go in the third period. I said they needed to get their shots up. They're only being outshot by 2 by the Flames now. So the Dallas Stars, I believe they're at home. Yes, they're at home trying to get another win, which I think would be 4 in a row for your Dallas Stars. They've been on a heater right now. The second goal scored was by, I'll give you a hint.
Maverick Rourke.
Nope. Try again.
Maverick Rourke.
No, it's a guy that's been scoring. I've said his name every night.
I don't know.
Duchesne.
Nope. Come on, guys. We know Stars. I say his name every night.
Say it again.
First name starts with a J.
I did. You can name the entire alphabet.
Jason Derulo.
Jason Robertson.
Jason Mraz.
Yeah.
Jason who?
Robertson. Robo.
Jason. I thought it was Roberson.
Roberson. Is that not what I said?
I don't know.
You said Robertson.
It's Robo.
Yeah, it's Roberson.
It's Roberson?
Mm-hmm.
There's no T in there?
There is a T.
So it's Robertson.
There is a T in his name, but
So that
I've
would be
never heard
Robert.
anyone call him Robertson.
You sure there's a T in his name?
I think I know how to read.
Why would you not call him Robertson if there's a T?
I did, and then y'all corrected
the
me.
T silent? I didn't correct anything. I just said, if there's a T in there? So, I mean, if there's a T, it's probably Robertson.
No, it's not.
So the T silent is what you're saying.
I guess. I've never heard. Everyone just calls him Robo.
No. Well, Robo, okay. It's short. I mean, that's maybe short for Robertson.
Have you heard anyone call him Robertson?
I've heard Roberson.
Yeah, but there is a T in
But
his
there is
name.
a T in there.
Yes.
Interesting.
Maybe it's silent.
It must be.
I guess it has to be.
We learned something new today.
I got Dallas Stars winning this. Wyatt Johnson
Still a lot of hockey
assist
left.
to our boy for the win. Give me Rope Hintz.
There you go. I'm with that too. Maverick Bork with the winner. Shout out to our guy Jagon and Terrell. Finishing up buying my new boat at Market Hall at the Dallas Boat Show. Working my tail off this month, Jagon and Terrell. We're glad that Jagon is back on the program. I felt like he had left us because there was a 214 that we were getting into it, and Jagon's got a 214 number. And I think Jagon misinterpreted and thought I was talking about him, but that wasn't the case. So we're glad to hear that Jagon is back in the fold.
Someone said, bro, it's Robertson, LOL, like regular. But I've never heard anyone call him Robertson. I feel like I always hear Robertson. Roberson.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, from the
let's just call him Roberto.
817, bro, it's Robertson, LOL, like regular.
We'll just call him, what did I say, Roberto?
We'll just call him J. Rob.
Nah, I got a friend named J. Rob, so we'll not be calling him.
You can't do that.
Guess we just call him Robo. What everyone else calls him.
You got a strict one
nickname.
One nickname per person.
Yeah, I can't be having 3 J. Robs walking around.
Nah, it's too many. It'll confuse everybody. All right, let's get down to a little triple dipper action.
All right, everybody, let's sit at the table, order some food, but do not worry, I've ordered the apps.
I want my baby back. Chili's baby back rib. I want my baby. Chili's baby back rib. Barbecue sauce.
You gotta be kidding. I suppose you want me to take a look? That's what I was afraid of. Whoa! Giant shit!
Alec 2.0.
His name is Alex Solis, Alec 2.0, whatever he wants to go by today.
To get one thing straight. You're staying. This isn't a democracy anymore.
Okay, before you talk, there's no way that's not Alec 1.0 saying this is Alec 2.0. You said that's Fred, but slowed down?
No, the robot voice that says Alec 2.0 is Fred. The guy afterwards is Alec.
Okay.
Medford.
Yeah, that's okay. We're on the same page.
Yeah.
Was that bothering you?
It was, because I could have swore that's what I asked him last time. I thought he said that's Fred, but maybe we were just confused on which part I was referring to.
Yeah. The
I'm
first
like,
part
that's
is
Alec
Fred.
Medford for
yeah,
sure.
and that is the original Alec 1.0 Alec Medford. Shout out to him, and you can hear him every day during the week on the KNC Masterpiece right here on the Fan. Guys, you know how the game works. If you're new to the show, first of all, welcome. Welcome to the Fan After Dark with Fred, Blake, and myself. The game is simple. Like the Triple Dipper, there are 3 categories: food, pop culture, sports. There are 3 of us here. We will each pick a topic, and I will give you guys a subcategory. You give me your top 3 or favorite 3 at said topic. So, Fred, start with you. Food, sports, pop culture. What are you thinking?
So the first one I did was food, and you asked me about hamburgers, and I really didn't have a very good answer. And then you asked Blake about breakfast last week, which that's really my wheelhouse right there. I could talk breakfast food all day long. Let's do pop culture.
Pop culture, okay. So this is going to be interesting, Fred, because I personally have been watching the new Daredevil show on Disney+.
Okay.
And if you watch the Netflix show of Daredevil with Charlie Cox, it's a very dark, very serious show. And with the new show that Disney's doing, it sticks to it. I loved it, personally. So, Fred, I will throw it to you first. Your top 3 superheroes. Just who did you like growing up? Who do you like now?
Don't say Superman.
Who are your superheroes?
No. Batman is no big surprise. Obviously, the movie in 1989 with the best Batman of all time. Michael Keaton. Jack Nicholson is the Joker.
It's a classic.
Hands down.
Yep.
Tim Burton. Prince did the soundtrack. I mean, an absolute just 100% A+ movie. Number 2 for me, I'm going to go with He-Man.
Okay. Masters of the Universe.
I am a He-Man guy.
Okay.
All right. Love me some He-Man. That's really all I got on that. And then number 3, as far as superheroes are concerned.
Wonder Woman?
No, I'm not really a big Wonder Woman guy.
Flash?
Spider-Man?
I would go with Flash. I'm going to go with the Flash because, and this is way before y'all's time, there was a TV show on CBS where the Flash was the character. And I don't know who played him. I don't know what the deal was. And then there was another guy, if we're talking about it, I can't remember what his name. Well, he played. I don't even remember what his. I'm not even gonna get into it because I don't want to get dropped. So we'll go with the Flash. So Batman the movie, He-Man, and then the Flash. Number 3.
Okay, I like that. That's a very unique list. I've never heard that mixture of heroes. I like that.
I'm not a big superhero guy.
Yeah.
That's. I'm scraping.
That's a good list. He-Man's an interesting pool. I like that.
I mean, look, anybody 40 and over, that's what you had to do.
Yeah.
Right?
But also, the beauty of this list is, Fred, it's yours. No one can deny that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Blake, sports, food, what are you thinking?
Give me sports.
All right, this is a fun one because I recently made a couple of purchases online. I acquired some sports memorabilia that I am going to hang up at my place. I'm very excited about it. So, Blake, your question is, top 3 pieces either you own or would like to have of sports memorabilia.
I'm not a huge sports memorabilia guy, so I mean I own a good amount of stuff just because my mom has given me a bunch of stuff from some of her connects. I don't know. I have a shout out to my grandpa, R.I.P. Papa. I have one of the chairs that was at the old Cowboys stadium that's signed by the triplets.
Okay,
that's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. I've got a World Series ticket signed by, I want to say, Nolan Ryan. That might be wrong though.
Yeah.
And
sounds like it's really memorable to you.
Yeah. And then probably I have a Dirk Nowitzki signed jersey. So probably those 3.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
His jersey?
That.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be kind of weird if it was someone else. Here's Caron Butler. Can you sign this?
Well, I've got a Henry Thomas jersey signed by Brett Favre.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
There's no way you do.
Do you really?
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. So what it was is
I knew the story behind this.
Well, so Brett Favre, so my boy Henry spent 9 years playing with the Vikings, and Brett Favre, like 5 or 6 years ago, did a throwback game where he invited a bunch of people that he played football against. It is basically just a bunch of old guys playing flag football, and so Henry had a jersey, his number 97, and they gave out jerseys to everybody to wear, and then he had Brett Favre sign his and gave it to me. So boom, there you go. There's my Henry Thomas jersey signed by Brett Favre.
That's a crazy flex in all seriousness.
Every now and again.
That's a flex.
Every now and again. My mom had a Brett Favre fork for the longest time.
A Brett Favre fork.
Yeah, so back when Brett Favre was popping pills, he went to Menninger. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So he went to Menninger, which they're now in Houston, but they used to be a mental health hospital in Topeka, Kansas, my hometown.
Yeah.
And my mom was the head cook. And so she made him an omelet. And, because he went there when he was, like I said, abusing painkillers. And he was there for like a month. And every day my mom would make him an omelet. And so his last day there, he thanked her for the great omelets and gave her his tray, and she kept the fork. So there you go.
Did she wash the fork, or is it still?
I think she washed it, but she gave it away. She gave the fork to somebody else. She gave it to a big Green Bay Packer fan. So boom, there you go.
That's nice.
That's very nice.
That's nice.
It's more than she ever gave me. But anyway, continue.
Blake, would you like to take a crack at the superhero category, or are you good?
I'm not that good at superheroes. Superman is far off my list. Batman is on my list.
Yeah.
I'll put Ghost Rider at number 2.
Wow.
Okay.
And then at 3, I probably put Storm. Give me a little lightning situation.
Who's that?
From the X-Men.
Is that Halle Berry?
Yes. Yeah. She was the Storm in the original X-Men movie.
I see what you did there. So it's really just Halle Berry.
No, I enjoy the Storm character.
You've never looked at Storm outside of Halle Berry, I guarantee.
Yeah, I have.
It. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Yeah, I have.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I seriously.
I used to read comic books.
Did
Thank
you?
you very much.
Did you? Is that what we're calling them these days?
Comic books? Yeah, I used to read them.
Okay.
I had a bunch.
Halle Berry dressed up as Storm.
I didn't say. I never once mentioned Halle Berry. You did.
Well, I mean, that's what I know of Storm.
I don't. I know Storm as the animated character in the comic
Yeah,
books.
is that what it is? Okay. Nice try, Blake Elliott. I'm on to your game, son.
No games being played.
I will bring us home here with food.
Let's
and
go.
I'm not going to lie to y'all. This is not an endorsement by any means. I had Chili's for lunch today.
Not a huge shock. I mean,
yeah.
you love Chili's.
I do, yeah. But shout out to my sister. She bought us lunch for Chili's. And that was nice
okay.
of her. Yeah, so...
Shout out to Miss Solace.
Yeah, so pretty much the category was simple. The top 3 favorite Chili's items. Like, what are the favorites at
I'm
Chili's?
pull up their menu.
Skillet queso. Let's talk about it.
With the beef? Yeah.
I like it as is.
Yeah.
And their salsa is top tier.
Their chips and salsa is elite.
Elite.
Okay,
100%.
so we got Big Mouth Bites. We've got egg rolls. We've got chicken crispers. We've got. I'm gonna go Cajun chicken pasta at the 1.
It's a good one.
Do they have margarita chicken?
They do. Yeah, the grilled chicken. Yep.
Give me
That's not
honey
3.
chipotle ribs at the 2.
Okay.
Just looking at their menu online. This 3 spot is going to be tough. I do love me a good egg roll. California Turkey Club does not look good, so we're going to pass on that. These chicken crispers kind of are looking a little fish-like. So I'm going to pass on them. Carnitas fajitas, good. Mushroom Swiss burger. Let's go with the skillet chocolate chip cookie.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a lot. That's a lot to digest there. Okay, give us yours 3 while he's over here still absorbing the menu.
Figure out the menu. All right, so in the 3, I'm gonna put the Big Mouth Bites. They're by far my favorite
You got a
slider
Big Mouth.
burgers. Oh, thanks, man.
And mark that.
yeah, that's gonna be used later.
Oh wait, I forgot about fried pickles. What an omission by me.
You've done one. I mean, it's hard to. I mean, how do you screw up fried pickles? Seriously.
Yeah.
All right, number 2.
Number 2, I'm gonna go with the chicken crispers, but not the new ones when they're crispy. The old ones, and they were like really unhealthy for you.
I like it.
The old ones were amazing. One for me is gonna be the Cajun chicken pasta, as Blake mentioned a minute ago.
I will say I'm looking at ranker.com. They got the items ranked 21-1.
Yeah.
Number 1 on here is the mango chili chicken that none of us brought up. It looks delicious.
I haven't. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I haven't messed around with Chili's in a while. My
gotta
son's
change that,
mother.
Fred.
Well,
Gotta
my
change
son's mother
that.
used to work there, so it's kind of got a. Well, plus, there's just I haven't. Although there is one not far from where I live, so I will have to go.
Before we get out of here, the Stars are tied 2-2. We are in overtime. Less than 5 to go. I will update you on who won.
Extra credit. What's next?
Extra credit. Blake will be hosting. We've got Alec 2.0 versus Fred Davis.
Uh-oh.
They don't know what the subject is. I don't either. You're going to figure out next, and if the Stars won or not next on the Fan After Dark.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
an update. Your Dallas Stars have taken it home in overtime thanks to the one and only. It's the boy Robo Roberson gets the game winner in overtime for the Dallas Stars to win 3-2 over Calgary and get the dubski for our Dallas Stars. Bing to the bong. Dallas Stars. Come on, another dub and more energy to come because we're doing extra credit here. And I made the list. One of the better lists the extra credit has seen. I almost said new guy Jake. Alec 2.0 said he wanted history. And I was like, I don't want to do boring history. So I said fun facts. So it's history and fun facts. So keep you guys engaged.
Fun facts.
I can be doing, what was the first river created in 1818? You know, something you can take away and quiz your girl, your boyfriend, your uncle, maybe your step grandma. It doesn't matter. There'll be plenty of questions to go around. And I promise you guys, you have a fun time here on the Fans of Dark. Let's go ahead and cue up that music. Ring the bell.
Fred
and Blake.
It's a merry-go-round, you dumbass. Do you need the dumb in front of the dumbass?
I mean, I did his homework. Not like he bullied me. He kind of redummed it.
Okay.
I've never even heard that word in my life.
But as my own personal form of punishment, I figured out how you're going to earn that extra credit.
All right, let's go. Here we go.
Let's go. Here we go. Jason Robertson's got me feeling nicey right now. We're going to have a fun episode of extra credit. I'm excited. Is Fred ready? Doubt it. Alec 2.0 ready? Yes, he is. He's ready. Fred's getting older by the second. He turns 56 on Saturday.
You have a lot of confidence in me, Blake.
It's going to be a big day for Fred.
Getting older and older. Let's see. I've been 74. I've been 56.
You know what, Fred? You're like LeBron. The older you get, the better you get.
I'm just aging like wine, baby.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Well, I'm on PEDs too, so that helps.
Okay, so
I knew that was coming.
Who would like to go first? Fred, it is almost your birthday, so I'll let you make the decision.
You know what? I'm going to defer.
Okay, you've been deferring.
It's not.
You're deferring years, too. That's an old joke. Okay, Alec 2.0, you're going to be going first over here. First question.
All right.
Now, I will ask you this, guys. Would you like multiple choice? I do have multiple choice here, or I can just read the answer, and if you know it, you know it. Or would we like multiple choice? You got to figure out yes or no before I ask the first question.
I kind of like multiple choice, me personally.
Fred?
I don't hate multiple choice.
Okay, multiple choice it is. What was the first, this is for Alec 2.0.
Right.
What was the first foreign country to recognize the United States as an independent nation? Okay, would you know this without the multiple choice?
I have an idea of who it is.
As I say, I'd have an idea.
I have an idea.
I'm gonna let both of you guess. I'll let this be a tester. If neither of you are close, we're doing multiple choice. Either one of you go.
Is it France?
No.
Oh.
Fred?
Spain.
No. Answer was Morocco. So we're doing, multiple choice.
Morocco.
What a bull.
Didn't have that one on my bingo card.
Morocco recognized U.S. independence in 1777, making it the first nation to do so. Yeah. Okay, so we'll go back to Alec 2.0. We will do multiple choice.
Shout out Morocco.
Yeah, that works.
Which U.S. president was once a licensed barber? A. Thomas Jefferson. B. Abraham Lincoln. C. Andrew Jackson. D. Ulysses S. Grant.
Oh, that's tough. Man, those are not the four presidents I would have picked.
I was going to say, I didn't have that on my...
Yeah.
Teddy Roosevelt.
I told you this one's going to be good.
I don't think it's Lincoln. It could be Grant. I mean, Jefferson for obvious reasons. Could be. Who was the other?
Jefferson, Lincoln, Jackson,
definitely
S. Grant.
Let's go with Grant.
Not the answer we're looking for.
Not Ulysses S. Grant? Okay.
We'll go to Fred Davis for the steal.
You know what? Give me Andrew Jackson.
Not the answer we were looking for. The answer we were looking for was B, Abraham Lincoln.
Wow.
Lincoln co-owned a bar called Barry and Lincoln before his political career took off, where he was a barber.
I'll be damned.
All right.
Okay.
Score 0-0. We're going on to Fred Davis. Play along at home, and if you text in fast enough to the Franklin & Franklin Injury Attorney text line, I'll give you a ding. What was the shortest war in U.S. history? You have any guess before I start saying some answers, or do you want me to give them to you? I won't count it wrong if you shout it out.
Did we call it the Kuwait War?
Okay, that wasn't, but I'll read these. A, the War of 1812. B, the Spanish-American War. C, the Gulf War. D, the invasion.
The Gulf War. The Gulf War.
Incorrect.
Son of a bitch.
We'll go on to Alex 2.0.
All right. What was the last one? I don't think.
War of 1812, the
Yeah.
Spanish-American War, the Gulf War, and the invasion of Grenada.
Well, the invasion makes me think could be short because it is an
I was gonna say, I
invasion.
probably should have let him read the
Yeah.
rest of them off before I
But
jumped off.
I feel like it's too easy. But we'll go with D. We'll go with the invasion.
If Fred would have let me go, he might have got the answer. D is the correct answer. Alec 2.0 gets on the board first. Fun fact, the U.S. invaded Grenada to remove a communist government that lasted only 6 weeks. The
Oh, wow.
shortest war in U.S. history.
Okay.
Okay, we'll
How long
go.
did the Gulf War last?
Not on here. I don't know. Look it up on your own time. Alec 2.0. Which U.S. state was technically a country for nearly 10 years? A, Texas. B, California. C, Hawaii. D, Vermont.
That's hard.
How long was the Gulf War?
Texas.
7 months.
7 months. 6 weeks, 7 months.
Okay,
Give or
so
take.
you said 10 years, right?
Which U.S. state was technically a country for nearly 10 years? A, Texas. B, California. C, Hawaii. D, Vermont.
Let's go with Texas.
Alec 2.0 on a heater. Fun fact, Texas was independent republic from 1836 to 1845 before joining the USA. All right, we're out to Fred. Hopefully he can get on the board
We gotta
here.
win one here. We gotta get one here.
What was the only U.S. state to refuse to send delegates to the Constitutional Convention? A, Rhode Island. B, Delaware. C, Georgia. D, South Carolina.
Give me Georgia.
Not the answer we were looking for.
Deadgum.
Alec 2.0, what is the answer to this question?
Let's go with let's go with Rhode Island.
Alec
Wow.
2.0 cannot miss. 3 in a row. Rhode Island feared losing power to a strong central government and was the last state to ratify the Constitution in 1790. Alec 2.0 looking to take a 4-0 lead.
He's just blasting me right now.
Go ahead and mark that.
Yep,
One unusual pet did John Quincy Adams keep in the White House? A, an alligator. B, a grizzly bear. C, a bald eagle. D, a kangaroo.
Let's go with the eagle.
Not the answer we were looking for on this program. Fred Davis? Alligator, grizzly bear, bald eagle, kangaroo.
This was John Quincy Adams. Because he was what, the 4th president, I think?
I want to say 5th. Or was he second?
Let's do alligator.
4th?
Let's do alligator.
And Fred Davis gets on the board.
Hey, don't call it a comeback.
Oh no, I have a 3-1 lead. Oh no.
Don't call it a comeback.
I have a 3-1 lead.
That's right. That's right.
Alex, you called him LeBron.
That's it.
And Alec is Steph and has a 3-1 lead. Will we see a comeback?
Don't let him miss this one.
Will he see a comeback?
He misses this one, game over. That's all I'm saying right now.
Well, it's your turn because that was a pass. It's your turn. That was his question.
That's right, it was. Okay, boom, give it to me. Give it to me.
Fred Davis, what famous outlaw, he needs this one, guys, to get back in the game. What famous outlaw once received a full pardon from the U.S. government? A, Jesse James.
Jesse James.
Incorrect.
Jesse James.
It's incorrect. As I read none of the other answers, and you needed that more than anything.
He was confident.
I was.
Jesse James.
I was ready to blurt it out before you even said anything.
I will now go to Alec 2.0. A, Jesse James. B, Billy the Kid. C, Butch Cassidy. 4, Jean Lafayette.
Let's go with. I think Billy ended up dying as an outlaw. Or let's go with Butch Cassidy.
We're gonna go 0 for 2 on this. The answer was Jean Lafayette. A pirate, Jean Lafayette helped defend New Orleans in the War of 1812 and was pardoned for his crimes. All right, we're going to Al 2.0.
Baloney.
What U.S. president was the first to ride in a car while in office? A, Theodore Woodrow Wilson. Which U.S. president was the first to ride in a car while in office?
Let's go with Taft.
He cannot miss. Did you know that one too?
That was a guess I was going to go with.
4-1. Alec 2.0 has the lead. You still got time. You still got time.
I do.
We'll stretch it.
Let's go.
Fred Davis. Which U.S. state had the most different flags throughout its history? So which one has the most changes? I'm going to read off some states. Louisiana, California, Florida, or Texas?
Let's go with Louisiana.
Not the answer we're looking for. Alec 2.0.
Fred, I'm gonna hum a little song. Tell me if you know it. Dun, 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 dun. It's Six Flags. Give me Texas.
That is why they are named Six Flags.
Yep.
Texas has 6 different national flags, has had 6 different national flags, including those of Spain, France, Mexico, the Republic of Texas, the Confederacy, and the United States. 5-1, Alec, and wiping the floor. This is getting ugly at this point.
Just
and you would think Fred would know these.
This is Chiefs Eagles, is what this is.
You would think Fred would know these. Fred has been on the earth longer. So Fred was around for half of this stuff when it happened.
Fairness, he's been out of school less time than I have.
Okay,
so
don't do that. Alec 2.0.
I just did.
Who was the only U.S. president to serve non-consecutive terms? Grover Cleveland, James Buchanan, Rutherford B. Hayes, or Chester Arthur?
Let's go with the non-consecutive terms you said.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go with.
I'm just getting the bell ready. I'm feeling you're gonna get it right.
You know, when in doubt in school, I was always taught go with C, so we're just gonna go with C.
Well, the school taught you wrong. C is not the answer we're looking for.
Yeah, they did.
Fred Davis
All right,
to get your second point.
A, B, or D? What is it?
Grover Cleveland, James Buchanan, Rutherford B. Hayes was C, and Chester A. Arthur.
Hayes.
Not the answer we're looking for.
What about Trump?
We're looking for Grover Cleveland. Fun fact, Cleveland was both the 22nd president and the 24th president, but Trump would also be on there, but he's not on the list of 4 that we read. This one's going to go to you, Fred. Which U.S. state was briefly named Deseret by Mormon settlers? A.
Utah.
Good job, Fred.
All right.
A bit of a freebie right there. Let's go out to Alec 2.0.
You had me at Mormon.
Insane.
Who was the first American to orbit the Earth? Alan Shepard, Buzz Aldrin, John Glenn, or Neil Armstrong?
To orbit the Earth.
Yep.
Okay. So I don't think it's Buzz or Neil because they were on the moon.
Allegedly.
All right. I see what you're doing. Who are the other 2 names?
Buzz, Alan, John, and Neil.
Let's go with Alan.
Not the answer we're looking for in today's program.
John Glenn.
Uh-oh.
John Glenn orbited the Earth 3 times.
What is it, 5-3?
5-3.
All right, let's go.
Fred.
Let's go. I need this.
What unusual method did George Washington use to communicate battle plans? Let me finish all these. He wrote them in invisible ink. He sent messages by carrier pigeon. He used coded drums, or he trained Native American scouts to memorize orders. George Washington used to communicate battle plans.
He is summoning the spirit of Washington as we
Give me
speak.
D. Give me D.
Not the answer we're looking for. And that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Just for
It is the nail in the
bleeps
coffin.
and grins, you want to go ahead and answer this one out of 2.0?
Let's go with the pigeons. I trust the pigeons.
Was it invisible ink?
It was the invisible ink.
Shut up!
And on that note, we're going to give you guys some sports headlines next.
That's it. Reset the show. Don't go anywhere.
You may not think what we say is
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Jason Robertson, you heard the T in there. You heard the T in there. Jason Robertson, as I mentioned last, gets the overtime winner for your Dallas Stars. Robo and Wyatt Johnston have been on heaters for your Dallas Stars. I got a couple people texting in. You guys need to learn up on the Stars. I was very learned up on the Stars last year. I'm lying if I've been lacking this year. The Mavs have consumed me. The draft has consumed me. But I'm all Stars, baby. Mavs. Rear view window. I don't think I need to give you guys daily updates on that team anymore, so I will just tell you who's playing at this point.
Although we probably still will.
That's about it. But as far as doing some deep dive into their what offense they're running and what their defensive rating is, I don't think that matters as much. We'll still talk about them, but it's time. Today was the day we needed. It's Dallas Stars or bust. You will have a Dallas Stars segment, maybe even two. Moving forward, we'll have the Hockey Hawk on. We might even have some Stars guests on moving forward. It's getting very close to the playoffs. And very close also is the NHL trade deadline. We just had our very own Trevor come in here and say a Dallas Stars trade could be going on. Our very own insider, Trevor, what is this trade that could be happening for your Dallas Stars?
I don't know how inside it is. This is something that I saw as a post, but
see it on
you guys
X?
might not know who Nico. I can't hear you, Fred. I'm sorry. Oh, hang on. Here we go.
Was that on Twitter that you saw it?
It was not on Twitter. It was actually on Facebook. So.
No, that's better. Facebook's official. Continue, Trevor.
So there's a gentleman named Mikko Rantanen, and he is a Finnish 28-year-old right winger.
His name's Nico?
You said he's Finnish?
If his name's Nico, I'm out on him already.
Mikko, M-I-K-K-O.
Mikko. That's close, though.
Yeah, it's a little too close.
We need another Mikko.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
Can we call him
Rantanen.
Mako?
I mean, they probably call him Rant. That's what most of the hockey players are very much about.
If Gavin Spittle's listening right now, he's clapping his hands. He probably knows exactly who this guy is.
Yeah,
and I'm not going to lie to you. I've never heard his name in my life, but continue.
Which is fair. But there's a potential trade happening. There's several teams. New York Rangers are a team that are in on him. But the Dallas Stars are potentially trying to trade for this gentleman. And unfortunately, Fred, your favorite player could be gone if that happens.
Now, is it just Maverick Bork and talks? Will we have to give up multiple, any draft capital?
It would definitely be player? It would be draft capital. It would be a lot of things because he's a 27-point scorer this season. He's got 60 assists. He's a very, very good
He's
player.
a bucket.
Can you give us an NBA or NFL comp?
Yes.
NFL comp, think of him as he's probably a number 2 wide receiver. So think of
is Chris Godwin?
He's
Jalen
T.
Tolbert.
Higgins. T. Higgins.
Oh, he's T. Higgins.
That would be a good. I would say. I think he's a very, very good 2. Like he's somebody that you definitely would want.
T. Higgins might be the best 2 in the league. That's a pretty high praise. Okay.
Yeah. So this is one of them. And unfortunately, again, we're losing Maverick Bork could be a part of those talks. Now, there's several guys that could go. We probably see a young Bishop could be a guy that's gone as well. And this is just me throwing out potential talks. So
interesting. Okay, that's a hot take by you. So Miko
Rantanen.
Miko Rant. There you go.
Apparently, I mispronounced our boy Gene. It's not Lafayette. It's John. It's Lafitte.
No wonder we got it wrong.
Yeah, that's why you guys got it wrong. Shout out to the 214. When in doubt, Charlie it out. Navy test advice from the 682. Would you co-sign that?
Say that again.
When in doubt, Charlie out. Navy test advice. LOL.
When in doubt, Charlie out.
I think it's like answer C.
Oh, yeah. I mean that's what Alec 2.0 did, and he didn't get it. So
when y'all were doing y'all's extra credit, someone texted him, "This is like Mavs versus Bucks."
It was rough. We tried.
Break after break.
So
we tried.
We do have some more fun stuff to bring y'all. Charles Barkley and Kendrick Perkins and Stephen A. even jumped in on this. Have been going at it as far as how they cover the NBA. And Charles Barkley, does never minces his words. He had a bunch of stuff to say. We're going to get to that audio here in just a second. I want to give you a redemption. I got 2 more questions here for you. Alec 2.0 already whooped your ass. He already won.
So why are we still doing questions?
I just want to ask to see if you get this right. What was the first American war to be photographed? I can give you multiple choice if you don't even know.
Oh, I know this answer.
World War II.
American Revolution, the War of 1812, the Civil War, and the Mexican-American War.
Civil War.
Is that your answer?
Yeah, Civil War.
That's correct. And then what U.S. president had a pet raccoon named Rebecca? Calvin Coolidge, Herbert Hoover, Franklin D. Roosevelt, or Warren G. Harding? And then we'll go to the Charles Barkley.
The fact that you Warren G. Harding? Give me Warren G. Harding.
Incorrect. Alec, would you have known that one?
Give me the first 2 names again.
Calvin Coolidge, Herbert Hoover.
Calvin.
I mean, even when we're not playing this guy's on a heater, it is the boy Calvin
He just guessed. I mean, did you know that? You just knew it again? No, you didn't.
I knew that.
No, you didn't.
I knew that.
No, you didn't.
100%
I'll take the 5-3 loss, but let's not pretend like this dude's over here just, knocking him out of the park.
Oh, Fred, don't be a sore loser.
Yeah, I am. I am.
Sore.
I'm like John Wallbecker throwing up signs.
Exactly. He's like,
okay.
Let's go Calvin Coolidge.
I have to ask this one. Which U.S. president had the shortest time in office? Anybody know?
The shortest time in office?
I feel like if they gave me names, I could.
James Garfield, William Henry Harrison, Zachary Taylor, Warren G. Harding again.
Give me Warren G. Harding again.
Incorrect.
It's one of the first 2. It's either Garfield or Harrison, because I know it's one of those 2.
Okay, which one is that?
Come on, big brain. Let's go.
I want to say it's William.
This guy can't miss.
He got sick during his inauguration, I believe, and then he died after he got ill.
Wow. Did you know that? This guy is on a heater.
That I did know.
William Henry Harrison only served 32 days before dying of pneumonia, likely from giving the longest inauguration speech in freezing weather without a coat.
That's what he gets.
I mean, the history buff over him and Ross Lubinski.
Well, I mean, he did say he wanted history. So
don't get.
I had home court.
He's getting feisty.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. He wanted history. He got history.
I wish you guys were in the studio right now because Fred is not happy that he just lost.
I don't care. I don't care.
He doesn't care.
You know who says that?
I took my loss 5-3, and then here comes Blake. And we've never done this before in the history of extra credit. I got more questions.
Because I was like, maybe you got a bad batch of questions.
I don't care. I lost. I'm done.
Are you going to do it next week?
I don't want to. Oh, I'll do it next week. Absolutely.
I'll let you be the moderator.
I'm coming back.
He'll do it when I'm not
here. I'm coming back with a vengeance. I'll take on all. Look, I'll take my L. It's not the first time I've lost. I'll be back next Thursday.
Speaking of L's,
will we though?
What? I don't know. That's
Do the Mavericks play? Do the Rangers play? I think the Rangers. No, I think we're good. We got next week, and then after that, it gets a little dicey.
What audio do we got here of Charles and the boys?
We'll start it off with the Charles Barkley because Kendrick did have, and I'll read what Kendrick had to say afterwards. But this is so, and again, this is not anything new. Clearly, ESPN likes to talk about the Lakers a lot. They're sitting in the number 2 seed, and Kendrick Perkins said that the Lakers have saved the NBA. And this is Charles Barkley on Inside the NBA, who, needless to say, does not agree.
I saw a fool idiot on TV talking about the Lakers saved the NBA.
Saved the NBA?
Yeah. He's an idiot and a fool, but he know who he is. What's his name, Shaq?
Which one you talking about?
Kendrick Perkins.
Oh.
He said the Lakers, first of all, the Lakers have had a great 2 weeks. He said the Lakers saved the NBA season. That's because them fools on the other network, which we're going to be working for next year, that's all they talk about. Let me tell y'all something.
Tell me something.
And first of all, I want all the smoke. I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard or anything like that.
I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard. I like that.
Hey, man.
I'm stealing that one.
The Lakers are doing great. Got a long way to go. But the reason the season's been going great for the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Y'all just want to talk about the Warriors and the Lakers. They're both doing great. Don't get me wrong. If I turn out to be wrong, I got no problem with that. But y'all are idiots because y'all talk about the Lakers and the Warriors all the time. Y'all don't. The Cleveland Cavaliers have won 12 straight games. The Oklahoma City got the MVP, and they are on fire. Y'all are talking about who's in second place. That's the reason I get pissed. Hey, the Lakers are doing great. I don't mind being wrong. The Warriors are doing great. But that's because you fools on other networks, which we're going to become fools next year. We'll be working on that network. But Oklahoma City and the Cavs been balling for 6 months. Y'all talking about teams that had two great weeks.
Time out. I get what you're saying. You just went at the whole network.
They talk about the same stuff.
Whole industry.
They talk about the same stuff every single day.
Charles Barkley never wanted to mince words.
No, he's not. And, I mean...
He's not wrong.
He's not. I mean, and we've talked about this week, in fact, that the NBA has done, and not just, I mean, ESPN, though, ESPN, you know what you're going to get.
They had Kai Cenat on this morning to do a Jordan versus LeBron debate with Stephen A. That was their coverage this morning.
That tells you all you need to know. Okay, like
ESPN used to be so good.
Oh, they were great.
It used to be something.
They were great, but now they're in this weird place where it's like, all right, we're going to bring on influencers to try to get a younger demographic where, we just miss Craig Kilborn going, poo-poo kajou. Barkley doesn't give it, has never cared, and that's why we love the Inside the NBA show so much, is because they don't hold back. Now, some argue that they've actually done more of a disservice to the NBA because you do have these 3 old heads on there that basically just clown on the NBA left and right. Now, I think there's some of that, but I also, too, I do think there's, I think, guys that have played the game, they are, there is some of us against them, but I think they do give credit where credit's due. And I think they're taking umbrage and they're trying to give love to the Thunder of the world, the Cleveland Cavaliers of the world, because let's call it what it is. Those two have been the 2 best teams in the NBA all year. But from a casual perspective, as we've talked about, it's going to be the Lakers and the Celtics that move them.
The person you're walking by in the bar is not talking about the Cavs.
Unless he's from Cleveland.
Unless he's diehard NBA fan,
That's
actually watching these games on League Pass and listening to us on the station. If it's just, I like the NBA. Oh, you've been watching the Cavs? Who? Cavs? No, the Lakers, man. They got Luka.
I mean, the Cavaliers are playing incredible basketball right now. I mean, watching them, I watched their highlight yesterday. I mean, with what Donovan Mitchell's doing, Darius Garland, Mobley. I mean, they've got just pieces for days, and they've got great role players. I mean, that's the one thing that, with the Celtics is that they've just got really good role players.
So what did Kendrick Perkins say when he saw this rant that went off? And I've also got replies from Stephen A. Smith and Nick Wright, which I'll be reading to those in a second. But let's first hear what Kendrick Perkins had to say about this viral moment of Charles Barkley calling him out by name.
Okay, so Kendrick comes back and tweets out, "Hey, NBA on TNT, might want to tell that senior citizen Charles Barkley." Wait a minute, hold on. There we go. Might want to tell that senior citizen Charles Barkley that I'll be around. When he see an idiot or fool in person, make sure he keep that same energy. He can come playing with me if he want to, and I'm going to dress his ass like the numbers on a house straight from the 409. So for those of you that don't know, 409, that's the area code for Big Money, a.k.a. Beaumont, Texas.
I love address you like the numbers on my house. I might have to start using that one.
Address you like the numbers on a house.
I think there's Stephen A. Smith quote tweeted the viral tweet. He said this: "Yo, Chuck, stop the BS with the in quotes y'all. Attach a name to it." I think he's kind of like saying like stop subtweeting me also as well. He said, Stephen A. said, "I know I've been talking about Cavs being the number one threat to the Celtics. Once you come over here, there's going to be some folks waiting to call in all caps you a fool. P.S. You know I love you though. See y'all soon. Yo, Jet, work on those free throws. Love y'all." So that's what Stephen A. said, kind of playing both sides, a little bit of like, love you, but, people will be ready to get you. Nick Wright kind of had a more balance, I guess. He's not really picking a side. He said this: "Listen, everybody loves Chuck, but we got to be honest here. All year in caps, he said the Lakers stink. Now that they're not the best team in the league, that they're bad/irrelevant. All year he has said the Lakers stink, that they're not the best team in the league, that they're bad/irrelevant. All year he's minimized anything the Lakers have done. Then they trade for Luka, and no one was more adamant that it would not work and that the Mavs were better off this year than Charles Barkley," which is true.
It is.
And he said now that they're the second in the West and have been the best team in the league for the last 6 weeks, he says they've been good, in quote, 2 weeks. And we still shouldn't talk about them. It's disingenuous BS from someone who doesn't want to admit that he's been wrong about this team every step of the way, and it's okay to say that despite the fact that he's the funniest, most beloved person in sports TV history. I agree.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, though. On one hand, I think both sides can be right? I mean, as far as, okay, yeah, they have been good for 2 weeks. I mean, to his point, they've only been worth talking about for the last 2 weeks, and we have talked about them for the last 2 weeks. So, again, I guess I'll say this. I don't watch enough ESPN on a day-to-day basis to really know what they talk about. But, I mean, all you got to do is look at social media, and you get a pretty good idea. I mean, it's the same way that, okay, they talk about the Cowboys, right? I mean, even though we could all argue, were the Cowboys worth talking about from a national standpoint in 2024? Not really. Okay? I mean, if we're being honest, I mean, the Commanders, the Philadelphia, I mean, they garnered much. We could think of probably 7 or 8 teams off the top of our head right now in the NFC, forget the AFC, just alone in this division, in this conference, that deserve more talking points than the Cowboys. But that's the way the Lakers are, right? Yeah. It's LeBron. You're going to do it, and that's right, wrong, or indifferent. That's what moves the needle for some of these folks. So I'm not necessarily disagreeing with him in the sense of, okay, you guys have talked about it for 2 weeks, but then I would also, dare I say, I'd hate to say this, I'd agree with Nick Wright about this. I don't know that he doesn't want to be wrong, but I think his whole shtick is maybe he's just pissed off because you guys are giving him way too much love for the last 2 weeks.
Because he was very much defending the Mavs.
And that was the one thing that I was kind of like, really? Like, we're just going to go all in and because the one thing I noticed, and I do think there's a racial component to it to some capacity, is you had all these old heads, and hell, I got into it with Eddie Johnson on Twitter. Oh, Mavericks are better now with Anthony Davis, and all I wanted to say was based off of what? Like, tell me what makes that okay. Great, they're better defensively because nobody will dispute that AD's a better defensive player than Luka. Mm-hmm. We'll sit here and agree with that. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that suddenly makes them a better. That means that because they're in the finals. Yeah, so suddenly AD's gonna what? He's a 3-and-D guy now. He's dropping 20 in the fourth quarter in a game clinching win. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen him do it in 3-4 years. But suddenly, all of a sudden, the Mavs are better with broke dick AD than they are with Luka Doncic. I don't understand that. So I get it on one hand. Look, for all we know, this could be. You know who wins in all this? ESPN.
Yep.
Okay, like that's the winner in all this is ESPN, because we're talking about them. We've got two guys fighting with each other, and that'll be a big kumbaya moment next year when the two of them are on the same set at the same time. All right, coming up next, it's a little time for a little top 5 at 10:20. It's a little birthday edition. Top 5 things that are great about your birthday. How's that? Sound like a win? Don't go anywhere. Top 5.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Probably Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
1-7-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There never is an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car or truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Hey, okay. So far, so good here on the program. I'm Fred Davis. That is the phenom Blake Elliott. We got, check out the big brain on Alex Salas, a.k.a. Alec 2.0. Give you $1 if you can tell me what movie that's from. You don't know. I know you don't know. Check out the big brain on Brad. That's right.
Yep.
The metric system. You know what movie that's from?
Nope.
Blake? Blake likes to... Blake had an entire segment, entire time that he could have said whatever he's saying to you right now, and yet would rather play on his phone as opposed to when the show starts telling everything that you could have told during the break.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know
Plead
exactly
the
what
fifth.
I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
We have, how many people do we have on the YouTube? 300,000. So we got 300,000 on the
300,000
YouTube.
people. 300,000
They're
people.
the only people that saw it. All the people listen on the Odyssey app or driving around, which is roughly around 65,000.
Mm-hmm.
They had no idea until you look, the hat forward is
Don't worry about me.
making me uncomfortable.
Don't worry, good.
Anybody that's on the Dallas
Good.
fan cam, I'm sorry.
There's more where that came from.
The hat forward
That's
makes you feel
right.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, good. Wait till I put the sunglasses on.
Yeah. I was going to make a joke, but I'm
Go
I'm
ahead,
not.
make it.
I'm not.
Make it. No, make the joke. I want to laugh. Make me laugh.
I see where this is going, Blake.
Make me laugh. I want to laugh.
Now the forehead's just shining.
Good.
With the
Look,
hat.
I hope it's shining. I hope it's shining.
Wasn't enough brain in there for that quiz, though, earlier.
Now there wasn't. Oh, I know you're not talking smack about. I know you're not. I know.
See, look,
You're not talking
Hey,
smack.
this is what happens when he loses. Now he's deflecting. Now he's talking.
Deflecting?
Look at him.
I took my L.
Off that forehead, he could deflect.
No, I took my
Wow.
L. Okay, so we're doing. We're teaming up. We're teaming up. That we're doing.
It's like Captain America's shield.
Yeah.
Omaha!
Yeah. Yeah, you're about to see.
I love
Omaha.
you, Fred. I'm just messing with you.
Didn't know you were a Tennessee volunteer.
I know you're not talking smack. That's right. That's right. That's right. I got a big forehead. I don't care.
A lot of brain. It's okay. That's what my mom said for me having a big nose. So it's just stuffing all the extra brain in there, Blake. Don't worry about it, honey.
Huh. Haven't heard that one before.
I kept running with it.
Yeah, I'm glad at least somebody did. All right, here we go. Fred and his big forehead. We're ready to do a top five. Top 5 reasons why Fred's got a big forehead. No, top 5 best things about your birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I'm not a huge birthday guy, but hey, big 4-4 is coming up on Saturday. My number 5, another year in the books. Another trip around the sun. A little gratitude for just making it another year in life.
Somebody just called you Billy Madison.
Oh, okay. Well, I've been called worse.
Is Billy Madison
It's a
golfer?
movie. It's a movie.
About a golfer?
No, well, no, you're thinking of what the hell's that movie? Billy Madison's where he's a student. You're thinking of Happy Gilmore. Which Happy Gilmore's got Happy Gilmore 2's coming out, I think, in July. Is what I
Straight
just
to
saw.
Netflix, I think.
Straight to Netflix, yeah.
Which is smart.
Well, no, I mean that's the way people do it now.
His company's the one doing it. Happy Madison.
Yeah, Happy
right?
Madison.
Is that what I was thinking of when I
Well,
saw
no,
the
Billy
program?
Madison is an actual movie.
It is. Yeah,
It's
he's
where
the adult who's the kid.
That's it, exactly.
Okay, my number 5, the best thing that I'm thinking about the day of, the best thing about it being your birthday. Number 5, for me, it's obviously going to be different than you. Getting wiser, not being a baby anymore. So, not being, you're just 21, you're just 22, 23. It's like, no, I'm getting wiser.
Yeah.
I'm getting wiser. I'm about to be 26 this year. Feels weird, man.
Ouch.
And I'm split.
Yeah, you are.
25 times 20. I'm not exactly split of you. Almost.
No, you're not. You're not. You're 18 years younger than me. So let's remember that.
Isn't that weird? There's only an 18-year difference. It's only we're only a high school senior away from each other.
That's it. Just, think about it. You were in October of '99, I was in Pensacola, Florida, when you were being birthed into. And really, the funny thing is, we weren't that far from each other because you were born in Atlanta, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I was in Pensacola.
Yeah.
So we really were, about 3-4 hour drive away.
There you go.
How about it?
Little did y'all know.
Little did we know.
So that's a good point. I'm going to do radio with this guy a couple miles
that
away.
Infant that's just
That's going to be my radio.
That's my radio partner. Oh my God. That's crazy. All right, that's our number 5. Go Alec 2.0.
Number 5 for me is going to be something I've learned to appreciate as I get older. It's just older birthdays. You know, whether it's dinner with the parents or you and a couple close friends go out to, like this year, for example, me and my 2 best friends just went out to a little dive bar, played some pool.
Okay.
And then afterwards, they bought me pluckers.
Nice.
And we just hung out and chilled. And it was a simple day, but like,
that's it.
It was so.
So who you spent it with? When's your birthday?
February 2nd.
It just happened.
So Groundhog's Day.
That's right.
Just happened.
Groundhog's Day.
Okay, well, I don't remember that. That's why I asked him. Now I do.
Bad friend.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
It's not okay.
It's okay.
You're number 4?
When's your birthday's like what? Next week?
No, super far away. Elite birthdays are in the fall, by the way. Continue.
Whatever.
Okay.
Said no one ever.
Yeah.
It's when you actually were in school and it's okay. Continue.
Oh, because you're not in school in February and March?
Not if you're smart. You've already graduated. Okay, Alec 2.0, number 4.
What? I'm sorry.
Graduated early. Wasn't at school in March.
Oh, in 8th grade, you graduated early?
Wasn't in school in March. Imagine.
Number 4 for me is going to be as a kid when you had sleepovers on the weekend of your birthday. So like if your birthday was like on a Monday, right? Your parents said, all right, wait, make it a Friday.
Yeah.
We'll have some pizza. You can invite 4 or 5 friends over to stay the night, do whatever you want. And you just, those were fun memories for me.
Those are.
Your parents let you have people over for your birthdays? Must be nice.
Yeah.
Number 4 for me, no, I'm just joking. Number 4, what did I write here? Not having to pay for dinner.
It's a good one.
Yep.
As most of us probably experience, whether it's a girl, the friends, whatever, like you're having to pay for either your own, for your girl's dinner, you're out with mom, whatever it may be, and that's just the manly thing to do. And I'm not saying I've never paid for a dinner on my birthday, but more times than not, you kind of get that day off. Someone else taking a check, whether it's a family member or a girlfriend or whatnot, or a wife. So it's a nice day to sit back and relax and be catered to for a day.
100% it is. Number 4, birthday texts.
Yeah.
And it's really, it's much as about, and like you said, the older you get, it's really more about who didn't text you on your birthday, okay? And
delete from Facebook.
Like I don't have my birthday listed on Facebook because I don't need a bunch of fake friends. I don't talk to y'all on a regular basis. Don't tell me happy birthday, okay? I don't need you. You don't say nothing to me the other 364 days of the year. I don't need you pretending like you care about my birthday today.
Can we sit on that for a second? Because it's on my list as well. And I think that's a phenomenon that's not talked about enough.
Yeah.
Texting people happy birthday. Because I think when I was in high school or even just early college, and it's people I still follow on social media, if maybe we were once friends or whatever, I feel obligated to say something. I'm like, dang, it's going to be weird when I run back into them and I didn't tell them happy birthday. Now, I might have told 10 people happy birthday.
Yeah.
Like a year, like other than people I'm talking to on a regular basis, I'm seeing like every other day or something like that. But just there's people I haven't seen in a year or two that I still say happy birthday to. So I wonder where that weird line is. Because I DM'd somebody happy birthday the other day.
Yeah.
And the last time I DM'd them was me saying happy birthday the year before.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. It's funny you say that because I had the same situation with a good friend of mine
But I've talked to them in person.
Well, that's fine. That makes up for it then, right? I mean,
we're just not texting and DMing all day.
It happens. Like for me, all I care about, the biggest thing I care about on Saturday is as long as my 2 kids sent me a happy birthday text, I'm good.
877-881-1053.
And my sister.
How many people do you tell happy birthday to? Is it only your close circle? Is it people you've interacted with? Do you try to send it to?
Well, that and people you remember their birthday.
Yeah.
That's the other part of it.
There's not a lot of birthdays I remember. You'll go, like, I think Snapchat will have a little birthday cake next to them. Instagram, you'll be going through stories and you see them reposting that it's their birthday. You're like,
yeah.
I just feel kind of bad. You'll go through 7 things of someone's story.
Or Facebook, you'll see it on their timeline, right?
Yeah.
Like 18 different people have said happy birthday
and
to
you're
somebody.
just like, keep scrolling.
Yeah. I ain't saying nothing. He ain't saying something go out to me, so I ain't worried about it. So number 4 for me was birthday text. Number 3 for me is apple pie. And the reason why I say apple pie, I'm not a birthday cake guy. I am an apple pie guy. So, everybody likes something different on their birthday. Again, birthday cake being the most popular. However, I am an apple pie guy. So for number 3 for me is apple pie.
For number 3 for me, it's seeing old photos of yourself.
There you go.
People, whether it be social media, texting them to you, and a lot of times I feel like people withhold photos from you to send them on your birthday. At least this is what my friends do. I'll see photos of myself I've never seen before.
Yeah.
That it's your birthday and someone either tags you on social media or texts them directly to you. Some old, some current. It's always nice to get photos of yourself that maybe you haven't seen or haven't seen in a while.
You still get the actual old pictures that you actually hold in your hand?
Like a Polaroid?
Like a Polaroid.
Yeah, I've gotten those.
Okay.
I have some at the house.
Got a couple?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Number
Kodiak?
3.
Kodak.
What did I say?
Kodiak.
It's a bear.
I meant to say
Yeah.
Kodak.
Close.
It's a
It's
type of bear.
whatever. Close enough. I knew what you meant.
Number 3 for me, I'm going to go stick to what you guys mentioned a moment ago, birthday texts.
Yeah.
Whether it's friends who text you at midnight directly.
Yep.
Those are real ones.
Those are real ones.
Those are the real ones.
Those aren't people you probably had to tell them it's your birthday.
Like
They're-
I was gonna say my daughter usually gets the 2 I get from my kids: Father's Day and birthdays.
I maybe got like 3 friends that will text me at midnight
There
along
you
with
go.
my sister.
The
and
real
then,
ones.
Yeah, then,
Okay.
then you wake up, parents, grandparents text
Here's
you.
my question. Do you have to
Now,
tell
parents should call you, though.
They should. Parents should call. Do you have to tell someone happy birthday, texting them if you already told them in person that day? Or maybe a day before?
It
doesn't hurt.
It doesn't hurt.
Doesn't hurt.
It's just one more because, hey, you don't know who else sent it to them. And at the very least, it's just letting you know, hey, you're letting them know, didn't forget about you.
Yeah.
Or what if you're going to see that person later that day? Like, say you have a dinner planned or a hangout planned. Do you call them early? I'm just asking. Do you call them early in the day? and say
Happy birthday, Playboy. What are we doing later? What time are we getting together?
Yeah.
That's it. That's it.
And then leave it at that?
And leave it at that.
All right, bye.
TTYL.
I did my due diligence. Fan After Dark said I had to call, so bye.
I've got a GIF that I send every year to my cousin. It's
My dad sends me gifts.
It's an Ace Ventura. Well, your dad and I are about the same age, so that would explain a lot.
Happy birthday.
That's right. That's exactly right. I send my cousin and I every year send each other the same birthday gifts. It's an Ace Ventura GIF where he's saying happy birthday.
There you go.
That's
there you
real.
go.
Whose turn is it?
We need number 2 from
So
Mr. Alec.
Number 2 kind of falls in line with the text, and it's a particular kind of thing. Phone calls, but from grandparents.
Okay.
When you see grandparents, they give you the tacky little Hallmark, generic card.
Yeah.
And then they'll write, from or love grandma, grandpa, or whatever. And then they call you usually at some point or the day. I lost both my grandmothers, so it might be just more of a recency thing for me because I appreciate that more now than anything.
100%.
But just grandparents in general on your birthdays, they always kind of go the extra mile
Yeah, they do.
when they shouldn't have to.
Put a little money in the card as well.
Little 20 spot,
They
little
slide you
20
a
twin
20.
twin.
Don't spend it all in one place, honey.
Yeah, but it's always the sweet things grandparents do for you.
That's it.
We've already said this. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. My number 2, getting texts from old friends.
That's it.
Yep.
My number 2, going to a restaurant and getting the clapping / birthday song sang to you.
I forgot
That's
about that.
always a good time.
But see, this is going to change in everybody, whether you're an extrovert or introvert. Because I know my grandpa, bless his soul, my girl, they would hate that. That's their worst fear, is everyone looking at them in a restaurant. Me, my
I'm
mom,
all for it. I don't
I'm
care.
with it. Let's jump around.
Look, because you know what it means? It means that whoever you're with thinks enough of you.
Kind of secretly tell someone.
Exactly.
To embarrass you in public.
Absolutely. Right? Yeah. Like they wanted it because everybody at the table is smiling at you and, here we go.
Recording.
Piece of cheesecake. All right.
So the best is like a Texas Roadhouse
That's
when
it.
they're like
they
doing
make
the
you
chicken dance or
100%.
what's that, Babe's Chicken where they do the chicken dance?
That's Pluckers.
Pluckers.
Pluckers, you do the chicken dance, and then Roadhouse, they make you ride on the saddle.
Yeah.
Well, back when I used to work at a hibachi restaurant, we did the Japanese happiness song.
I had that not so long for my mom's birthday.
Exactly. So it just whatever it is, it's always fun to see people come out, clap at you, scream at you, and then you get a free piece of pie or cheesecake out of the deal. And then number 1 for me, a little alone/reflection time on your birthday. All right,
Think about what that means.
Think about where you're at. What have you done this year? What do you need to do for the next year? And are you where you want to be in your life? And what do you need to do to make it happen? Last year on my birthday, I said, you know what? I've been out of the radio game long enough. It's time to get back in it. And boom, this year I'm in the radio game.
And that's when Fred Davis DM'd me on Instagram.
That's it. That's it. Remember me from 25 years ago? No, we don't. Okay, either way. That's my number one.
I wish my number one was as reflective as yours. I just put getting money.
That's a great part.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's a great perk.
I think that's fantastic. I think it's a great part of a birthday, too. I'm not mad at you for that.
I mean, I feel like most people are going to get some semblance of $1 or $2.
That's it. That's it.
Number one for me, I copied you, Fred. It's the reflection of the year, and then what you were looking forward to in the next millennia or next birthday.
Asshole now. You guys are just
I got it.
I feel terrible. You guys are over here being so nice, and I'm over here talking about getting money.
Appreciate that, Fred. Yep.
That's how bad I felt. Take us a break.
Yep. We'll be back after this.
You know what? That just made it all worth it right there. Last segment, don't go anywhere.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Stars stay red hot against the Flames? And how did the Lucre...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Chevrolet, together let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registration 2023 and 2024.
Appreciate that. Final segment of the program. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That is the phone number for you to text and chime in this final segment of the program. I'm Fred. That's Blake. We got our guy Alec 2.0 behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. Just a programming update. Who Rangers playing tomorrow? Do we know? Let's find out.
Question.
Let's find out. The Rangers are playing.
Whoever finds out first is a real one.
I'll tell you exactly who they're playing first. They are playing the Rockies. The Colorado Rockies tomorrow. So let's see. Do we know who's pitching?
Jacob deGrom is the probable pitcher.
Oh, is he?
Mm-hmm.
For tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
It's a big deal.
Versus Chase Dolander.
Where are you getting this information from? Because the one I'm looking at says Tyler Malley.
Where are you getting this information from?
ESPN.
I don't trust ESPN. I don't know ball.
I'm not saying I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. All right. Well, either way, I think you're right though, but because I want to say there could be inclement weather tomorrow. Is something they were. I could have swore I heard them talking about that today with Jared Sandler talking about that with G-Bag. So stay tuned for that. But in any event, the game is slated. First pitch is 7:40, which means you'll get a little 10 minutes of pregame at 7:30. Of course, as we alluded to earlier in the show, you'll have your normal schedule of shows tomorrow. RJ and Sean in the morning with Bobby Belt. KNC Masterpiece from 10 to 2. G-Bag from 2 to 7. And then you'll have my man Blake Elliott from 7 to about 7:25.
Today is Chuck Morgan of the Texas Rangers. Today's his birthday as well.
Okay, old Chuck.
Shout out Chuck Morgan.
Do we know how old Chuck is?
Well, that's a great question. I don't know. Chuck
1 year older. That's what we do know. So again, 30 minutes of the program tomorrow. So make sure you tune in for those 30 minutes. It'll be the best 30 minutes of your day.
30 minutes in and out.
That's it.
Call it the in and out program.
That we're going to call it?
Who am I on with tomorrow?
It's you and Chief.
That'll be fun.
It's you and Chief for 2 segments. Hell, you might even be able to get Willie Bully to stick around for a segment.
What should I do? Make this last segment what I should do tomorrow. What segment should I do? Tolos, 877-881-1053. I got 2 segments tomorrow. What do you want to hear? And I'll bring it to you.
I mean, really, the opening segment's just you and Chief talking about whatever happened that day in sports.
So that'll be our headlines.
So that'll be kind of I don't know really any football news. I don't know. You'll have Mavs to tease and talk about how bad they are. Maybe you give a little Rangers update. I don't know. Because I'm guessing you'll do a crosstalk with Jared, maybe. So you may only have 1 segment to do tomorrow. I don't know. That's a great question. Jared, if you're listening, 877-881-1053. Will there be crosstalk tomorrow with Jared Sandler? Something to think about.
If
So really, you might just have a segment tomorrow.
One segment's crazy.
One segment. Good thing you live close.
I might call them. I'll call Gavin and Tim after we get off.
Yeah, right now at 11.
Probably not smart.
Well, don't call Tim because he's on vacation.
Still?
Get the whole week. Man, he's been on vacation since Monday.
Where do you think he's at? Do we know?
I get Destin, Florida vibes from Tim Collins.
He's on a cruise.
Oh, is he?
He's on a cruise.
Big baller.
Where did he go out from? Galveston? You know he
I have
did.
no clue. I
You know
just know
him
he's
and a
on a
wife. He
cruise.
drove down to Galveston, jumped on a cruise.
Maybe he saw the Pelicans down there.
You think? It's possible.
maybe
Like
it's
actual
possible.
Pelicans.
The real Pelicans?
No, I met the
New Orleans
the
ones?
basketball team. Yeah.
The basketball team.
How you feeling about your basketball team? They're pretty good right now, Alec.
Oh, you mean the team Charles has been slandering the last couple of weeks?
Mm-hmm.
No, we're pretty good. I'm loving it, man. Luca is a guy I never thought we would have, and somehow we have him.
They're down 9 to the Knicks, but Luca is leading all scorers with, you guessed it, 25 points. Nobody else is even. The only other player in double digits is LeBron with 19.
How much time's left?
There is 4 minutes left in a third.
Okay.
They're down 9.
So we might be able to get the last 5 or 6 minutes of the fourth quarter when I get home.
Mhm.
Because that game's on TNT?
Correct.
Yeah.
The Lakers have only hit 4 threes.
By the way, I'd love to know what the Blue Chew advertising budget is.
Why they're on every.
I mean, my God, every time I look up, it's some bare-breasted woman slanging Blue Chew, for crying out
Yeah,
loud.
they got a lot.
I mean, I see what they're doing.
Someone said you got to stay up tonight and watch Man on Fire. Y'all will review it tomorrow. That actually probably is good. Maybe we'll just do that.
It's probably a good
I'll just watch
idea.
Man on Fire, and me and Chief will have a review for you tomorrow. I mean,
because
Chief
you know
has already
he's
seen it.
And then, of course, he's watching.
King of
watching
Queens?
King. You need to watch. Well, don't ever say that again. It's 2.5 hours long.
I'm going to have to tell Shorty, go ahead and take an early exit
That's
tonight.
it. Man on Fire, 2.5 hours. Christopher Walken, who's also the main character in King of New York.
King of New York.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll text Chief. I'm going to say, watch King of New York. I'm watching Man on Fire. We're bringing you a movie review tomorrow
That's
for
it.
our one segment.
That's it.
There you go.
And then, because I'd love to hear. Well, that's if you watch King of New York.
You got to text in the 817. It's to you.
Who I did?
Yeah, it's the most recent text.
I turned my computer off.
All right. It just says, happy birthday. Hope you go see some Tata.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Is that
How
what we're
about
doing
that?
Saturday?
What's that?
We get off at 2.
No, I've got everything lined up already. So.
My bad. Let me just step out the way.
It's all
You're to get your nighttime time
everything.
plans?
Everything.
Night.
Night.
What's your nighttime plan?
Night.
Share with the people.
Yeah, you'll find out. You'll find out Saturday.
Saturday night, like 11, like 2 in the morning, midnight stuff. You already got figured
midnight
out.
I'll be in bed asleep. What do you mean?
Come on, man. Did you see what the text is? Come on, we can live that out. I'll tell Shotty I'm.
I might go see that later
tonight.
Maybe.
I said
Maybe.
let's do it Saturday.
Huh? No, I already got plans Saturday. So
What are your secret plans that you can't share with the rest of us?
They're with me.
Come on, we got 3 minutes.
I'll share them with you off when we go off.
Okay. I think I have a feeling.
I'm sure. I mean, I literally already told you. It shows you how much you pay attention, or in this case, don't pay attention.
I know.
Yeah.
But I didn't know it bled into Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we can still do what the 817 said.
Huh? Well, that's true. That's true. You absolutely can. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Time will tell.
Alec 2.0, what are your plans for the weekend?
Just gonna be relaxing and chilling. I'm just not gonna be doing a whole lot.
Now, are you doing any? Radio this weekend? Any producing?
Yeah, I'll be working the Ranger game.
Okay.
Tonight and Sunday, so that's gonna be
Wait,
fun.
tonight?
I'm sorry.
What? Bro, we're off. I mean, we're off in like 2 minutes. What do you? I mean, you sticking around and just put in some extra work, or what?
It's been a long day, Fred.
Yeah, that's true. It
been
has.
a long day.
It has.
Prepping Rangers pregame.
Yeah.
Okay,
I gotta get
Khaki
everything ready.
Kevin. Rubbing off on the entire staff.
Hey.
Everybody's putting that extra OT.
Hey, take it easy. No, Ranger game tomorrow and Sunday, and I'll probably just take the day Saturday to just
Chill
out.
like a
Chili's.
Yeah, just chill.
That's it. Hit up some
You know what,
Chili's.
Fred? I'll take you to Chili's for your birthday.
There you go.
How about that?
He's busy, as we've learned.
No,
All
so-
day?
all day.
Blake is really set on you. You already have plans.
I just kind of thought he might have one plan and be like, "Oh, I'm not doing anything. I'd love to hang out. I'm busy the whole weekend. My bad.
Well,
MVP.
Well, no, Sunday we're doing radio.
My bad, Josh Allen. Just too busy for us regular folk.
No, Sunday we're doing radio.
I'm not talking about no Sunday, bruh.
You said the weekend,
and that means your birthday on Saturday.
Yeah, well, like I told you, I got plans Saturday.
You got plans tomorrow too?
Yes, I'm off all day tomorrow. So,
are you doing a bender? Running around town
all day?
You're gonna walk 280 miles?
Just hang. I might walk 280. I may walk to San Antonio, so I may not be back in time on Saturday. We'll have to wait and see. But
he's getting his own triple dipper Saturday.
How far could you walk away to come back to be on time for the show on Saturday?
I mean, Louisville, about as far as I'm going.
How many hours did we say that?
Well, I remember we said 9 hours and 55 minutes.
So times 2, 18
which
hours?
I don't think. Which I'm going to be jogging some of it. Let's call it what it is. I ain't taking 10 hours to get from here to Louisville. I'm just not going to do it. Not going to do it. I'm hitchhiking at some point. I'm thumbing a ride.
10 hours to get home. Would you even want to sleep at that point? I feel like at that point I'm just going to keep walking.
What, when you get home?
I mean, I've already walked 10 hours.
Good question. Good question. All right, we got 20 seconds. Shout out to Vach Lombardi. He was absolutely fantastic as always. Friend of the program, Corey Chavis, who always drops it like it's hot. To the one, the only, Mr. Alec Salas, a.k.a. Alec 2.0. Great stuff from you as always. Blake Elliott, another phenomenal performance. You'll see him tomorrow. To all the Tolos and Fatties, good night. God bless. Blasting me right now.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-8.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?